right now with the Freaks at 480 points. So they should go. The problem is winning this PGS gets you 480 points. So you have to really be on your game right now. They have to have, I would say, a middling event, and they are set for PGC. So if you're a Falcons fan, don't stress. There's a chance you miss, but it is very, very, very low. Couple other teams to keep an eye on, though, that could cause problems for them. Number one, Lisa, Team Liquid. They are, I think, a little bit bummed, and as am I, that they didn't get a GPT last year after how well they did at PGC. They dropped the ball at PGS on our first half of the year when they got shot in the back by DraftKings during qualifications and missed a whole lot of practice time. That hurt them at EWC, but I feel like they're back on their game. They look good at PAS. This could very much be their event. The two other teams we sent, Al-Qudsiya and Mission Ready International Alliance, are a little more wild cards in my opinion. Both made up of members of the same team once upon a time. If you remember the old Falcons, we got Rello, we got Rod. Snakers help Mission Ready get here.
Rod.
These guys know what they're doing. The bad news for Mission Ready, Snakers will not be at PGS.
ถ้าอ่านโหลดว่ะ
Good news for Mission Ready, they qualified for PGC already, and Snakers will be there. Should be an exciting event no matter how you slice it. My money's on Falcons and Team Liquid to really stand up and shout.
สวัสดีทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีครับ
But this is my biggest takeaway, Lisa.
Yes, thank you so much, Toby. Thank you for your info. Thank you so much. Alright, so we've now heard about every region, and it's time for the big question. Who's going to win the PGS 9 and PGS 10? So actually, I want each of you to give me your champion predictions. And remember, we've got a friendly bat on the line. Is it cool with everyone?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's go. So maybe we can start from paper then. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is easy. This is a no doubter for me. Okay, second place at both the first BGSs. It's time. It's the DN Freaks. They are gonna win this, no doubt about it. They are ready to roll.
Okay, that is a nice pick. And what about you, Condra?
Well, I think like a lot of people will think that, you know, this team that I have in my hand will take it all, but no, I still think that APAC will be able to secure it. I mean, you take a look at
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
last year, you may say, oh, it's a miracle run, they might be a fluke, but man, they've shown that they're not a fluke because throughout the entire year, including the EWC, they finished fourth, and recently they have been able to really regain some tempo, finishing second in the APAC qualifier, so they really want to solidify it and make a back-to-back run to defend their title.
Alright, still stands for APAC, and that is a good trick. Alright, so what about you, Claris?
Well, it's nice that everybody's predicted DN Freaks, the Expendables, etc. However, the Kings, the greatest of all times, Twisted Minds, are on the way to take even more PGSs. They're not sharing. They've already got
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
the three-time PGS champions, the EWC champions, the EMEA champions, the greatest of all time, Twisted Minds.
Okay, back-to-back champions, Twisted Minds, good pick. And what about you, Toby? Share the same opinion with Claris, or you have another option?
Well, it is noble of Claris to take the hard bet of Twisted Mind to
ส
win
วัสดี
this.
ครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
Or of Quantra to say, take the hard bet of the Expendables PGC defending champions, or to take the Freaks, who are the top of the PGC boards right now. I'm going to do something different. I'm representing the Americas, and I'm going to tell you, second place PGC last year. I don't need a winner. I need a runner-up because it's time to win now. Team Liquid looked terrible at the start of the year, but it was little issues all along. Right now, PAS, they were on fire, and they have been training hard. ALO has been in the gym. And when I say in the gym, I mean on the keys, putting in tons and tons of work, getting stronger. I think they look good. They're my pick to take at least one of our PGSs.
Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to our guests for your great insight, and thank you all for watching. And now I think it's time to say goodbye together. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
เดี๋ยวรอเกมมาก่อนนะค่อยเปิดกล้อง เปิดเลยดีกว่าวะเปิดเลยดีกว่าไหม เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึง
Hello, PUBG esports fans. After the fierce battles in each regional series, it's time to kick off the PUBG Global Series 9 and 10. The intense and brutal clashes continue. PGS 9 and 10 will be the team's last chance to claim crucial PGS points and secure their tickets to PGC 2025. The format remains the same as PGS 7 and 8. All 10 of our global partner teams are returning to the PGS stage, along with 14 new challengers from 5 regional series. These 24 teams will be split into 3 groups and face off over 3 days in the group stage. Battling through 18 matches across 4 iconic maps, the top 16 teams on the leaderboard will advance to the final stage. There, they will stake their claim on the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. But only one team will lift the trophy in each PGS, with the exclusive 400 PGS points awarded to the PGS 9 champion and 480 to the PGS 10 champion. Right now, the standings could not be tighter. DN Freaks and Team Falcons tied at the top, BB Team and Twisted Minds locked in third, and just 10 points behind, PGS 7 champions 17 Gaming chasing in fifth. The stage is set for an explosive battle in PGS 9 and 10. How will the leaderboard change after the upcoming PGSs? And who will laugh their way into PGC 2025? PUBG esports will be back in action in Malaysia for the PUBG Global Series 9 from October 13th to the 19th. And for PGS 10, the final PGS of the year from October 27th through November 2nd. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG esports website and social media to keep up with everything happening in PUBG esports. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for PGS 9. Stay tuned. This is the group stages. It was crazy yesterday. I'm joined now by Martin. My name's Toffees. What a wild day of games.
Yesterday was just crazy. Like, it was crazy. It was insane. It was explosive, to say the least.
It really was.
Panzers everywhere, C4s everywhere, tons of good nades, some of the craziest nades I've seen in competitive esports here at PUBG.
And we'll get more into that as we sort of do our little pre-show. But before we do, I want to give a shout out to those who make this possible. Thank you to our sponsors, Krafton and PUBG Esports, for putting this on and bringing us all together. And if you need to overpower your game when stats matter most, op.gg is the best way to do it. Now, if you want to overpower your in-game, you can do that because we have a drop event going on right now. All you have to do is watch and click claim, and you get access to these awesome sprays. Those are, I mean, Xiaowu gets his own spray. That's cool.
That's awesome. The Emoji, of course, of 7, PGS 7. Was, again, for him to get a little bit of like a picture and then get that spray exactly in game, that's perfect. I love that. We should do more of that. That's cool.
We should do more of that. And let's do a little more of a chances to give stuff away. We're giving away G-Coin with our bingo game. So if you scan that QR code right now, you go, you try to figure out which teams are going to win that chicken dinner. And if you figure it out, first come, first serve, there's some G-Coin on the line for you. All right, so that takes care of a little bit of housekeeping. Now let's talk about what happened yesterday, specifically leaderboards because at the end of the day yesterday, it was shockingly close, Martin, when you look at the top of that thing.
I think that was the story for the entirety of yesterday, right? We have our top right now. We're separated by 8 points from first to sixth place. We don't have any runners. We don't have anyone in the 60s or 70s just yet, and I love that. Even our kind of mid-pack for the rest from 37 all the way down to 22, it's only 15 points. From 7th place down to 13th. Very doable. One good game, obviously. Some teams not playing today. Are coming in. Foreign Agreement, Begopa, obviously at the bottom here, mission ready. They had multiple good spots yesterday. Where we're in a winning spot. They randomly lost one guy. They didn't play together as a full man. They didn't play together as a full team. And yeah, I'm really excited.
สอบถามครับทีมไทยทีมไหนยังไม่ได้ไป PGC ใน PJ9 นี้บุรีรัมย์ครับบุรีรัมย์ทีมเดียวครับผม ต้องตามเชียร์บุรีรัมย์นะวันนี้นะครับ
Absolutely, I do think it's hard to get fired up to see. We saw some teams, I think, have some bad luck yesterday, but the problem is you're only playing 12 when it comes to the group.
บุรีรัมย์ทีมเดียวครับ
If you get some bad luck, you got to make your move. Now,
ใช่เดี๋ยวจะไปเอาข้าวมากินเหมือนกันเนี่ยหิวข้าว
It was an explosive day because over and over and over again, we saw C4, we saw Panzers, we saw mortars, and we saw the BRDM from hell.
Yeah, I mean, you get pulled up on a BRDM, you don't have a Panzerfaust, even though there's emergency cover. Like, and there's a lot of emergency cover here. Mission ready, you know, and the game was won from this Harry Potter, as this game is called, the tower here. The game was won from this spot. So mission ready, I was talking about, this is one of the 2 games where they actually were in a winning spot to take things home. Multiple C4s, but if you have a Panzerfaust like Perfectix did, there's going to be a lot of no. We're not going to accept that.
And I think that's what the Panzerfaust doing great. We saw it used in about every possible way, whether it was perfect skill shots through the window or up close clearances in a warehouse. It was nonstop. And now
กินข้าวยำไก่แซ่บครับ
C4 in the first clip. Here's how we're learning not
ยินดีครับยินดีตอบครับ
timing just right.
And they had 2, mind you, right? And the next car got exploded early. What you do in this case is you put 2 C4s and you full send it, right? Because you're going to have a follow-up explosion that either flushes your kills or your knocks, or you get double the damage to ensure that some of the guys that are low, to make sure that they get one up. This is the best nade I've ever seen, by the way. It's the best nade I've ever seen. That was thrown from Narnia, but it hit Nan and took Petrokarod out. It's crazy.
From Narnia to Nan. Knocked him out. Beautiful play. And that was the story of yesterday. I think I saw a tweet from Snakers when we woke up this morning saying, well, I hated waking up to seeing that play. But then Gat's tweeting back, well, it is our logo. Like, we did it to ourselves. All right, let's talk about rookie performances. I just brought up a couple rookies. Let's look at the best. These are rookies at PGS. They have not played at a PGS LAN before. And some of them really impressive, Martin.
Yeah, yesterday, obviously, both D and Boosted getting 10 kills on 6 matches. That's just so impressive. Tons of damage done here for Boosted and Mogo. It's always awesome to see, you know, your upcomers come into their first LAN and do great. The case for yesterday, both for Al Qadisha and for Slam G, massive performance. For Extends, obviously playing in a teaser. New guy. He still played tons before, but still coming into this here at PGS. 1,700 damage in just 6 games. That's super impressive.
I think for me, when I look at Magore and Extends next to each other, this idea of these are guys who have been grinding, right? They've been working their bum off for a very long time to sort of get this cut, and to see them here, especially Extends, fitting into this roster that has been in flux since Diffx left, it feels like maybe they are on that right track.
Yeah, and especially because we also heard from Ferris, right, that Extends is coming in to support kind of co-IGL, right? And if you're a IGL, having someone that's either playing on the opposite end of the team, like in the back as an anchor or anything like that, having someone that can give that valuable information from a higher ground spot or from an off angle that you don't have the info to, and to be able to make calls like, guys, we need to pull off this fight, come back and fight on me, for example. That is super valuable, and Extends being able to do that while still fragging here is massive for them.
And that's what you see, Extends in this position. It's always the long shots, it's always the cover spot. The juxtaposition to that was what we saw from Boostix, it's what we saw from Cowboy, which were they were sort of cut free by their teams to go play loose, play aggressive, play satellite positions, and do whatever they wanted to do. Here's Cowboy right now. He comes in, he's hitting these sprays that were really impressive. Less kills than his teammate D, but an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, he really farmed yesterday. It was good to see. Obviously, them coming in here and be able to get the jumps here. I mean, overall, the guys coming in and doing this well, it's just super impressive. Cowboy multiple times making skill shots look easy. Like, double jumping here. Like he keeps momentum as he's running past, jumping again and again. It's just so easy for these guys. And it's awesome to see on their first day on the first lane. You have a huge amount of nerves. I had the pleasure of talking to Roth real quick. It's like so good to get this kind of land nerve shaken off early.
Yep. So here's something. Now we just talked about rookies. Let's talk about pros, the teams that have been here before that we're glad to have back because we've missed them. That comes down to FaZe and Liquid. These are two teams, whether it was the start of the year,
เนี่ย2ทีม
Liquid or FaZe, who has just been going through some tough pains, I think, in the last 2 years or so. It's good to see him back.
2 wake-up calls for these teams at the start of the year, right? Yep. And then the grind starts for Liquid coming in multiple times in Brazil for the boot camp, right? It's awesome to see. Having that benefit, also playing in South America, being close to that server, and also still being able to play, obviously, in PS and stuff. I like that. But their performance last year talks the stars, right? Yep. PGC second place. Multiple top 4, top 5 finishes. There's an 8th there, too. Faceland, as you see, Fex walks by. I think these guys are maybe going to be able to pull up. Gustav, I had some experience with him at PNC. It was fun. But now he's back at a real LAN, and we'll see how he's going to be able to perform here.
I think it'll be fascinating to see how both of them do. Liquid, I'm excited about. I think Alo is making content in the back today, and if you know anything about Alo, he doesn't really make content. So,
but he's so fun. He's so fun.
But him being willing to do it means they're in a really good space, and I'm excited about that. Let's also talk about something important. There have been some notable absences that I think have contributed to some of our teams struggling yesterday. Talk to me more about what's going on there.
The biggest name is probably Axis, right?
Absolutely.
You come in here, and this is just a star, and he carries the team. Usually, his points contribution from kills alone is like somewhere for Petrico Road is somewhere in between 30 to 40%, right? Of their total points from placement, from the kills from the other 3 guys and everything, right? So it's a massive loss to not have him here. There's a chance he could be here for PGS 10, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Other people were missing. So Ike's left big name. And when you say he's the biggest name, this guy's got to take a little offense. Pio also not here. He helped Bagopot get to the site, but he is still doing his military duty. So again, another team that doesn't have their ringer and is finding themselves in the bottom 2.
I mean, again, Pio, name you will probably never forget if you're a PUBG fan. I would have been awesome to see him here, but hopefully we get a chance to see him.
พูดถึง PO ไม่ได้มาครับ
And the last one. The biggest one.
I think it's a big one.
You think it's the biggest one? I think so too. Mission ready. I think if you have a fragger like Snakers, to not be here. Obviously, there's some IRL stuff. He has a full-time job, and he's doing really well with that. But he is such a good player, both with making space, putting pressure, poking players, getting kills, and it's just one of the best DMR players in North America, and to miss him is massive.
Also, I will say, for those of you who are fans of Snakers, he's going to be back for PGC. I think a lot of these guys are all coming back for the big show, so the team just has to sort of hold on as things advance. Now, here's where it breaks down for who will be taking the field today. A little bit of overview of our groups. For me, when I look at this,
ทักทายกันได้นะครับพิมพ์คุยกันได้นะ
really struck me as a
พิมพ์คุยกันทุกคน
group to play in.
Yeah, I think
ในกรุ๊ป 4 นะฮะ
there's a full consensus on anyone that ever plays Group C that it is the hardest group to start.
100%.
And B is the easy.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับนั่งดูช่องผมได้นะทุกคน
No pressure. Even though if you had a bad day or whatnot, it doesn't really matter. You're still going to have a little bit of a benefit coming in. So for me, B is the best group to start in, and C is the hardest one for group stage. Because, you're going to have that pressure from teams. And we potentially have a few teams here with 1 or 2 good games. They're already in the finals, so they could put pressure on teams they don't want to see in the finals from their first or second game.
That is a really good point. Also, I think it's an interesting dynamic that a lot of these teams that we're looking at are actually qualified for PGC through their regional processes. When you talk about QAD, they're playing really well right now, but they don't have any pressure because all they have to do is say, all we need to do is get to the final of each of these events, build confidence in our rookies, and then take them to PGC.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me. And of course, we start on Erangel, we start on Tego and Rondo. That's a whole thing for the group stage for the entirety here, but that's a big thing too. There are some teams that are avoiding hard drops on Erangel, but potentially we could see huge amount of hot drops on Tego, Rondo, or Miramar, depending on how many points we see them get on Erangel.
And as a heads up, we'll keep you guys updated throughout the day. There are no hot drops as of now on Erangel. Everyone's taking those first 2 games carefully. But if those games go well, as you brought up, I think I counted 6 or 7 possible in the last 4 games, including multiple teams that are dropping 4 if they can push past that 50-point threshold. So that does mean 60. Very chaotic day for those teams as they take the field. And if you like chaos, like I like chaos, be tuned in at the second half of today because I think it's going to get wild.
If you're not already tuned in now and you're watching the Zavod, you're going to have fun to watch the entire thing just as you like to watch it.
I think it's going to be a good time. As we look forward to this day, is there anything else you've sort of been keeping an eye on or teams that you think we should know about?
There's so many things, right? We come in here and it's what we saw from the start of the year, BGS, it's very chaotic. Our group stage, when you're kind of the first time back at PGS, because we're pulling the back-to-back here, it's always extremely chaotic. So try to make sure you're staying Fall Guys live. Try to make sure you're playing a little bit more cautious.
บอลก็เตะใช่ดู2จอไป
The group stage are going to be explosive. We have lots of new players who are cutting their teeth for the first time. We've
น่าอ่านแชทด้วยผม
returning favorites like FaZe out there, which we really want to
เดี๋ยว
see
เปิดกล้อง
some
นะ
big
แป๊บนึง
moments
นะ
from.
เดี๋ยว
We
เปิด
got
กล้อง
a lot of action coming your way in just a few seconds because it's time to kick off day 2 of PGS 9 here in Kuala Lumpur.
กัวลาลัมเปอร์เหรอเป็นเมืองมั้งเมืองเขาเซรัมบัน
tất cả các đội tuyển mặt bằng chung thì rất là đều nhau, mọi người nó sẽ hơn những năm ngoái về cái mặt cạnh tranh. Thì đội tuyển của chúng mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức có thể để đạt được thành tích cao nhất có thể để mang về vinh quang cho Việt Nam.
ผมคิดว่าโอกาสของทีมไทยน่าจะมาในเร็วๆนี้ซึ่งคิดว่าอีกไม่นานทีมไทยน่าจะได้แชมป์ในทัวร์ระดับglobalครับ
PGS에서 한국팀이 트로피를 좀 들어올리지 못해서 PGS 트로피를 더 원하고 있습니다.
We're a new team. We just made this roster a couple months ago. PUBG's always changing. You know, every update, every meta, it's shifting. I think a lot of teams change as well. It's a game where you got to stay on top of things. If you're a team that's always putting in that work, we can catch up with some of these other teams that might be slowing down and taking their spots.
저희 말고도 다른 한국 팀들이 많지만 저희 또한 부끄럽지 않게 좋은 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
We don't really care what anybody else thinks on the outside, casters, fans, family. As long as the team thinks we can compete, that's where we're at.
Ну, я думаю, что я покажу такой же результат, как и в своем регионе, а может даже лучше, потому что настрой все-таки на лане совсем другой. Мы с командой вместе, я думаю, получится даже.
เดี๋ยวจัดให้ดูนี้บอลด้วยอะไรด้วยบอลไทยเฟด
TSG 마인즈 말고는 견제되는 팀은 없다고 생각하고 있습니다.
มาแล้วใช่ครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะนั่งดูกันได้เยอะเดี๋ยวผมเปิดกล้องอีกทีนึง
我觉得太是慢的嘛 ，DF 啥的，他们也很强。
BRU
但是我没有。
พิมพ์ได้เลยพิมพ์ได้เลยทุกคนพิมพ์ได้เลยครับเชียร์ทีมไหนพิมพ์ได้เลย
对面无伤团灭了，士气就在我们这了。
The teams like Twisted, DNF, Falcons, the teams that win stuff, I would say like our peak is higher than them. Now that we assembled the Avengers, adding Corexy, only sky is our limit.
We'll let some other teams to win PGS tournaments this year, but this time all the teams gonna feel the full power of Twisted Minds.
뭐 아저씨들도 왔다 생각할 수 있는데 너무 쉽게 생각 안 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Завдяки минулому досвіду, так, ми зараз найближче до того, щоб виграти турнір, я вважаю. Але наша основна ціль – це показати максимальний результат, на який ми тренувалися.
虽然我们上一届 PGS 没有进决赛，但是我们的目标始终是冠军。
I've only lifted one trophy, and I'm definitely not done.
The journey begins ผมดูช่องต่างประเทศนะครับเพราะว่าเสียงภาคมันจะได้ไม่ทับกัน
The stage is set for yet another incredible day of PUBG esports here at PGS 9, where we get to see the last bunch of players now take to the field and assert their dominance and securing their spot for the PGS 9 Grand Finals. Welcome everyone back to this one. I'm Toby, joined by Poro. Hey! And Poro, if yesterday is anything to go by as I sit on the desk, Panzers, C4s, Mortars, BRDMs, you name it, it was a day of chaos.
Yeah, just a smorgasbord of everything that everybody hates, to be honest. But and you know what? The circles, the planes, all that stuff didn't really help matters much either, because they were putting these guys in some pretty tough situations even to start off the day. But we, like the desk talked about, we got to see some of the rookies rise, and it was a wild day yesterday. If you haven't checked it out, go check out the VOD, because it is that was a banger.
Honestly, I like to think yesterday was a good combination of both, because yes, we saw, I mean, even right from the get-go,
ฟอลคอนมาแล้ววันนี้บุรีรัมย์ขอ40-50แต้มใช่ต้องเยอะหน่อยนะบุรีรัมย์วันแรกต้องตั้งไว้สูงก่อนนะ
I don't want to say assert their dominance, but definitely play up to expectations. Tanwu we had on screen just before, able to do well, but now here once again more veterans taken to the battlefield. We just saw Falcons, now we have JDG here too. It's going to be a good set of teams that we get to see today.
Yeah, JDG is definitely one that I've got my eye on. I mean, they were absolutely dominant in their regional qualifiers, and I mean, you brought it up, man. Like, it was not a day for anybody to really set themselves ahead of everybody else. Now, Navi obviously in first place after day one, and I gotta say, Navi, a team with all the expectations in the world, push it on them, and everybody has been saying for a year now that this roster should be at the top, should be fighting for that top spot, and it doesn't feel like we've ever seen it, but now all of a sudden day one they are popping.
And one of the big things, I mean, to go off of what you're saying, is Navi, a team that usually starts off pretty slow. I mean, very cerebral team, plays slow on the edge. They like to take their time. Here, coming off strong right from the get-go. Curious to see where that
วันนี้หนักหน่อยครับ DN Freak
the tournament progresses. Another team that we have
เพราะว่า DN Freak ฟอร์มไม่ค่อยดี
They're all incredibly good to just having qualified.
That's our job, folks.
We saw Freaks just a moment ago. I think for most, even if they had a decent day yesterday, not what teams expected. Wanted to see them out a bit better.
I don't know if I'd say Freaks had a decent day yesterday. I mean, 20-something points is not what you expect.
It's not Freaks standout.
No, not at all. And
but then you
honest,
see what they went through, and you go,
sure.
Can you fault them?
But look, but you look. I mean, you talk about a team like, I mean, they talked about it on the desk. You talk about a team like Bagel Pod that's missing PO.
Yeah.
Talk about the team that's missing Ike's left. You talk about all the guys that aren't here. Well, DN Freaks brought their
มาแล้ว
and all we got at a salute was like 4 kills. That ain't it, dog.
Not easy, but you know what? Let's yap less, let's game more. We are headed into the first match of the day, and as I said on this, as we just saw on the big screen, it is a wrangle to kick things off. The players behind us are cheering, getting loud, because they want to get this game going. Now, yesterday here, Poro, we had 2 back-to-back extremely southern planes. One which took us to Millie, another stayed on the mainland. But this time around, Severny Ludus rejoice, because finally you get a northern plains play.
And honestly, this could be either good news or bad news for some of these teams, because we talked about it earlier, how there's a lot of teams that if they do well to start off the day, they start influencing how these Group C teams.
บุรีรัมย์ลงไหนเนี่ยไมต้าเหรอ
Start looking at hot drops. Right? That's when we start.
โดดแล้วบุรีรัมย์น่าจะไปแถวเชลเตอร์แหละผมว่าอันนี้ได้ยินเสียงผมชัดไหมเสียงภาคดังไปเปล่า
Not something that A and B were afforded yesterday.
Oh yeah, no, definitely echoing that sentiment. I went around, talked to some of the players, a lot of the coaches actually I wanted to talk to today, and a lot of them were sharing that exact sentiment.
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับไอ้สูขอบคุณครับ
Especially some of the A teams that had a good start yesterday. If we get a good start,
กำลังดีนะกำลังดีโอเค
eyeing some teams,
and they should.
Yeah, they
absolutely.
มาคุณรักแฮปฟันครับ ครับผม
Final minutes now of this year. We're getting down to brass tacks, and you want to make sure that you secure your spot at PGC. And if you got to take somebody else to do that, well, there's no love lost.
Not at all. Not at all. So far, no one landing on top of one another. A few vehicle I don't want to say commotions, but players landing within the nearby vicinity. But you know what? Doesn't matter how good the plane is. We're going to go south as our eyes on screen go down towards SGA. Listening on them as well. I like it. SGA, a team right now, actually, that I think has an interesting, I want to say, story as a scheme of things. Just this tournament in particular, they had their sub here. They have him here ready to play because Severus had visa issues. Didn't know if he was going to be able to get here in time. Talking about a lot of players that aren't here, but he got it fixed literally the day of his travel, able to come here, able to play. So they got to dodge a bullet in that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, for a team like SGA that's, you know, obviously kind of new to the international stage, this is a fantastic way to start off. I mean, if you're IGL, your rest of your game is pretty much written for you, right? You drop on that tower, you stay on that tower, you live on that tower as long as you're able to. And the other thing is, Alcacia yesterday won game number 1 when we had a what?
Definitely.
We had a milli circle.
Yes, sir.
And now Alcacia back down there again.
And that wasn't just a, oh, let's just sit melee and win the game like some melee games tend to be for the military team. They were out there frag and they were feeling comfortable. So let's see if the Deuce are here as well. As we go over to Liquid, another of the NA boys that have finally gotten a chance to play. We'll see how they manage to make their way all the way from up in North George down towards the south.
Be interesting to see how Liquid does decide to play this because they are a George Pole looting team, so they're used to having these military circles pop up, and most of the time, historically anyway, they have been a slow rotate. You take your time, you make sure you got a lot of loot, come in late. But they were toying around with some different things. They were getting E-pickups, and it didn't always work for them. So we'll see what their strat is this time, as we already see one E-pickup popped, and that is going to be the DN Freak.
Yeah, Freaks wanting to get to the circle quickly. And for those of you guys watching right now, maybe primarily from the Western scene going, JDG, I don't know too much about them. Well,
you're going to learn.
You actually might, though, because having globals in the past, it's a lot of the same players we're getting back here again. I mean, December 12th was part of the success story of New Happy in their era of, I mean, a lot of great results. And then Spaceman Cole playing Weibo Gaming together made a very big ripple in the Chinese scene throughout last year. So a lot of very good individuals on the roster, 2 of which come in from having played together in the past, now get to see what they get to do. And if you looked at the Chinese qualifiers for here, I mean, they were looking as on fire as can be.
Spaceman was the MVP.
Yes, sir.
Cole, arguably, I would say, had even better numbers than Spaceman.
No, they're both up there. It's incredible.
I mean, pretty much everybody on that team is popping off. So you're already seeing the rotations come in. You saw Genji come across that western bridge. They're going to hug South. FaZe making their way across. Navi has made their way across on a boat. And anybody north, it seems, of Pachinki is just kind of taking their time, unless you get an E-pickup like JDG.
I love the fact that we're having the map feed up here right now because it gets to set the picture of what's about to unfold. I'm very much looking at FaZe right now because they are a team that will happily stick in and around the bridge area. They know they're going to be late. They saw 2 teams go towards melee early. But do they set up shop here in the intersection, making that crossover a living hell for everyone? Or do they opt to try and go further center? Same thing happening over on the western side. 17 games.
วงยากครับมาเกมแรก
at how many teams have still yet to go to make matters even worse. Let's throw a red zone down on top of all of them.
Sure, why not?
ได้บุรีรัมย์ได้อยู่ครับตั้งเรือเอาบุรีรัมย์
Whenever there's an E-pickup underneath it.
Does the helicopter explode?
Could a red zone mortar or missile or whatever it is hit somebody in the parachute?
You know what? I will say this, I have never seen it.
I've never seen it. I don't know if it's even possible. But man,
if there's a stage, for me to see that, I want to see it now. But I'm a harbinger of chaos. Well, look at DN Freaks. They're taking the long drop. Yeah, there you go. Nice circle. But Genji is already here.
Genji has already arrived. Now they don't have Orca with them, so they are pretty spread out here. So if DN Freaks drops 4 to this compound, yeah, you see Genji already get out of there.
I love this commitment from Freaks. Even if they get shot at, which they definitely will. You see them leaving. I mean, they know there's no world.
เจนจีจะไหวไหมเนี่ยเจนจีชุดใหม่อ่ะผมว่าเจนจีเหนื่อยอยู่นะบุรีรัมย์ต้องระวังอ่ะเพราะลายเดียวกับ EA เว้ยบุรีรัมย์
Genji could get effectively just stick around, kind of surround that position, and take them out when they leave. But we'll see what Genji opts to do with that intel now in their position.
A lot of eyes on Genji after that second place finish at EWC.
Oh, yes.
And rightly so. A lot of pressure being put on those guys. But Flame, Bean, Orca, they all were just having an amazing tournament at EWC. We'll see if they can transition.
EWC ของเจนจีดูดีครับ
Those freaks, and now JDG is starting to arrive. They have just hit that northern part of the island. We'll see how deep they decide to go.
Yeah, because there ain't really a whole lot to come for. I mean, we have all of SGA, Seoul Gaming Academy taking up the observatory, and then I mean there's space in Novo, but if you fly all the way down there, you're exposed in air for quite a while.
I think it. I mean,
honestly, they're going for the freaks plane.
ทะเลาะกันแล้วล่าสุด
You would think it's 6:45.
And you know what the worst of this is?
แต่ผมชอบฝรั่งมากกว่านะเวลานั่งดูนะครับดูช่องไทยแล้วแบบเนี่ยเสียงมันตีกันนะ JDG ลงไหนวะนะอุ้ยบ้านเดียวบุรีรัมย์เหรออ๋อ DN ฟรีเอาแล้วลงบ้าน DN ฟรีกว่าทุกคนเป็นเรื่องEA วันนี้ต้องการแต้มนะครับวันนี้เชียร์2ทีมเลยบุรีรัมย์ EA อุ้ยเข้าบ้านนี่โดนนั่นแหละโดนนั่นแหละเก็บรถว่ะ
They're waiting for a
โอ้โหซูจือตาย
You are about to enter the open arms of the band
ตายคนเดียว เพื่อนไม่เข้า
Able to find the first and approach. Do they commit to
โอ้
this? They have to
เข้าเหรอ
red zone outdoor. They have to try and make
What?
a play inside this building.
Not even the red zone. It's Gen G also has angles on it. So Spaceman will go down, and that is 2 down.
โอ้โหไม่ดีเลยครับ JDG เกมแรก
119 is so
พัง
low. December 12th, hugging the coastline might be able to escape, but that might be the only hope.
เข้าไม่พร้อมกันครับเนี่ยโดนทีละคน
Will get spotted by Heaven. And that is a nice start to the day for
Oh.
DN Freaks, who desperately needed something to go their way.
Definitely.
โดนทีละคนนะครับเข้าแบบนี้
As can be in terms of points garnered. I like the approach from Freaks. I was a little concerned initially, like guys, you have a chance to take them out midair, but they knew
Sprung
what
the
they
trap.
were doing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. They waited for the bait, and
อุ้ย
you can't really fall this.
ซองแจง
It's one of those awkward situations where another teammate picks up in.
ไม่เดินมายิงเหรอ1,200กันเยอะนะคน
Dip on this one. Song Yang
โอ้หน้าต่างนิดเดียว
That's a chance to shoot at the last con. Here they go. A con opens up with the
ส่วนหาย
Straight
บูสติก
Able to find one quickly as well. Arkham return. They're going to commit to this. They have to at this point. They lost one already.
Oh, absolutely. And Khan hadn't been flushed out yet. Boostic going to get spotted, though, by Guyan. And now you have a decision to make here, Artix. Or actually, it's Lurex.
โอ้โห
Will have to run away as well.
ดักแบบดักสุดอะแล้ววงล่างสุดด้วยนะทุกคน
Split here, and they are taking advantage of Slam G.
คือแบบ
Only one
ยากจัด
left alive here. We'll see what Lurex can do.
What I love about these type of games is now we've seen, I mean, the only casualties we've had thus far is traps being exploited. Let's see
Gen G
for the
ว่ะ
game to come if they're going to be more conservative. If people are going to
Gen
play
G นับหนึ่งครับ
safe, as here you'd have to imagine that Baker Park
อ้าวปาติด
Look at the picture-in-picture, too. You got to change the game has now made their way up, and yep, Slam G will go
เอาเรื่องแล้ว
first.
สแลมจีจะไม่ได้ไปป่ะเนี่ยทำเป็นเล่นนะ
Boostic owners have commiserated.
แต้มน้อยนะสแลมจีอะ
Look at this, Gen G. Orca's taken a knock, but immediately traded back.
วอร์ด
Hangy. Tosi in the right place.
อู้
Nice
บีน
shots there from Bean. We'll spot out
ผมลงไปเอาข้าวก่อนเดี๋ยวมา
Tianchan
แป๊บนึงนะ
will take him out. So trades all over the place right now. But Tianchan, the last player left up.
I hate to use this word, but this is such an ugly fight, and I don't fault the players for it. It's just the area of fighting. Everyone kind of caught with their hands in the pockets on the side of both teams, really. I mean, CTG changed the game, tried to pull up on Gen G, weren't in a position to take the fight really initially. I think that's what this... I mean, the losses on both sides stems from is that it just it wasn't a well-prepped fight. As a circle now shifts east, else can be my oh my, 45% land in this one. I'm sure Martin will say with the numbers out back. This ain't this doesn't give us a lot of playable space, Poro.
Now we're highlighting that road into Novo, but I mean, look at the E-Picks are starting to come through. Team Liquid has taken one. The Expendables are taking one now, 17. Yeah, they look like they're going to go for the south routing, which is going to work out nicely for them because they're going to be running into that the extremely busted Change the Game and Gen G. But this is SGA. You are on the clock right now.
Oh yes.
This you have to get something off of this game. Alcacia kind of in the same.
วงแย่กว่าเมื่อวานอีกวง
Also has to be conservative with their ammunition. They're going to be getting a little.
วงแย่กว่าเมื่อวานอีก
Nux is probably all it's going to be for them on their side of the circle, at least for now. But of course, make sure to make space for yourself as Liquid now can fly.
ได้อยู่บุรีรัมย์ใจเย็นค่อยๆเล่น
Light off a powder kick, depending on where they land here. So many teams close to one another. So many teams with chances to engage. You know what?
Liquid อยู่ไหนน่ะ
This could be a third team.
อ๋อ Liquid โดดริมน้ำเหรอ
They're going to see 17 doing their rotation.
Deck 12
17 avoided Gen G and changed the game.
Do they call December 12s? Like out on the.
ไปเด็ก 12
It looks like they are. It looks like they are going north.
Yeah, exactly. It just might. They're going for that exact spot. The fight on the southwestern end is going to come to an end real soon. You'd imagine 3-on-1 versus Chianja, and he's caught down at the bottom, and there he's taken out. Good for Gen G. First they back off, they go off the edge again, and now they have all the space in the world to maneuver on in. As we go over to Liquid, HJDG, December 12 able to fend off the double coming in first.
Oh my god, okay, December 12, we see it. Got next to no HP. Sparking is just going to miss the shot. They got to finish him off and get Alo back on his feet at least.
Good flash.
Save this. Okay, Sparking, it's a 1v1. Is all you. We will finish it. There you go. Now, can we get...
he saw them. He saw them.
Good eyes on Sparking, and that's going to force eArena to pull back away. But they're still going to be close. Yeah, they got to.
Yep, might as well try and see if you can go for it. Good connection by Neurons, though, is going to allow for them to get on land. Opon's going to be the first fall.
Oh, eArena.
It goes into the boat. Pushes it off to the side.
ได้1 คิวแล้วโอ้พิซซ่าสติล
claim that one as the boat explosion takes Sparking down as well.
Sparking ของแท้ของดีเลย EA ลำบากเลยว่ะทุกคน
One-man army right now as he is taking out eArena. Will have to pull back away though because he saw the shots from Buriram, and now Falcons as well will force him to pull away in the Xiao Wu. He had the angle. Sparking just too long up there. And that was just drawing way too much attention.
โอ้ Liquid ไม่ดีนะเกมแรก
to come in and perform on day one. Hindsight though, you had Alo down on the waterfront. Chance maybe to get him up, but I'm sure that's something they're going to go.
โดนติกตันยิงฟรีดิ นูริน
It's a tough one. It is definitely a tough one. eArena though, able to make landfall quite literally, take over this position at the loss of punts. But honestly, when you come in on boat that late, losing one in that rotation.
ยังดีอยู่เลยยังเหลือ3 คน
We'll take that.
That's it's about the best of your worst case scenarios that you can go for here, and they were able to get Larix back on his feet as well. Purdy Cardi, it's like he's going to be the last player left alive for Liquid, but we've seen Kurt last do some pretty impressive snake maneuvers. Meanwhile, Falcons, our other American contingent, playing from that south side of Novo, already 1 kill on the board. They have nothing really
ได้อยู่ EA ได้อยู่ครับได้อยู่
any late rotators coming into Novo, so yep, whole game kind of right in front of them.
Circle going effectively the only place it could. Where, I mean, even if it's not going to be forced on land just yet, it's still though not a whole lot more to play around as Falcons from the safety of the southern side of Novo able to find some more flushes. One of 17 players as Little Ghost taking down a big threat, honestly, knowing now that 17 is going to be short of Little Ghost coming into later fights. That might motivate you to pull up on them even harder.
Yeah, this is a tenuous position here for 17. It looks like Gen G was able to get
ได้อยู่
back onto their fallen player Bean, so they're back up.
ใช่ครับแต่ถือว่าโอเคเพราะว่าเคลียร์ Sparking ได้ครับเพราะถ้ามี Sparking อยู่ผมว่า EA ขึ้นลำบากเว้ย
I think the rest of the expendables arrived into Novo.
อย่างนี้ถือว่าโอเคครับ
And Delwyn just kind of got left behind. But this is great for Bean here as Gen G has pretty much complete control over this southwestern side.
I like Bean's jump up into the pickup, try and see what's available.
แป๊บนึงนะ
Now able to get back to safety.
A lot of CTG boxes to loot around there too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, sorry, not e-pickup. Gen G sent one
ไม่ดรอปไม่ได้วะ
proper to get the rest onto Bean.
อ๋อได้อยู่
He's gonna land now right to his crate from where it fell before Gen G.
สวัสดีครับยอดเยี่ยมหายไปนานเลยยอดเยี่ยมสวัสดีครับ
to play this one in on foot. They have 2 cars to work with as well, with the ones that CTG
คือช่วงนี้แหละ
too. This is a really good spot for them to be in. I mean, look at how clustered
it's like nothing happened.
Well, quite literally, except for them getting a lot of points.
เบโกปา
now, I mean, north side this circle.
ต้องยาเยอะมากอะเบโกปาเพราะว่าวงแรงครับแต่ผมไปเอาข้าวก่อนเดี๋ยวมาได้ข้าวแล้วข้าวอยู่ข้างล่าง
to the military island, but they've got a nice little setup here on the north side of Novo. Trigonometry back at it once again. We'll spot out Jacob, and we'll see if eArena can actually get that revive. I don't think that's happening.
I think this is warning Mortis going, guys, if you go for the rest here, I'm gonna find you too. So
Tiggleton's playing the I wish game right now. Some people hope and some people wish. Tiggleton is wishing you would go and try to go for that res.
I like the preemptive rotation here for Falcons. They know they don't want to fight into Nova. Of course, they're waiting to see next circle, but with it having to go on land, it should go towards, center, west, southwest, exclude at least the part of Novo that Falcons are in. So they're looking to see if there's a southern rotation possible. They're going into these vehicles maybe to make some noise to see who's taking shots at them as we get to see the first BRDM in the hands of Alcacia. What can they make of it?
They've got a pretty good setup here. They've got SGA above them. We'll see if SGA has been what's the word I'm looking for? Have been taking care of their ammunition situation, considering they have been up here the entire time. They got here pretty quick, but you can see it just right below them, and that is a pretty strong place to play.
Definitely.
For Alcacia, especially now that you consider they got the BRDM. Now, keep an eye on Bagopod though. Look at that big wide split that they have over there. I'm not sure what the plan is, but they're staying alive. They got 4 up.
I can tell you the plan, guys. Get inside the circle. How? Well, if we just send one from each direction, maybe one will make it in. Now, it's a tricky play for them to make. I think their cast literally ran out of fuel. They were coming in from North George.
Yeah.
And,
well, they got the 4 points off a slam.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where they've gotten to. They've been on the foot trying to chase the circle. Akan is getting close, but as you said, he's on the opposite side of the observatory mountain than his opponents. And I like where the observers are drawing up here. These are the options that they really have available. So much more space towards that west than the hills landing down towards Novo, because as long as there's in Novo proper, you can't utilize those sides at all.
See where Falcons
หิวข้าวเลย
as they them saw
บุรีรัมย์อยู่ปะบุรีรัมย์อยู่ปะ
around a little bit just to kind of figure
บุรีรัมย์อยู่นะครับ
and they've got this cliffside that they can play, can kind of avoid. They know where 17 is, right? They know to avoid that line of sight. They also know that eArena is up here, and they are broken and busted.
Keep in mind,
we'll see if the Wolf Spider strikes here.
Keep in mind it was Kickstart that got the flush initially on Opons as well.
โดนพวกออปชั่นแน่เลยว่ะ มันเป็นแอ่งโดนออปชั่นเลยเว้ย ที่eArena อยู่
They can't take the fight over the hilltop proper. They know they're going to be exposed to the teams up on the hillside. They know that whatever trap they run into, eArena is going to be ready and waiting for it, because they will get the advantage.
And even teams taking shots over there now.
Exactly. So Smarter and Falcons say, you know what? We came up here. We have the spot now. We can't push them. But eArena also can't peek us. We'll get the warnings from up high if they try to.
Yeah, they know what to expect, as Nurin's going to return a little bit of fire. It looks like the Freaks maybe saw him hanging out on that cliffside, so he'll have to hide behind the tree and survive a little bit longer right now. Shots still being taken over towards Purdy as well. As you see everybody kind of starting to flex around on this south side. Meanwhile, Bagopod, well, the situation has not improved.
The circle keeps moving. How do we do it? Park Pro, not Parkour Pro, at least not right now, stuck down this hillside, trying to make his way further forward. But not easy, and he has, I mean, again, Sephiroth sat here, bolt in hand, just one tap to literally anywhere in the body, and that's Park Pro done for.
Got ears on, so maybe
like one unlucky.
Maybe it'll be a little sneakier, who knows?
We'll see.
But Songjang is way off to the north right now. He's nowhere.
They're just trying to get a guy in.
Yeah, they're just, it's, I mean, what else can you do at this point if you're Bagopod? But SGA taking a little bit of heat up there on that radio tower. As Gen G found an angle, but it looks like everybody's kind of set where they're at, with the exception, obviously, of Bagopod trying to find their way in. But FaZe starting to flex a little bit more towards center here.
I like it. They're waiting for the next circle.
That's going to pay off, too.
Everyone's waiting. Everyone's sat there holding their tongues before the next circle
บุรี
goes.
รัมย์อ่ะ
FaZe see this, they go wait. If no one else
บุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
more
ทุก
real
คน
estate while they're waiting, we might just. And they've just found their landing zone for this next circle. Uphill push, everyone, as we can see here on that southern side. They're having to fight their way across, and it's going to be brutal. Same thing towards the west. Na'Vi right now are the single defenders of anyone pushing down towards the road proper. Is this a...
I'm telling you, you couldn't ask for a better circle shift for Na'Vi than this one. I mean, they are in great position to kind of gatekeep everything that's going to be happening off to the west, and nobody really off to the east that has angles on them.
The thing is, Na'Vi has a priority to make. Do we look north into the city and see if FaZe comes out towards us, or do we hold our eyes west? Issues, they can't peek up over the hillside, because once they do, they're exposed to anyone looking at them for the east. So, position-wise, yes, great. In terms of kills, it's going to be... It's gonna be greedy to try and go for anything.
Well, they don't even really have to do anything. They're just gonna pretty much dictate everything that Alcacia and SGA have to do at this point, because once they both know that Na'Vi is there, right? So that's gonna force Alcacia to get involved in this fight with SGA and just kind of hopefully get some points off of that before turning their attention over towards Na'Vi. Now SGA and Alcacia doing what they want, that fight going before the blue zone arrives.
Eventually, Bagopod were
วงอยู่หมายถึงว่าบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
falling to the hands of Hane, as Sephiroth now trying to make that bolt sing even louder up from the hills up high. Falcons, same, have to make a rotation. 3 teams with the rotation to make eArena Falcons and DN Freaks, and they're effectively looking to go the exact same spot. And Purdy, I'm sorry, all these boys are coming to you.
Oh, that grenade prep for Purdy. Falcons trying to send it through. That grenade's going to come out. It's going to get H-Wind down. And now, Shrimpy had to go somewhere. Yeah, that was always going to be a very, very difficult rotation for Falcons. But fortunately for Purdy, he is on time with the grenades, defends his territory. And now he's going to have to, he's going to have to be attention for eArena and the Freaks now arriving.
I feel like I could hear Purdy's sigh after that pull-up. That was a moment of stress, no doubt. Trying to make something out of nothing in this game for Liquid. That's Human now. 3 kills already. Top damage dealer thus far in the game. Trying to push forward. Oh, Rob, if only you knew. This one's been cleared out already. Able to survive the C4 initially, but Bean from the other side takes him down.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, I mean, at this point, like if you're Alcatia, I mean, this is what you got to do, right? And
oh, for sure.
Fortunately for them, they're able to get everybody else down there. They still have the BRDM. Roth hasn't bled out just yet. FaZe is starting to creep up here, so Na'Vi can't force their full attention over towards Alcatia. SGA, they're paying attention towards the south, where they're getting pressure by Gen G. So a number of fights going on right now. Being the kind of beneficiary that nobody's in a perfect position to third party their loss.
And this is what I was talking about when
we were
before. Is as soon as he immediately turned around to look at his back to make sure it was safe. Good on extends to hold that line though. Him and So said able to force off FaZe, and I think FaZe with not seeing more kills in the kill feed on this area of the map. They're saying, you know what? Nope, there are more fights to come. Let's not get greedy now. As Alcatia goes aggressive once more, successful initially, and they get the third as well. Die able to get the triple with Util, and that's SGA down and out.
Oh, that was tough for SGA, man. They had that the tower, the radio tower, for so long, and then the shift away. That is so unfortunate for them, and then they end up running into Gen G and forced to push back, but Alcatia more than up to the task, as now FaZe and Na'Vi popping off. The Expendables having to clear out Buriram as well. Fortunately for both these teams, this particular house, can't even call it a compound, can you? Is inside the circle, so they have time to play around here.
They don't want to spend it because, as you can see, DN Freaks they're wrapping on the northeastern side. Yep. Other teams are wrapping this direction. It's not easy. Great cleanup from FaZe. It's such an advantageous position to peek over. Issue is they should have had that fight happen while Alcatia were fighting themselves on the top. Didn't happen, and now it's just Gustav left alive. He has 3 knocked players. No one is pushing them thus far outside of this fight he has on his own. So if he can somehow come out victorious here, there might be reses to boot.
He can't go for the reses right now. I mean, look at this. Cowboy and D. They might be rookies, but they know the game. They know to make this guy pay. He's the last player alive, and he's going to go down. Now, they will lose Roth, but can D get Rello back on his feet? Can he get Cowboy back on his feet? Looks like the call's coming through, and they're saying, grab one. We don't have the option to get both.
Alcatia won game 1 on Millie yesterday, and they're looking primed here again. They have taken casualties, but great game for them as we go towards the northeast once more. Buriram Expendables finding this one off as Tanwu is able to get one solo player.
การอีกแล้ว
So just on the side, we know what this man is capable of. Narrow angle.
การอีกแล้ว
would have done it.
Tanwu keeping things alive. Kondo sure that Buriram doesn't go out without
บุรีรัมย์เหมือนเดิม
still playing around that ridge line. Hasn't even stopped to try to heal yet.
แยกเล่นทำไมแก้ไม่หาย
He is concerned here about Tanwu. But as we said, this inside zone, so they
ยังไม่ออกกลมครับยังไม่ออกกลม
kind of take their time with this as
กลับกลมครับ
you can hear those footsteps coming.
Definitely does. He knows. I mean, it's a time game for Khan as well. He knows he has a player alive in there.
ทางดูให้เพื่อนดี
Demas is
โอ้สมัยตี้
He's playing it slow, and that's allowing for Tanwu to go for the rest. Delwyn is going to hold the angle, not go for heals here. He's going to assume that it's going to be off angle, and it's going to be Tanwu with the kill. Once more, they should be able to get the third
สม
now
ควร
as
นะ
well.
ทัวร์ลงอ่ะ
Huge for them. 17 finally take a
สม
fight
ควร
on
ทัวร์ลง
there.
แล้วครับบุรีรัมย์ไม่แก้เรื่องนี้
From the Expendables and 17 also
แยกกันเล่นนะ
got rid of Alcatia. So the
มันควรไปได้ไกลกว่านี้เว้ย
to take out the duo from Gen G. But look at this, Freaks. We've been talking about how they had a really rough day 1. Now they're showing up here in day 2, but that's not going to help things. Orca getting the instant knock on a salute.
โดนด่าแล้วช่องผมว่าช่องหลักโดนช่องหลักด่าบุรีรัมย์อะ
They don't know where the pressure is coming from the side. They know he's over here somewhere.
ช่องหลักด่าบุรีรัมย์แล้วตอนนี้แยกเล่นไม่หายมันวงท้ายแล้วเว้ยมันไม่ควรแยกเล่นแล้วเว้ยถึงไก่ได้นะเกมเนี้ยเอาจริงๆอ่ะผมบอกให้
Now 7700 starting to come over in that direction. Might have
เกมนี้ควรถึงไก่ด้วย
Expendables have a perfect opportunity to wrap this northern side. And hey, thank you so much, guys. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They saw the knocks. Look at Bean. Now it might just be too late, but Bean is doing everything he can to help. 745 damage done thus far. That
that's a good
is going to be enough to get him down. So now we have it here, a 3v4. Freaks, the first team to pick up in early
ช่องหลักด่ายับแน่นอน
Took out another, and now they're set here. 4 guys strong with a hilltop to work with.
And look at the Expendables, man. They are spreading out.
ชอบแยกเล่นอ่ะ
But they need to be careful. They have to have a read on exactly what's left here.
ผมไม่เข้าใจเลยเว้ยว่าทำไมแยกทำไม
But they're sending Tombu and Duck Juice essentially to 2v4.
คือถ้าไม่แยกกันอ่ะผมว่าได้ไก่ด้วย
With the low angle, we'll see if Delwyn finds anything, but Duck Juice has been spotted.
He got to whack-a-mole this one to the best of their ability. Lie low, let Freaks walk into the landmines. That's the only way to do it. They know they have to come off the hillside, so find a position each, try and see if they try to trade the flank numbers themselves. Yep. I mean, all the Expendables are doing is waiting. Yeah. They're forcing Freaks to peek. They're forcing them to make mistakes and expose themselves at open angles.
I really like this flank from Delwyn. If he isn't spotted, man, he could cause some serious problems.
And if you find Salute in this rock too, I mean, they just got a headshot.
เห็นเลยผิดที่การเว้ยมันไม่ควรแยกเล่นแล้วเว้ยวงที่6วงที่7แล้วอ่ะมันไม่ควรแยกแล้วอ่ะไอ้วงที่5วงที่6อ่ะ GE แชมป์ไป GE แชมป์ไปเรียบร้อย
Delwyn waiting for the perfect time. And there it is. He's going to take the first break. It's 2 immediately. Delwyn, job done. You get knocked, but now it is a 2v2 for the win.
He has done what he had to do. Now you leave it in the very capable hands of Tanvu to go up and clean this one off. Dog Juice doing his best to try and force the angles, try and bait them to peek the other direction. And there comes Tanvu with a peek immediately after. What was a 4v3 is now a 2v1 in the favor of the Expendables. What an incredible understanding of the situation and how to
ไก่ไปแล้ว
2v1 deal. MP5 in hand goes for the peak.
เรียบร้อย
Because Tanvu strikes back once more. Expendables out victorious in game number 1. And
ผมจะบอกว่ามันเป็นที่บุรีรัมย์ไม่ควรเสียเว้ยทีมที่เสียดายที่สุดอ่ะจะบอกให้นะทีมที่เสียดายที่สุดอ่ะไม่ใช่เดนฟีกด้วยผมบอกให้ทีมที่เสียดายไม่ใช่ดีเอ็นฟีกเว้ยเดี๋ยวผมจะย้อนให้ดูนะทีมที่น่าเสียดายที่สุดคือใครรู้ป่ะคือบุรีรัมย์เว้ยเนี่ยคุณเห็นอะไรป่ะคุณเห็นอะไรจากภาพนี้ป่ะเนี่ยคุณเห็นอะไรจากภาพนี้ป่ะเนี่ยปัญหาคืออันเนี้ยต้องอันเนี้ยต้องตำหนิเว้ยผมจะบอกให้นะอันเนี้ยสมควรตำหนิเว้ยอันเนี้ยสมควรตำหนิอย่างมากเว้ยเพราะอะไรรู้ป่ะการอยู่บ้านหลังเดียวตรงเนี้ยมันสามารถเห็นถนนทั้งหมดเว้ยสังเกตไหมบ้านหลังเนี้ยบ้านที่การอยู่เนี่ยที่ผมวงเนี่ยคือบ้านหลังเดียวที่มองเห็นถนนทั้งหมดเว้ยส่วนอีก3คนน่ะแน่นอนบนถนนนะไม่เห็นแน่เพราะบ้านหลังเนี้ยมันเป็นมุมซ้ายขวาเก็ตไหมครับเนี่ยที่ผมลากเมาส์อยู่นะมุมซ้ายขวาคือจะเห็นเว้ยแต่บนถนนตรงเนี้ยไม่เห็นคือถ้าเกิดว่าอินโฟตรงเนี้ยมันหายไปเว้ยแล้วตรงเนี้ยถ้าจะไม่ผิดติดสังกะสีด้วยมองแทบไม่เห็นเลยคือตรงเนี้ยมันเป็นเนินต่ำกว่าบ้านเว้ยหน้าบ้านของบุรีรัมย์อ่ะมันเป็นเนินต่ำกว่าบ้านเว้ยเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเนี่ยถ้าเดินชิดข้ามมาได้เนี่ยโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งอ่ะเดลวินข้ามมาได้เห็นป่ะคุณผู้ชมดูนะเดลวินข้ามมาได้แล้วเห็นป่ะเนี่ยเดลวินข้ามมาได้แล้วสังเกตไหมครับเดี๋ยวปิดอันนี้ก่อนปิดตัวเบราว์เซอร์ก่อนคุณสังเกตป่ะเดลวินข้ามมาได้แล้วเว้ยเดลวินข้ามมาแล้วเห็นป่ะตรงเมาส์ผมเนี่ยเดลวินข้ามมาได้แล้วแล้วการยังนิ่งอยู่ไปดูต่อนะเนี่ยเห็นป่ะ ปล่อยเขาชิดบ้านมาได้ยังไงตัวเนี้ยมันไม่ควรชิดบ้านได้เว้ยถ้าคือถ้าคุณดูอยู่ตลอดอะถ้าคุณดูอยู่ตลอดอะคุณก็จะรู้ความเคลื่อนไหวไว้ว่ามีแน่นอนอะผมว่าจังหวะแรกเขารู้อยู่แล้วเว้ยว่าในเมืองมีคนแน่ส่วนการอะคือตัวดูท้ายเว้ยเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเนี่ยการชิดติดบ้านแบบง่ายๆอย่างเงี้ยแม่งไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นเลยเว้ยแล้วถามว่ามันเป็นจุดแรกป่ะที่ว่าบุรีรัมย์อะเสียจุดโพซิชั่นตรงเนี้ยเสียผู้เล่นเยอะมากแล้วตายออกหมดเลยเว้ยเนี่ยมันเป็นจุดเล็กน้อยที่มันไม่ควรพลาดเว้ยจริงๆแล้วหลังเกมควรจะแก้เรื่องจุดนี้อันดับแรกเลยถ้าอยากไปต่อแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะผมบอกเลยนั่นแหละบางคนอาจจะบอกว่าไม่เป็นไรหรอกเล็กๆน้อยๆแค่ตาเดียวแต่คุณจะเป็นอย่างนี้เหรอใช่ไหมเนี่ยพอข้ามมาชิดได้ใช่ไหมที่เหลือเพื่อนเขาเดินได้ด้วยครับที่สำคัญอ่ะเนี่ยคุณเห็นป่ะเนี่ยชิดติดเนินหมดแล้วเว้ยแล้วบ้านการมันมองไม่เห็นเว้ยเห็นป่ะแล้วไปยืนทำอะไรอ่ะมันไม่มีประโยชน์เลยบ้านที่การอยู่อ่ะแล้วจังหวะเพื่อนโดนไฟมายังไม่ออกจากบ้านเลยคุณสังเกตป่ะดูมินิแมปนะคุณสังเกตป่ะการยังไม่ออกจากบ้านเลยเว้ยคือป่ามาหลังบ้านมันยิงช่วยได้เว้ยมุมเนี้ยเพราะยังไงเขาต้องคอนแทคเข้าหน้าอยู่แล้วอะเข้าหน้าโกดังอยู่แล้วเว้ยสังเกตป่ะเนี่ยเขาเดินเข้ามาหน้า4 คนแต่ว่าการดูดิคือผมงงมากเลยการแบบยังช้าอยู่เลยอะคุณเห็นป่ะเนี่ยชิดติดเนินแต่การยังมองบนถนนอยู่เลยอันนี้คือข้อผิดพลาดที่มันไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นเว้ยมันไม่ควรเลยเว้ยเพราะถ้าคุณเลือกจะเล่นบ้านนั้นน่ะคุณต้องมั่นใจว่าบ้านนั้นน่ะสามารถมองเห็นถนนได้หรือว่าตัวที่ตัดจะข้ามจากเมืองมาได้เว้ยแล้วเขาจะเป็นตัวท้ายที่เพอร์เฟกต์แต่กลับกันพอเข้ามาชิดแล้ว3 คน 4 คนแล้วคุณดูการยืนนะคุณดูไอคอนของการที่การมองคุณดูไอคอนของการที่มองเขาคือมองเข้าไปในเมืองนะเว้ยไอคอนเนี่ยเพื่อนโดนตีชิดหน้าบ้านมาขนาดนี้แล้วอ่ะยังไม่มาคือแบบผมไม่เข้าใจว่าเขารออะไรอยู่เว้ยใช่ครับมันควรจะยิงช่วยครับมันควรจะยิงช่วยแล้วครับหรือว่าตามมาดูแล้วครับมันไม่ใช่ปล่อยไหลเข้าแบบนี้เว้ยเนี่ยเห็นป่ะถึงแม้ว่ามันจะมีพวกเรือยางขวางอยู่ก็ตามแต่ว่าสุดท้ายพอคุณโดนถมออปชั่นใส่เข้าไปมันไม่มีประโยชน์อะไรเลยเว้ยในการที่จะมาแก้ตรงเนี้ยเนี่ยแล้วเขาเดินเทรดทีละ3ทีละ4เนี่ยแล้วพอเราหมดปุ๊บการมาไม่ทันแล้วคือจังหวะ2อินโฟถ้าไม่มีจริงๆแล้วควรจะตายตั้งแต่ช็อตนี้ด้วยนะครับผมบอกให้เนี่ยจริงๆควรจะตายตั้งแต่ช็อตนี้แล้วด้วยไม่ควรรอดแล้วด้วยจนสุดท้ายเขารีเซ็ตเพื่อนกลับขึ้นมาได้แล้วเขาเทรดได้ไม่เมคเซนส์ครับไม่เมคเซนส์ครับว่าในตัวบ้านคอว่าไม่ต้องมาเนี่ยมันไม่ใช่ครับคือหลักการมันก็ไม่ใช่แล้วครับถ้าพูดอย่างนั้นก็คงแย่แล้วแหละถ้าพูดอย่างนั้นก็คงแย่มากแล้วครับบอกถ้าเพื่อนในบ้านบอกคอบอกไม่ต้องมาเนี่ยอันนี้คือแย่มากนะเนี่ยป๊อปแฟต2 ลูกแต่จริงแล้วการที่คานออกมาดูให้ควรจะเป็นไดมาสตี้คานออกมาเว้ยแต่ว่าอันเนี้ยไม่ได้ผิดที่ไดมาสตี้เว้ยมันผิดที่การเว้ยเต็มเลยช็อตเมื่อกี้เนี่ยผมบอกให้นะครับแล้วสุดท้ายเป็นไงสุดท้ายทีลากไปยันแชมป์เนี่ยถามว่าเรายังห่างไหมเรายังห่างไกลครับผมบอกเลยเรายังห่างไกลครับกับเรื่องแชมป์ถ้าเล่นแบบนี้นะเล่นรวมกันถ้าพลาดก็คือแตกยกตีแต่การแยกเล่นมันจะเป็นแบบนี้ไงเพลงเก็ตป่ะแล้วปัญหามันเป็นปัญหาเดิมๆเว้ยคือเข้าใจได้ครับเมคเซนส์ครับรวมกันเนี่ยถ้าตายยกตีมันยังโอเคไงนึกออกป่ะมันไม่ต้องด่าคนใดคนหนึ่งไงแต่เมื่อสักครู่เนี้ยคือถ้าความรับผิดชอบแบบเต็ม10นะความรับผิดชอบเต็ม10ผมว่าการผิดเต็มเลยการประมาณ9เต็ม10เลยอีก 1% แพ้ไฟอีก1คะแนนเนี่ยแพ้ไฟนะครับถูกต้องแล้วสุดท้ายเป็นไงดูดิแล้วการเดินขึ้นมาของกายูมินไอของทีได้แชมป์มันเจ็บใจปะล่ะคือประเด็นอะไรรู้ไหมมุมเราควรได้ไก่เว้ย นึกออกไหมครับ
We have so many teams that look at okay we have these 4 or 5 neighbors
มุมเราอะควรได้ไก่มากเว้ยของบ้านบุรีรัมย์อะถามว่ารวมเลือกบ้านดีไหมเลือกบ้านดีแล้วครับแต่จังหวะไฟอะทีเด็ดที่ขาดมันยังไม่ชัวร์จะบอกว่ารวมกันเล่นตายยกตี้แตกยกตี้มันไม่ใช่ครับมันวงท้ายๆแล้วมันไม่ควรแยกแล้วตี้อะ
further complications, especially when we talk about the sort of Group C thing, is as the 12 games advance, all that work that you start to do modifies a little bit, right?
หรือนะผมจะว่าหรือนะไม่ต้องรวมก็ได้แต่ต้องยิงช่วยเพื่อน
which can be very, very tilting. I think that for me is one of the hardest things to do. These guys coming in.
ไม่ต้องรวมได้ครับแต่ต้องยิงช่วยเพื่อน
Start a decent salvage. We need to be strong, and to have that happen in the blue unexpectedly is hard to recover from, especially when you got a team.
จังหวะเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ยิงช่วยเพื่อนนะครับการจังหวะแรกอะจังหวะแรกไม่ได้ยิงช่วยเพื่อนตอนที่เขาอัดเข้ามาชนใส่
This last match didn't matter. We have 5 more. And you can make 20, 25 points every single match. So
ไม่รู้นะอันนี้ผมมองว่าเขาผิดเต็มๆครับเกมแรก
It's your casters, Toby and Porosaurus.
เกมแรกผิดเต็มๆครับ
Once again, over to those grassy pastures we go for the final day.
1 แผลนะ1 แผลจดด้วยอันนี้
Group A, C, they can get something going here on Erangel, and you know what? Yesterday we had
1 แผลบุรีรัมย์แผลแรกมาไวด้วย
Now we get yet another Southern Plain.
Yeah, this is brutal,
3
isn't it?
for 4? Is that what we're going for?
I guess so. I mean, that game 1 plane, I guess, was just a little bit of bait. But
maybe
thought things were
มันมองมันก็ไม่เซนแล้วครับบ้านหลังที่การไปอยู่อะไปอยู่แล้วช่วยเพื่อนไม่ได้ไปอยู่แล้วไม่มีอินโฟไม่มีข้อมูลแล้วไปอยู่ทำไมถูกป่ะช่วยเพื่อนก็ไม่ได้บ้านหลังนั้นอะ
One of the weird things, obviously game 1, a lot of stuff to talk about, but one of the weird things, I don't think I've seen this in a long time. Every team got at least 1 point.
Yeah.
No 0 points.
True.
That's actually kind of wild. I know it's apropos of nothing, and it's just a fun little fun fact.
You know what? We cast so many games, so when anomalies happen,
พรุ่งนี้พี่ต้นมาอีกไหมหมายถึงอะไรครับหมายถึงดูเหรอพรุ่งนี้มาครับมา
Rare that no one zeroes out, but hey, if anything, that means what a good start to the day.
Yeah.
Even if the game was tough overall.
จังหวะเมื่อกี้มีคนโดนด่าเว้ยพูดตามตรง
10 seconds until we figure out how bad this is really going to get. Man, hopefully we get something on the mainland here for these guys.
จังหวะเมื่อกี้มันควรจะคิดได้แล้วครับมันควรโดนด่าแหละเอาจริงอะ
CTG they lick
วง
Why not? Let's go back. We're going back again.
Oh, I just wanted to hear the
comment
there when they realized.
I mean, they're all taking it pretty easily. Like
I didn't hear any immediate swear words or anything of this.
ใช่คือผมเห็นไงผมเห็นพอดีไงแล้วแบบมันพลาดจริงๆเว้ย
Even the observers highlighting, yes, that is in fact Sosnovka once more and changed the game while they were looking to maybe go further north. And now they've been dissuaded, both by the.
ตามภาพที่เห็นนะคุณผู้ชมคุณผู้ชมเห็นอย่างผมแบบที่ผมอธิบายปะล่ะเห็นอย่างที่ผมอธิบายปะล่ะผิดไหมล่ะถ้าอยู่บ้านหลังนั้นแล้วมันมองอะไรไม่เห็นนะไปอยู่ทำไมอ่ะถูกป่ะไปอยู่แล้วช่วยทีมไม่ได้อ่ะไปอยู่ทำไมอ่ะไม่มีประโยชน์เลยบอกด่าขอบวงอ่ะมันก็ไม่ใช่ป่ะสุดท้ายอ่ะอินโฟมันต้องมาจากเพื่อนแล้วเพราะว่า TE ชิดบ้านแล้วมันต้องรู้แล้วครับว่าอินโฟมีประมาณเท่าไหร่ 2-3 ตัวหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ย
There's going to be traffic on those bridges. Genji already crossing over. Face you would imagine is going to be crossing any moment now. Navi already making their way down towards the water, but it's for that second belt of teams up towards your Pachinki, your Shelter. Those teams, they're the ones that are going to set the pace for the remaining 8 teams that are going to be trying to cross over late. How do they make that happen? Are they all going to get caught in those clusters?
ไม่มีตรงไหนเรียกว่าถูกเลยช็อตเมื่อกี้
Listen into Orkan, hear what he had to say coming in today too.
젠지는 명문팀이니까 명문 선수만 들어올 수 있다 생각하고 그에 대해서 부담감은 결국 성적으로 증명하는 거라 생각합니다. 저번 PGS 7-8은 조금 못해졌지만 이번 EWC로 인해서 우승할 수 있는 법을 깨달았던 것 같고 조금 더 소통을 잘 한다면 저희는 우승권에 밀리지 않을 거라고 생각해서 남아있는 90은 한번 우승컵을 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
It's great stuff from Orca, honestly.
Yep.
มันเถียงไม่ได้ดินึกออกปะมุมเมื่อกี้มันเถียงอะไรไม่ได้เลยเว้ยห้องแมปมีครับห้องแมป
And you know what? As much as I like to talk sometimes, I also I know. But I also wanna say, you know what? I was Rex was booted off that roster. I was like, he was your main man. What are you doing? How can you make anything happen as I say that?
โอ้สแลมจีวันนี้พังจริงว่ะ
mention you anyway. Then Bean comes. Oh, I should have just kept going. That would have been.
สแลมจีวันนี้มัวซั่วแล้ว
Steps up. Orca does the
ก็เผื่อสแลมจีไม่ได้ไปด้วยนะ
They just all live together. It's so amazing to see.
เละเทะหมดแล้วสแลมจีกู
It's very rare that you have a roster change come through and not have a bit of a awkward period after.
Sure,
they,
yeah.
as soon as that happened, came in and showed results, and I think that's great for them.
They've been looking fantastic since EWC is. Fortunately for Slam, they sent the one scout ahead. The rest of the boys still in the boat, so they can find a different place to make land.
ไม่ไงเมื่อกี้มุมเมื่อกี้มันเห็นเนี่ย
They're not
ผม
wasting
เลย
any
วิเคราะห์
time
ได้
playing around on the staircases and the scaffolding. This time they're just going to send it right across, and good thing because they got Buriram right on their heels.
Yep, now they're driving straight into a red zone as well. So actually, very similar to what happened in the previous game.
A little bit, yeah.
Where they opted to set up shop. Obviously, this circle way further west than the previous one was. So you have to set up on the western side of the bridge is SGA, a team who I mean, even though they got
ไม่ใช่ทีมที่มาเจอ
only got 2 points for the game.
ใช่
When that circle pulled away from the hill, I mean, there was just what do you do?
ไม่ใช่
What do you do at that point? Like that's rough. And they're
ทีมที่เจอหน้างานคือทีมนี้
the new Millie circle this time, not opting to play that tower again. Instead, playing around points of the military base itself, but they've got FaZe making their way through their split currently. Doesn't look like any lines of sight being found just yet, but you see Hane just off in the distance.
เจอกันหน้างาน
I mean, they're pretty much all coming in with
MRIA
experience, including the coach.
MRIA เจอกันหน้างานเดี๋ยวผมไปเอาน้ำแข็งก่อนนะเดี๋ยวมาเอาน้ำแข็งก่อน
Global powerhouses that are these amazing PUBG teams, and hopefully for them, while game 1 didn't really pan out the way they would have hoped for, they get something going here. And Hane could very well be the first one to make that happen, tracing these rotations coming through from FaZe.
Leaving James up on the shelter, do a little scouting, see if you can figure out where people are since FaZe are just now arriving. Obviously, the rest of the team, though, kind of making their way further west. James left on his own over here. Hane not taking the shots, though. Doesn't want to get too involved because he doesn't really have any backup either.
On the map feed, we can see that we have yet another red zone come in from one bridge to another, as if rotating towards military wasn't hard enough. If the red zone's going to keep bouncing back and forth between bridges, that's going to make things even worse.
Oh, there we go. The shots come through, and that's going to be enough for James.
Yeah.
He'll go ahead and dip on out, go rejoin the rest of the squad over by the plains.
Is he, though? I think he jumped back out of the corner again. He was like, there's only 2 guys shooting. I've been shut at by more. I'll stick around.
Well, the other thing is, though, I mean, you're coming in late. You don't really know what's going on around you. So if you're only getting shot at by one, that's going to draw attention from anybody else who might have an ankle. So that's a little bit something to be concerned about. But it looks like James completely comfortable with where he's at. As 17 has now made their way across the bridge. And while the bombs fall around them, they will go ahead and take over this compound.
Surprisingly calm buggy driving through a compound in the middle of a red zone. Nah, you know what? I'm fine. We have blue chips.
You know
What's the worst that could happen?
At some point, you just let Jesus take the wheel, and you hope that it doesn't. See, you know, I was talking about earlier. You got people that hope, and you got people that wish. Like, I hope that the bombs don't fall on us. And then maybe, you know, I wish they would go for that risk.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Hopes and wishes, chat.
Hopes and wishes for eArena. Hopes and wishes too. Currently set at 28 points. Of course, wanting to get a lot more going this game. Wondering what their transition to Millie is going to be. Obviously, came in a bit late in that previous one. Were run into, I should say, by Falcons. So changing their rotation path, coming in from the far north this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of typical of what we'd expect from a team, like we're just taking their time, come in with the blue, especially on a circle like this where there's a good significant portion of the mainland that they kind of still play on, and kind of get themselves right. Not too surprising to see that. The Expendables also just now arriving, and good news for everybody that's coming in late. Honestly, there's nobody on the north side of that western bridge.
Nope.
And the only team over on the eastern bridge, Falcons, And it looks like they might be doing a little bit of scout. That might be a camp, actually.
It is.
The way they're set up.
Yep.
Yeah, well, the way they're set up, that looks like they're definitely looking for somebody to come through. And the looks like JDG might be their Huckleberry.
Yeah, that is looking extremely intentional, and also, I mean, A, because they can shoot them as they come on in, but also B, for any team that comes in from the north, where Falcons is set up right now, that's where that team would normally stop to scout the bridge from.
Sure.
So they might actually not shoot on approach. They might do what we saw from Freaks in the previous game, wait until they're all the way on the doorstep before they reveal themselves. But as I say, that take is jumping around on the roofs, so you'd imagine that maybe, just maybe, it's shoot at a distance.
And that's a confidence play too, isn't it?
For sure.
I mean, like if you're feeling a little bit unconfident, like if you're Freaks and you got 4 deep in the compound, and you're feeling a little bit sketchy after having a rough day one, you take the shots, right? You try to scare people away. But if you're feeling good, you're feeling like you can take the fight, you go ahead and play that wolf traps, the wolf spider trap that the DN Freaks did. And what maybe Falcons might be doing is we see the Expendables have arrived to Ferry Pier, and they can afford to sit around and wait this one out. I think any and all boats may have been taken. No, is that one?
Do they make the ferry, though, is the real question.
Oh, get there. Easy.
2 on board.
Well, where's the rest?
They drove into each other. Oh, I'm hearing the horn. Uh-oh. Gotta go fast. Duck Juice, will he make it? Yes, he will.
Easy for the Expendables. Well, it worked great for them last time playing out of Novo as they got the game 1 win, but this time
get off the ferry.
The hard west shift gonna pull away as Falcons. The trap has been sprung.
Yep.
And they will get at least cold, and the rest of JDG, they're gonna head off for points west.
Exactly. Circle.
ประเด็นคือผมยังเดือดอยู่เลยว่ะ
Those arrows, compounds, guys, compounds, they're free. Go along the shoreline.
ไม่รู้จะเดือดไปทำไมเนาะ
They will see the empty compound.
ไม่รู้จะเดือดไปทำไมในเมื่อก็ไม่ใช่ทีมของเราไปเดือดแทนเฉยมาละ
intersection right now. Saw them come in, but it's on the other side of the hillside's face. Trying to take on Bako. Papa, they've been spotted in the open.
All right, it's getting a little spicy already. Everybody's trying to make their rotations off to the west. Par Pro and Ekon already down, but Guyon and Songjang more than up to the challenge, and they will find another one as Gustav will go down. Only one left alive for FaZe, and that is James, who was where? Nowhere near the rest of the team. He is on the south side of that military base, so it is going to be a salvage game for young James.
Not an easy one, and unfortunately for James, not a position here that's going to be given up anytime soon, so can't really go for those chips and get reses. He's going to have to lay low in this bowl and hope that maybe placement points are about.
Gen G hurt him though. And that is, that is Bean feeling spicy with the MP5K in hand. He's got nobody with him. You can see support from starting to arrive, but Bean doesn't need it. He'll find James, and that'll be FaZe Clan going out in 16th place.
Not too much to do on that one. Caught by surprise. MP5, they will shred. Does exactly that here. As Alcatsi obviously hearing that, seeing FaZe eliminated as well, means Rela will crash his glider down. No more need for that. Millie is confirmed at this point. Let's just play it slow out of military proper.
Look at that. There you go. Goodbye, car. That's not going to be making it any further into this game. Well, Buriram is on the other side of the bridge, and I don't think Falcon spotted any of this, as H-Win will maybe get a hint of something, and he's going to go low. Kondo, see where he's at. The shots coming through, so I think Falcons are onto it. But Shrimsy's going to get taken down by Khan. Diggleton now next on the list, but Khan will pull back away and go for the support of his teammates.
Awkward position for Falcons now as well, because they have all of them
การกล้องสลับกับ AD นะ
split either side of getting underneath. They're all caught towards that eastern side. You can see Buriram now trying to get into position.
แก้ตัวดิแก้ตัวได้ไหม
They can get some off angles on this. But also gotta ask yourself, how worth is this fight outside circle right now? Do you let them in instead? I think Buriram is trying to leave this because the circle is already closing in.
I don't know if they are. They sent Rios off to the coast on that eastern side. Yeah, you see the angle he's got. He's got this side angle now, but can't see the Falcons for the trees, as it looks like Shrimsy may be able to get back on his feet. So Buriram, I don't know if this was an intentional camp or just a camp of opportunity, but they didn't really have a way to kind of finish this off, as it looks like 17. Did they lose somebody? They must have. Yeah, they lost Lil Ghost, and it looks like they're going to get him back.
Yep.
Via 770 well.
Did he drive across? He did. Oh,
sure did.
Unfortunately. swim and trying to get back over towards his teammates on the other side of the water as the new circle will pop, of course, can still go water. We'll see how much stays in it. It's going to go north side up towards Navi and 17.
Well, good news for Falcons. Buriram did pull away from that game, so it looks like they'll get Shrimsy back on his feet and they'll be able to get back on the move despite a little bit of blue damage taken, but that is a rough.
บุรีรัมย์ไปอ้อมล่างว่ะ
You can see so much coastline is open there.
The more I looked at this, I was also going, well, this is an absolutely horrible ship. We have 3 compounds left in play. And outside of that, I mean, Millie is effectively completely shut out just exactly. You have so much water up top. Everyone's going to be fighting for the hill just north of the S in Sosnovka.
Yeah, that's the hill that I'm looking at.
We're talking 8 teams. Half the server is going to fight over that hill. There's really nowhere else to go for all the southern teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, 17's kind of on the clock looking at it as we see.
ก็ปอนเล่นไม่ออก
Getting knocked a little bit early again, but he should be all right. You know, we had a big segment talking about the rookies, Opons, kind of being one of the
Rookie
new ones,
Opon.
and definitely didn't have the great first day. So the lights of the international stage proving to be a little bit bright there. As H-Win going to go ahead and pop the E pickup. Might be just, this is just him scouting for the rest of the team. Yeah.
They're sending forward an E pickup in this circle. I don't think spells or anything.
I'd be asking for a little bit much.
But, let's see now, Liquid opting to cross on over. Felt safe in doing so and met by bullets immediately by 17 Gaming, who.
Man.
In an unusual fashion, yeah, exactly. Not able to really connect for the R split. I think. I mean, it's more to scare off. I mean, obviously, you would want to get the knock if you could, but it's more to scare off than anything because 7 is in the water, and now they find him on the backside. You got a big balloon in the air. Glorious will see those.
TE เล่นชิวแล้ว
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, you're not expecting that to come in that late. I mean, the Expendables. They're just eating blue right now.
They took the ferry. They committed to it.
Yeah, I mean they came over. That's the whole reason that they were kind of sneaking behind. They took that ferry into Novo.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Falcons, they'll lose H-Win for that, and it's going to be left to the other 3 to kind of scout their own way in. And SGA looks like to be the team that's going to be on the East Coast closest.
It's going to be a good test for their fortitude. To talk to the coach, Boss. Earlier today, coming into the games, I said we want to play edge, we want to try and spread out and take control. And you know what? Seoul Gaming Academy, this is a pretty good chance for you to do exactly that. So let's see how they get successful in this match.
They're doing it. Oh, look at that. Kickstart actually going to spot out Tanvu. So they'll at least get revenge for the loss of their IGL. As eArena trying to
ใครอยู่บ้างเลขหนึ่งหน่อยใครอยู่บ้าง
But that's going to be asking a lot.
ขอเลขหนึ่งหน่อยครับ
And you've got Slam. And now it looks like Magore will spot out Bean, but won't be able to do enough to get the knock.
So awkward, and this is what we're just talking
about. And it's all in blue.
Exactly. When you have 8 teams fighting for one hill, this is what's going to happen. Everyone's going to slow down, wait for third-party opportunities, and when no one is able to or wanting to make that play happen, this is exactly what ends up happening. As you see, Circle goes the only place it can go. You now see this amazing graphic just on the top of your screen.
โอ้โดนกินเรียบอะ SGA
specific damage done right now. It's Magore.
โดนTE กินเรียบหมดอะ
Oh boy, there's a number of fights going on there as Genji, eArena changed the game, Slam, all involved in a fight on the western side. Meanwhile, the Expendables pushed right into the SGA split, and it looks like it's been a trade of mostly, well, a number of them there. Zephyros, the last player left alive, but he'll be able to flush him out. And that'll be SGA. That's a big win for them to start things off.
This is half the server saying, guys, we're not going to get inside the circle anyway, so let's just try and see how many kills we can get on the edge. And the pacing ends up like this because no one opted to engage early on. Everyone tried to hold their fire, and now they're fighting at the exact same time. Able to heal through that one. Being there to try to help out too. Jian first one to fall in the off angle.
Gee, it might be a salvage game, but boy, they are salvaging right now. Genji, okay. They do go down, but they collect 4 points on the way, which is pretty good considering the position that they were in.
มันไม่ขึ้นว่ามีคนดูอ่ะ YouTube อ่ะผมเลยงง
Navi in a great position once again. They do have an issue with Buriram. They're going to be coming in from the west. Falcons down to just Tiggleton playing from the south side. Alcacia, they're kind of face to face with Bago Pop. Meanwhile, JDG, they've lost one, but now they're getting a really nice little area here for themselves.
I mean, JDG, the last team to cross the
เชนเดอร์เกมก็ไม่ไหว
might reap the rewards of no one actually being able to take that
ในจีนเก่งครับในจีนเก่งแต่มา global แล้วแบบยาก
But everything, all the fights which just saw take place were down towards the south. JDG, they crept over the bridge. We're like, wait, it's It's free. Okay, I guess we'll just go up and take it. Yeah, I mean between JD. Oh, here we go. All right.
C4.
Look. Oh, they're gonna double up. Okay, I see you. Beep. Can you accelerate up the hill fast enough to take out Bako, Roth? Are you sure that's gonna work for you? Let's see. I mean, look, I appreciate that Roth is the one. Roth is the one that is like, you know what? Put it on my shoulders. I'll be the guy. I'll be the one that sends it in. Okay, waiting for the timing. Get it right. Going up the hill. We're leaving off the smoke. Good nades to kind of prevent things. The vehicle will get there. Roth will try to run. He's going to get two and himself as Guyon and Songjang were able to get far enough
คุ้ม
away.
อย่างนี้ถือว่าคุ้มครับ
So job done essentially here.
ถือว่าคุ้มครับเปิดได้2น็อกคุ้มจัด C4 ลูกนี้
absolutely huge. Yep, definitely would.
ซ้อมมา
Peeks on over. Gets the headshot connected, gets the second one connected as well. And here comes JDG, as you're saying. This should be an easy cleanup on Xiangyang.
ลูกเดียว
With 3 opponents on the other side. They find him instantly. And Alcacia able to stay afloat in this one. Good job on them making this push. I love the use of nades here too. Yes, they can do damage, but they can also make
JDG ไม่ได้ต่อด้วย
So they threw everything they had to try and make that happen. As Buriram now pushes over the hillside as well. Buriram just playing around on the edge here, and they're going to catch Alcacia at the worst possible time. Roth does get back on his feet, but immediately knocked once again as the Panzerfaust is out. D, the last player left alive, but he's doing work for the team. And now JDG, they see all this in the kill feed, and they're going to get over here and try to get some as well. Yep, the last remaining stragglers on that southern side had to fight for it in the end, and it's going to be JDG again, the last team to cross over to come up victorious, but I might be speaking too soon. D, able to find one now. Zeus from up high will try and see if he can fend off. They need to make this rest happen somehow, but Spaceman can't commit to it just yet. Kid is cracked, and he is eating blue zone right now. We'll try to make a run for it, try to get in while he capitalizes off that knock. Yeah, JDG actually giving him an opportunity to get in there as Ruiz will find Suze, and now JDG it's starting to fall apart, and D will take him out. JDG bites off more than they can chew. Rivs could not have taken out Suze a better time, and he will say, thank you, D, I appreciate the help on that one. They helped one another to dismantle JDG on the top. That was easy pickings for them, but the solos and their timing on their side, almost as if they knew what the other guy was doing. Great approach by both on that fight. While that's all happening, you see the circle pulling away.
ดีกว่าเกมแรกกล้าเล่นบุรีรัมย์บางทีต้องกล้าเสี่ยงบ้างครับถูกแล้ว
eArena has already kind of taken the spot that they would most likely like to play in. Is well, Hanky gonna go down? They're not gonna go anywhere from here.
เชนเกมเล็กกว่าอีก
Aries, it's been a while since we've had Japanese representation at the globals, but out here doing his best to represent.
ใช่กูชื่อหน่อยถือว่าเล่นดีแล้วเกมนี้บุรีรัมย์
In this case, not too much to represent in terms of extraordinary mechanical skill, because he's
คุ้มครับคุ้ม
Yeah, DNF doing a good job.
8 คิวแล้วคุ้ม
Track of Aries and also keeping eyes over towards
แต่เกมแรกน่าบ่นจริงนะเกมแรกน่าบ่นจริงเกมนี้ถือว่าดีครับดีเลยต้องเล่นอย่างนี้ถูกต้องครับมาถูกทางแล้ว
because of the good shots coming in from those freaks. Navi, meanwhile, have pretty much the entirety of the East. They did lose one, but they are in a great position. Team Liquid just north of them, and it looks like Navi might be starting to creep over in this direction. I mean, these are the teams that have been sitting around for the last 3 circles going, oh, I guess the South is on fire. Now it's finally their turn
South
to make
and West,
something
right?
happen. Exactly. Now it's finally their turn to do something. Freaks as well was sat here waiting for any survivors to come their way, but they all died up on the hill south of that compound, so now they can push up all 4 alive. And honestly, if Aries peeked out the window with that Dragonov he has right now, there might be 1 or 2 knocks waiting for him if he dares to go for it rather than just tank the blue. I don't know if he's got the time to do anything but heal at this point. This circle doing some damage. eArena will find the knock on a Guman. That's going to open up a door here. And you can see rushing
eArena
That's opening up the door for 17, though, to make their way across. Change the game will go down. That's going to be it for Aries. And nice spray from Lyrics. We'll find the opening knock. Deal will trade. And 3v2. Deal goes down, and it's all down to... Who is the last player left for DNF? It's going to be Heaven hiding in the smokes. And it's actually Aries that ends up making an impact because he did go for the shot. Salute had to turn around, find him. Good job at that, but that leaves him with his back turned. So A bad turn of events for him as eArena gets taken down. 17 Gaming were waiting around in the north.
17 รออยู่แล้วดิ
No more. They wanted to take matters.
EA เหนื่อยแล้วอย่างงี้
That is the experience of 17 coming out to shine in a big way. Beautiful timing on the third-party push. Heaven will try to stay alive for a little bit longer. The grenades are coming, though. 17 knows he's there, and they would absolutely love to clear him out. That's going to fall just shy. Well, the bounce going to take it. There we go. Okay, Little Ghost will hit it. And there you go.
นาวีว่ะนาวีว่ะทุกคนนาวีว่ะ
Still with 3 up. Looking pretty strong. And
ว่านาวีว่ะ
it's down to a 4-man Navi.
ให้คะแนนทิ้งไปที่นาวีก่อน
Keep in mind, Liquid lost Purdy just moments ago to 17 Gaming, as I believe he was trying to cross from the shack on the northern side towards his teammates in the south. So a bit of a, we can call it unforced error on the side of Liquid, and I'm sure they wish they were 4 up right now, trying to make this uphill play against Navi.
This is tough. This is really, really tough here for Liquid. And
they just stay up on the downhill? I think they do.
I mean, that's they're basically, that's the only way they can kind of play safe. Now, Alo has the wide angle and has a nice little spray there, but good shots from Sosid will take down TL's Luke. Extends will get traded, but now Sosid has been caught out, and he's going to go down to Sparking, so good work from both sides here. Sosid with a beautiful flank, but TL up to the challenge.
The 100-0 from Hagatori comes in. Nate right at the feet and 17. I mean, they couldn't have asked for a better third-party time. I mean, they even got Salute off of Salute and the boys and Freaks as well. Now they come on over 3v2, but let's see if he has it in him to do something. Ferris finds one. Ferris finds the second, and just like that, it's a 2v1 in favor for Navi.
He absolutely needed to get something there, but the Xiao Wu seat swap will take him down. It's 1v1, or actually 2v1, but it looks like 17 should get him back on his feet.
He has the entire hillside. He knows he has the space and the time to go for at least one.
Oh, Navi is hauling right now. They are trying so hard to get there as quickly as they can. Xiao Wu will keep eyes on that hill while Lil Ghost goes for the res on 277 Owo.
They're collapsing on this. One more Nate to work with. If you can throw it well, right at the feet of Xiao Wu, you might be able to get a double. You see that as soon as the first Nate comes over, they instantly spread out. Spread as thin as you can. You have util to work with yourself, and that's what they're going to do right now. Spread out. Xiao Wu is going to lob Nates over while his teammates are healing. Try and bait the attention in his direction.
เอาเว้ยเหมาะสมคู่นี้สมน้ำสมเนื้อครับรีเซ็ตได้ด้วยเหมือนกันเอาแล้วดิเกมนี้เดือดจัด
They do get Ferris back on his feet and immediately retreat back down the hill towards the center of the circle, but good grenade from 770 will take him down almost immediately.
From a 2-1 into a 3-3 small. What a great reset on both sides here. Peeks on over. Xiao Wu, that is, instantly mid by a hail of bullets. Extends, connects well up on the top side of the hill too.
It's almost all down to mechanics at this point. You have the feel, and you can't really ask for more in the terms of mechanics than these two teams. As they trade knocks, trade sprays. Ferris will get back on his feet, so we'll bring it back to a 3v3 once again.
Oh, ไม่ดีแล้วไม่ดีแล้ว
Side of 17 as 7 goes for a wide play in the vehicle. Finds Hagatori, no chance to reload though. Has to commit to the push here. Lil Ghost up on the hillside high.
ฉีกแล้วหลังเปิด
Great off angle. He's gonna get him.
อ้าว
Extends.
เอาเรื่องว่ะนึกว่าแมตช์ชิง
A huge play from 770 to get the knock and the flush on a Hagatori, but
ทำไมอะไรพี่ไม่แจ้งเตือนกดกระดิ่งไว้ด้วยดิกดกระดิ่งใหม่
to take out the flanking man. And now it's down to Lil Ghost and Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu has so much room to move around and reposition to where Navi has no idea where he's going to be peeking from.
The idea was so great. 7-7 even committing to effectively sacrificing himself, but Lil Ghost and Xiao Wu just weren't in a position to peek over the hillside when Navi had their backs turned. So a little miscommunication, literally 1 or 2
Navi
seconds.
กับ17ว่ะเกมมันเดือดว่ะ
So risky for 17. They're basic. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're giving Navi 2 1v1s here.
What do you do? I mean, no, I think for right now.
But they've also got him pinned. I mean, this is still like the best possible.
It's a stalemate for now.
This is the best possible play that they have, really.
You wait final circle. No way Little Ghost solo peeks this. I mean, you know what? He's a brave man. He might just do that. But you have 2 Nates on the side of Xiao Wu. Little Ghost, he might jump for info, pin them, and have Xiao Wu throw some dimes. That's the best case scenario I see. But one doesn't peek that solo.
We talked about this is mechanics, but this
is
they're looking towards the northwest.
This is
they don't
best. There you go. Lil Ghost will find the knock.
Onto
extends. Ferris, do they have an idea of where he is? The grenade will come through, but it's not going to find Lil Ghost, and now Xiao Wu will try to make his push. Ferris has a little bit of a hill to work around there, so Xiaowu has to be careful. Little Ghost, though, this is a 2v1. This is going to be very, very tough for Ferris to pull off.
Also, Xiaowu, I mean, and Little Ghost, between the years and years of experience in this game, and they don't throw a situation like this now. They know exactly where they have him. Little Ghost knows he connected a headshot. Xiaowu wants to go over and help, but Little Ghost don't need the help at all. He will find it in 17 gaming, out victorious in game 2.
Give him another win on Erangel. 17 have come in looking hungry.
17 Gaming ว่ะ
And that was a fantastic end
ของ
game.
แท้ของแท้
Great patience
โคตรดี
displayed by
เกม
them
นี้
after
เกมนี้โคตรดีอ่ะผมชอบเกมนี้เว้ยเกมนี้แม่งเกมคุณภาพอ่ะ
What's going on, Toby? These guys don't have any time to get comfortable.
I just love the fact that we see 17 do this. You get baited by their passive approach to the early game. They say, no, we don't need to go aggressive. They wait, but as soon as that fight takes place with the eArena and DN Freaks, from there on out, it was pedal to the metal all the way to the finish line.
And you could say the exact same thing about Navi. I mean, they had nothing going on their side of the map. I mean, I think when we got into the late game with 4 or 5 teams remaining, they had 0 kills. So fantastic game for 17, and we'll throw it over to Toffees and Martin to break it down.
break it down เกมแม่งตึงจัดเลยเกมเมื่อกี้อ่ะ17กับนาวีอ่ะโอ้โหคือแบบคุณภาพอ่ะเทรดแล้วไม่ประมาทคู่แข่งเลยครับต่างคนต่างแบบไม่ประมาทเลยคือรู้ครับรู้พิษสงต่อกันอ่ะยิงน็อกได้แต่ไม่ได้ไปซ้ำครับซ้ำไม่ได้ผมชอบดูเกมประมาณนี้นะเว้ยแบบยื้อกันมันดีอ่ะ
Game 2 is done, and Xiao would come out on top as 17 Gaming gets the win in a nice little showdown against Navi.
Yeah, our 2 PGS champion winners here are able to come in, and with the amount of points they're getting from this one here, but I gotta say, isn't it crazy that 3 of our 4 Wrangled games so far ends on military? Sure, it's kind of on one end or the other here, but
we've covered all of military.
We've been in most places.
2 game military
this time around, and the 17 compound that they had on northern side, the amount of pressure you're able to do when you're
ดีอยู่ครับบุรีรัมย์ดีอยู่ครับบุรีรัมย์
you can then just focus on 180 degrees, push the ridges, push the
17นี่จะวัดแพ้ใครก็ได้ยกเว้นนาวีใช่ครับเสียดาย EA ครับแต่สวยแล้วมันยากจริงๆ17 timing ดีมันอ่าน timing มาแล้วเว้ย17อ่ะ17เขาอ่าน timing เรามาแล้วเว้ยหมายถึงว่าเราตีกับ DN Freak อยู่อ่ะแล้วเขาขึ้นมาซัดเลยเว้ย
I think they would have had a chance, but at the end of the day, they're still they ended yesterday in first. They're in really good position. No matter how you slice it, Navi looking really, really good. 17 came in today in 8th place and had to put up some numbers to make
นอกจากเปโลก็มี17ที่แอบเชียร์ลึก
I think that they have pretty comfortably done that.
แม้ว่าอะไรหมั่นไส้ก็ตาม
Now I agree with what you said.
มีหมั่นไส้เหมือนกันความแบบเกี้ยวกาดของมันอ่ะ
That is tough for Group B because when you talk to teams at the start of yesterday, they were like, "It's a salvage game."
ผมไปสัมภาษณ์ด้วยนี่หว่า
3 of those games have rapidly become salvage games, which means that if you are in Group B and you are a North Drop team, you've only got a couple games left, and you are gonna have to find points doing things that you probably wouldn't normally have done.
I think for me in general here, like military games are sure it's statistically 16 to 20% of the games are ending in military, but here, but teams are prepared for it. You can still see like there's plans for, but it's usually contingency plans. Here, 18 points though for 17 Gaming, and again. The compound they're able to log in, they still had to go out. They sent Ovo to get a rest north.
ความกวนตีนนะ17
still going well here. Navi getting the
เมื่อกี้เหมือนสัมภาษณ์เดวินมั้ง
Big shout to Freaks.
น่าถามถึงเกมแรกแหละผมว่า The Expendable อ่ะ
Back to back
ว่ากลับมาได้ยังไงผมว่านะของ The Expendable อ่ะเกมแรกคำถามลิซ่าแน่
Let's talk overalls. Expendables at 71
Expendable
right now. Looking incredibly strong. Navi
42 คิว
right behind that 61. All 3 of those teams, and probably 17 as well, are pretty comfortable at this point and can now do whatever they want going forward.
Yeah, exactly. 4 more games to go for these teams, obviously, and that's massive for them. Also, Freaks just to see here, 45 points now. We're looking at that 65 to 70 points mark to put yourself across that.
ฟอร์เล็กเข้ารอบแล้วแน่ๆเว้ย
Some teams obviously only have played a few games, but you need to get the ball rolling now because once you get into tomorrow, there's going to be coming in teams that have already gotten tons of points or looking good. So, yeah, really have to get.
ใช่บุรีรัมย์ถือว่าดีอยู่ครับดีอยู่
Change the game 3-4-4 like it's
ได้
very.
8 คิวไง
It's been very smart.
บุรีรัมย์
Again, that's really
เกมเมื่อกี้
the talk that we always have.
Yeah.
Once you're the team that comes in and plays your first games as a Group C, it's difficult to come in against teams that have already played 6 matches on this setup. They're warm.
Well, and a good example of that, JDG is about to face off into a
พูดตามตรงนะเกมแรกอะน่าด่าจริงเว้ยบุรีรัมย์อะ
Well, JDG with 4 points.
ถ้าไม่งั้นแล้วถึงไก่แน่
They not only have
เกมแรกนะ
to give up the spot, they're giving it up possibly in perpetuity for
อันไหนที่มันไม่ดีก็ควรจะพูดได้แหละแต่อันไหนที่แบบพอมันจะหยวนได้อันไหนดีก็ต้องชมเว้ยอย่างเกมเมื่อกี้บุรีรัมย์เล่นดีนะผมชมนะเพราะว่าเขากล้าเขาเดินตีเลยอะตามสไตล์บุรีรัมย์อะเขากล้าตี
You have alt drop. You have all these things you can do around, and if you haven't already planned for that now, you shouldn't be here, right? So I am sure that these teams are prepared.
เกมแรกผมด่าอยู่
We have this little amount of points. We're gonna go somewhere else.
Well, I hope that you are prepared. We're going to be headed somewhere else. Tego, in just a few minutes, a quick break while our players get ready to head to the battlefield. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just a few minutes.
พี่จะคิดว่าวันนี้บุรีรัมย์ควรได้ประมาณกี่แต้มสัก40อ่ะวันนี้ขอสัก40นะครับเบื้องต้นก่อนขอสัก40ก่อนเบื้องต้น
You gotta make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range. Heaven in beautiful position. Is going to give Mir the chance to push up.
40 อะ
Vixen's caught on Illustrating gets the head.
ประมาณนี้
repeats the Tripsy.
40 หรือ 45 ครับ
That is very, very hard.
Keep away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
3 times in a row.
A couple of grenades side of here. They lose a player. It doesn't matter. EGC champions, the Expendables. 哇，这个火真的太好了！哇，就抽一个。又来，哎呦！
ถ้าโพซิชั่นไม่ดีก็เดินเลยดีกว่าใช่ต้องแกล้งบ้าบ้างครับต้องแกล้งบ้าบ้างต้องมีลูกอย่างเงี้ยครับคือถ้าแบบไม่กล้าเล่นเลยอ่ะมันจะยากเว้ยถ้าไม่กล้าเล่นเลยอ่ะข้อแม้มันจะยากมากเว้ยอาจจะต้องแบบกล้าเล่นกล้าเดินเสี่ยงบ้างครับแต่ช็อตเมื่อกี้ผมชมนะหมายถึงว่าช็อตทีมไฟท์ผมชมนะครับแต่เกมแรกผมไม่ค่อยเข้าใจเท่าไหร่อาจจะยังแบบตื่นเต้นอยู่หรือเปล่าอาจจะตื่นเต้นอยู่มีหลุดโฟกัสให้เห็นอะหลุดโฟกัสแบบหลุดเลยอะคือถ้าเขาสามารถแบบว่าเกมแรกซีเคียวพื้นที่ได้แล้วเดินไปปิดไก่ได้อะผมว่ามันหล่อเลยหล่อเลยคือนิดเดียวอะถ้าปิดถ้าเกมแรกเขาปิด TE ได้คือจบเว้ยผมว่าไก่มีไก่อะเพราะว่า DN ฟีตอนนี้ก็ฟอร์มไม่ได้ดีขนาดนั้นนะDN ฟีฟอร์มมีดรอปให้เห็นอยู่เหมือนกันไม่ใช่ว่าดีนะครับ DN ฟีอันนี้พูดตามตรง
that you can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years, I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve, can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next, right now they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break.
เรียกว่าไดมาตี้เหรอจริงบุรีรัมย์ไป EWC มาแล้วนะครับจริงบุรีรัมย์ไป EWC มาแล้วนะ
Erangel is done for the day and it's done for Group A as we head on over to the next following
จริงไป EWC มาแล้วนะครับ
of this group NC matchup it's
เร็วกับ
it has
ไดมาตี้อ่ะ
good time thus far despite 2 millies in a row. What do you think on that one?
I mean, I gotta tell you, this is the first time I've sat down in like 2 games. Like we've been standing this
แต่
whole time.
เพิ่งมารายการนี้ก็ครั้งแรกครับหมายถึงว่านะถ้าตามแบบ achievement ส่วนตัวนะครับเพิ่งมารายการนี้เป็นครั้งแรกครับ PGS หรือมาครั้งที่2วะครั้งที่2มาครั้งที่2เร็วกับไดมาตี้ครับมาครั้งที่2นะเพราะว่าครั้งแรกมาในนามของ AG มาครั้งแรกในนามของ AG ครับตอน PGS 3-4
But thankfully we're all ready to getting into the game so I can't screw up
นะครับ PGS 3-4 ครับ
I'm sure you'll
รอบแรก
And with that, let's
รอบนี้รอบ2ครับ
Plane timer has hit 0. It's in the air. I don't think Boostic is going to get any kills in the plane this time around.
You don't think?
Nah, I would imagine not. But you know what? Speaking of planes, what a fair one we've got to kick things off. We all know the game is going to end in
ดู PUBG ช่วงนี้มันจริงๆครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับพี่มูตัวฮากิสวัสดีครับ
I mean, it could have been better, right? I mean, all those teams that like to loot up by the one thing I can say about this plane is hopefully we're not going to get another one of those wild shipyard kind of circles
that is
that
very
it feels
unlikely.
like we've been seeing a lot of lately.
Yeah, it is unlikely with this plane.
วงซ้ายบนแน่เลย
I
ว่ะ
mean, global stages, that's where we get the anomalies thrown
Not
in.
wrong.
One thing though to look for, hot drops potentially could come through. Of course, half the teams jumped out already and not really anyone going the same directions per se. So I don't think we're going to see any. And so far, the players proving me right.
Yeah, we did hear a lot in conversations about like, oh, you know, if the first 2 games go good for us, watch out for us. We're going to be putting the pressure on. But, you know, we're so far or talking about it, be about it. But it looks like Al-Qadsiya is about it. And they are going to go ahead and take the fight right to JDG.
Well, let's see who got the better shoots. Looks red on my screen.
สวัสดีครับ Red Bull
first ones on ground.
วงขวาบนเหรอยาก
made some space for themselves. They should be all right.
ยากเพราะอะไรขึ้นบินไปซ้าย
jousting taking place
ฟอร์คอน
side of the map. That's Duck
เกมนี้ทีมฟอร์คอนไป
So sad.
โอ้เฟียริสเมื่อวานใส่วันนี้ไม่ใส่
As far as hot drops go,
วันนี้มาดีเว้ยเฟียริส
not exactly spicy. I mean, there's plenty of room for 2 teams in here to start things off. We did see the circle pop. The circle is going to go down towards the southwest. So still a lot of water, still a lot of river.
ทีมฟอร์คอนครับเกมนี้
kind of centering up around the area that the Expendables is on right now. But right now, we got to see, will JDG spot out these Al-Qadsiya boys?
I mean, there's a good chance they could, but for Al-Qadsiya right now, especially with this circle having just popped, I feel like there's a lot more to fight for. I mean, now you've survived landing, you've gotten at least the essentials in terms of loot. Do you want to go back into coin flip peaks in a position where you don't have the exact lay of the land of where your opponent is playing from? I like what Zeus is doing right now. He's doing the wide wraparound, but Roth is doing the exact same thing. It could be the 2 flanks that end up initiating this fight.
Yeah, this is the thing. You got to have that stopwatch. You got to have that stopwatch going in your head. Like, okay, we knew exactly where these guys were when we dropped, but now it's been almost 3 minutes, right? So we have to be on top of Roth going for that big wide flank, and he's spotted him out, and he's feeding that intel over to the rest of the boys.
Oh, the timing for Zeus to get underneath that rock there could not have been any better. Rello is up there on the even wider flank.
ใครไปไหนเกมนี้ใครไปไหนมั่ง
Come to his 8 issues. He's coming in a vehicle, and 12 just hurt him. So
ผมไปฟอร์คอนเกมนี้
just hearing the vehicle of
พิมพ์มา
Rello should tell Sousa now that they opted to go the other way. Yeah, exactly. Rello trying to help Roth might have actually just given up his position.
Well, they know exactly where he is, though. So Suze's just got to play down, but December 12th going to use that opportunity to go for a good flank of his own. Roth going to try to go ahead and press. Leads with the grenade, doesn't find joy with it. Suze waiting for somebody to peek up over the top. The shots come through. Roth will get the knock with 13 HP to spare.
December 12th, thought maybe he was going to be able to get the knock and return here, but weird off angle.
Oh, he got Rello.
M2 in hand, able to get Rello though up high, and he's very alone right now. So Roth going to make a run. Also, I think that's their only vehicle in the game. It's going to be found by, Cole's going to find Cowboy. So nice response on this one for JDG. Keep in mind, there is a rest beacon in the very heart of Paris, so whoever comes out victorious here should effectively take no casualties in the end of it. As I say that though, DN Freaks, they have smelled the blood in the water and they want a piece of this.
On somebody who definitely use having a few more kills going his way to start to get the snowball rolling is Salute. And he's looking over at that spot where Rello is. Nobody there. December 12th though. His Spidey sensitive thing. Heard something, but he is repositioning. He's hiding behind that rock. He's waiting for the peak to come through. Deal not going to spot him. And December 12th will get the opening knock.
Oh, I like the angle of heaven. But right now, December 12th is doing a great job at trying to keep this at a 1v1, but you're limited to only so many angles. And in the end, Heaven, had he not connected that last bullet, Guman could have been down as well. So what looked to be a somewhat clean up from JDG was DN Freaks coming in and shutting them down. And just like that, the Palace teams are both now down to 2.
December 12th causing problems there for DN Freaks. That looked like it should have been a pretty clean and easy cleanup, but Freaks... they'll get it.
Yeah.
It was a rough sled, but they'll get it. They'll get their man back. It looks like they'll go ahead and reposition. Meanwhile, I could see it down to just 2. They're playing inside the Palace still. It looks like JDG is going to be playing on the outside, so they have to be careful.
ได้ครับน็อตสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีนะครับมานั่งคุยกัน
It feels like we're doing some sheepdog right now. We're herding them into one place, trying to figure out where they are.
Definitely. I mean, and again,
มาแล้วโอเคครับเพลง
JDG, I just think it's so amazing that we can have players come in on new formed rosters and impress to the same extent that we've seen in the past. I mean, December 12th, in that time on the first iteration of New Happy Esports, arguably, in my opinion, one of the best Chinese teams of all time when they played at their prime. They were completely unstoppable. And, well, here he gets to show that still a little nostalgia in some of the performances he can put off, even as a solo.
Tower defense here for the Akatsuya lads. As JDG, they're just wrapping around the south side. They might be... well, I'm wondering if they maybe were able to get the tags, the blue chips from their fallen players, but we had an interview with Delwyn.
I am Lisa. I'm here with Delwyn from the Expendables. So they really had a very exciting game in game 1, and especially during the 3 versus
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากกับพวกคุณในเกม 1
your godly flank paved the way
ตอนที่เจอกับทีมที่ 1 ตอนที่เจอกับทีม DN Freak เห็นคุณแฟลงไปเห็นคุณไปด้านหลังอ้อมไปด้านหลังคุณรู้สึกไงบ้าง
bữa cơm gà vậy em có thể chia sẻ thêm là trong pha đó thì team của mình đã call với nhau như thế nào hay không?
Trong pha đó thì team của mình thì bây giờ 3vs4 thì mình cần đột biến thì mình con team thì lộ sai để giữ cho mình để mình móc sau lưng để mình
แปลให้
đột biến gì đó để mà
นั่งแปลให้ฟัง
In that 3v4 situation, I thought that we needed a breakthrough. So I asked my teammates to kind of bait the other team with the car being revealed, so that I could flank from behind, so that I could take the breakthrough and get the chicken dinner.
โอ้ใช่ได้ประมาณว่าเขาถามเพื่อนร่วมทีมว่าสามารถเบรกให้เขาได้ไหมเพราะเขาจะอ้อมไปด้านหลังครับจะเป็นเรื่องของ voice comm มาแหละพอเขาอ้อมไปข้างหลังได้แล้วเขาก็ปิดจ็อบได้ครับผมพี่ชนครับรายการ PUBG Global Championship 2025 FS Best Team Best Thai Team from APAC PTC Point ก็คือได้เข้าไปเล่นรอบลึกเลยครับเป็นทีมที่เก็บคะแนนPTC Point เยอะที่สุดครับในโซน APAC ครับได้โควต้าพิเศษครับได้โควต้าพิเศษเข้าไปเล่นในรอบลึกเลยครับรอบไฟนอลของ PTC เลยครับ ในโควต้าของในโควต้าของคะแนนครับ
You get 2v2 with Tambu on your side. You're feeling pretty good about things.
I mean, here 1v2 is
เป็นสล็อตพิเศษครับคุณเพชร
When you get even numbers, you're feeling even better.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about the circle, but as you said earlier, a lot of
เมื่อกี้คือผมแปลให้ฟังมาแล้วนะของแทนวูนะฮะ
Half-whole peninsula, and you can see it's making some of these rotations pretty uncomfortable. We're
ก็เขาถามเพื่อนเขาแหละว่าสามารถเบรดให้ได้ไหมถ้าเบรดให้ได้อะเขาก็จะเดินอ้อมไปข้างหลังให้ครับอุ้ยแคนเซอร์
For eArena, they just got to get out of here. Yeah, realize this path is close.
You got 4 up. You got to be RDM. You're feeling good about things. You got the south side. You can easily avoid all of this, and it looks like that's going to be the call here. Is Purdy and Alo will hold the south side of the 2-2 split, and Nurens just continues to make his merry way in the big old cow.
You know what, Poro? If you had 1 year ago told me that one of the best weapon lineups you can have right now is an MP5 and a Panzerfaust,
I know, right?
I would call you the biggest troll of all time, but you know what? Here we
go. I know.
ที่ MP5 กับ Panzerfaust บอกว่าโทร all time
in fact able to get those blue chips and instead they are
นับแต้มยังไงครับพี่รายการนี้ก็นับปกติครับนับปกติเลยรายการนี้กดซูเปอร์ครับกดซูเปอร์ปกติ
The utility not landing for Spaceman though, but that one might be again.
เห็นแพนเซอร์เลี้ยวอย่างไวใช่เห็นแพนเซอร์มาต้องรีบเลี้ยวก่อนงั้นเดี๋ยวเลี้ยวเอง
He might have gone unnoticed. He's running around right now. I think Colt has the info. He's looking that way at least. Roth trying to buy some time. Love the smoke on himself. He's able to find Colt. Now it's up to Roth to find the other one on the opposite side. Not able to do so though. Spaceman now victorious in that.
ไม่จบว่ะคู่นี้
Did, but he's not able to get the flush just yet. He was leading with that Panzerfaust as well. So big 1-1 trade. So far as the hot drop goes between these two, it is all even Stevens. As you see the new circle will pop. It is going to cut south of that river, and it's going to pull away from the water on the west, and everybody on the move once again. You see a number of E-pickups already popped here. I think that one from the north may have been Gen G. Yeah, that was just Gen G getting everybody back together. And look at how they're 4 deep in the middle there.
พิมพ์มาคุยกันผมนั่งฟังตลอดนะ EA 60 แต้มจะรอดไหมผมว่ารอดนะ PTP
Can he finish this one off?
ผมว่ารอดนะครับ EA นะถ้า60แต้มรอดผมว่าต้องเน้นทุกเกมอ่ะนั่งอ่านไหมพี่อ่านอะไรเอ่ย
This is a pretty important fight to get your entire team back in the game and maybe swim across coming
ผมนั่งอ่านอยู่เนี่ย
This is a man that is really enjoying
รีบไปเข้าบ้าน
the
สี่แยก
opportunity to play on a land server right
พิมพ์ได้เรื่อยๆผมนั่งอ่านอยู่เรื่อย
Big shots, but the trade as well. Look at how much damage are both. I mean,
อ๋อ
both
นั่ง
of
ฟัง
these guys
ขอโทษ
taking it to one of each other as the smoke will come down.
ขอโทษ Clash
This is a good molly.
นั่งอ่าน
He's going to have to stop to heal. D
มันก็มีหลุดบ้างอะไรบ้างพักผ่อนน้อย
This is all you, big dog.
พักผ่อนน้อยก็อย่างเงี้ยบอกนั่งฟังก็เป็นผู้ฟังที่ดีไง
With a little bit of help, should he come out victorious in this fight? What a great Nate
เป็นผู้ฟังที่ดีไงเพลง
A lot of damage done, forces him into hiding because now he has no audio or footsteps to go by either. His ear is going to be ringing at least for the next couple of seconds. Gets to reset though.
Yeah, this is smart from Spaceman. He realizes that this smoke is actually working out in D's favor, but he's going to continue laying
100 คน
down.
โตมา100 แบบคือความคิดบิดเบี้ยวเราไปบอกคงไม่ได้ใช่ถูกต้องไม่ต้องบอกเสียเวลาคนมันไม่เข้าใจพูดเท่าไหร่ให้ตายยังไงมันก็ไม่เข้าใจครับคนเราถูกต้องแล้ว
Once again, these peak battles, this fight has been going on for so incredibly long. It's going to come to an end, you'd have to imagine, any second. Now, Spaceman brave enough to go for a full-on reload. 17 bullets, he had to work with now up to 42. He's going to throw the gas can. He is trying to shoot it mid-air.
This is a battle of egos right now between these two. Experience versus youth. Who will come out ahead? D still working around the side. He's going to fall down, though.
Advantage now.
And now Spaceman takes the immediate high ground, but D will find him. D's going to get him down to 30 HP. Spaceman has just about the same. Spaceman going for the heal, though. What? D will go and he will take the win. And Alcacia You can hear Roth letting his boys know what a play from
เหลี่ยม
D.
จัด
I like D, but also really want to see him just get redstone.
อย่างเหลี่ยมอ่ะ
This one to effectively end it. Funniest thing right before he gets down to the
เปิดหูฟังตะโกนก่อนไง
Oh well, I guess this one is over.
เก๋าจัดมาดิ
Fight, oh my lord, that was exhausting.
Jeez Louise.
Neither of them wanting to give up on that one. You know what? Respect to Spaceman for committing to that first aid there. Had it been 2018, he would have got the heal off. But of course, now that they take it a little slower, not going to happen. And with that circle as well, 4D, not only is he going to be able to get his teammates back up, but they should be able to cross
เก๋าจัด
over
อ่ะ
as well if he's fast enough. Of course, phase 3 now, soon into phase
เปิดหู
4.
ฟังด่าเลยไงเก๋าจัดมาดิ
Keep an eye on could see how they get back everybody.
มาดิ
SGA kind of playing around that
DIY บอกมาดิ
crossroads just off center of the circle. Meanwhile, a lot of teams on the south side, they do have to kind of figure out a path in. The likelihood that they run into each other pretty high, considering especially how wide split Team Liquid is.
It's such a contrast. Northeast is completely packed with teams because you have the fields to play, you have the compounds that's up there to work with too. Southside, as you said, and as the observers kind of show as well, it's easy enough to get into the circle, but where in the world do you play from? I mean, FaZe, they have taken up the majority of Swamp. Now we have Slam G coming in. Liquid is behind them. So is eArena. As soon as that first fight pops off, the Swamp is going to be lit ablaze, and then you're going to have one potentially wounded team remaining there for the for the remainder of the time that circle that area is in play.
Yeah, we get to see a replay of this one again. I'll be breaking this one down for a while here. I mean, Roth, this was just a straight up hot drop. Oh my gosh, December 12th. Just letting them know. But look at that grenade. Oh, Cowboy almost escaped too.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, that's an interesting one. We're gonna have to keep track of JDG and Alcacia. Alcacia does get the win. They did pay for it though.
Yep.
It was not easy. Look at Roth. Yeah, he knows.
There's a hype man.
ตึงจัด
There's a hype man out there. We have a guy
ตึงจัดเมื่อกี้นี้ตะโกนลั่น
As again, Swamp, you just can't fight over it.
เอาไว้ EA หน่อยเว้ย
They realize this too.
โอปอนเอาหน่อยน้อง
Going for a fight in a compound outside circle.
Slam G ว่ะ เจอตัวตึงด้วย
Try and fight your way through the swamp.
Navi ว่ะ We haven't seen Navi get involved
นอนเล่นแล้วเนี่ย
in a while.
เดวิน
They've just kind of had good positioning and avoided the
โอ้แทน
early
วู
fight.
ว่ะ
But
ของ
now
ดีว่ะ
they're taking it right to the Expendables compound.
Yep.
They'll lose Sosa to start off. Hakatori very low, has to stop
ผม
down.
ชอบจังหวะยืนสวย เอาเว้ยโอปอน
He just extends, just
เอาเว้ย
sending every bit of utility he
เอาดี
has
ว่ะ
over the side to see if he can spare
ระเบิด
Oh, the car.
Oh, get out there. Oh, so sad.
But look at this while this fight is taking place.
Genji เข้าด้วย
just come inside the circle too, and they too are trying to engage in this one. Shooting from the
แทน
north
วู
side,
ว่ะ
coming into it.
Oh,
Hakatori
what a
able
grenade
to find
hack.
Tanvu on the rooftop. Tanvu gets extends just before that happens though, so a trade 1-1.
Oh,
And
lady.
the real team to reap the rewards of this is Gen G, who just found the flash on Sosa.
Oh yeah, and Orca is just in perfect position on the side there, and it's going to force Hakatori to push
Slam
into
G
those
ว่ะ
smokes, but Delwyn, he's going to go right for it, and yep, he'll find him. And now Navi down to just nobody, as they will go out in 15th place.
And make matters even
And
worse.
there's Alcacia.
For the second time, Navi taking casualties while trying to make something happen here. Gen G should be able to
นี่
come in and
ติ๊กพี่
clean
ติ๊ก
up
อยู่นี่
the
พี่ติ๊ก
Southside
พี่
fight,
ติ๊กอยู่นี่
outside circle as well.
ข้างบน
As these both, I mean, both these two southeast side fights are
บุรีรัมย์พื้นที่ดีกับบุรีรัมย์
difficult to make something happen from.
Yeah, Slam and eArena. I mean, that's the rough one. They're still in the blue here. Glory's now the last player left alive. He had to take on Navi. Now he's having to take on Gen G. That Panzerfaust's not going to fall where it needs to. eArena will get eliminated by Slam. So that fight comes to its conclusion on the south side. Glory's now just waiting for the inevitable push. Hopefully he can maybe take one with him.
Didn't get a whole lot going yesterday. Trying to make up for it here
Oh,
today, but
tied
Gen
leg.
G is going to shut him down. Good initial knock. Got some damage done to Flame as well, but simply too many buddies coming his way for him to be able to stay alive. Gen G, good cleanup, nice pull-up.
I'm telling you, man.
Speaking of pull-up, 17 here now, able to do the exact same thing. It's actually going to be Hung Yi able to take down Roth.
Gen G is just moving different.
They're daring.
They are moving with confidence.
Yep.
I mean, Cowboy, he's got whatever he had to be able to pick up inside that shack, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't much.
Nope.
And, well, that'll do it for Alcacia's 3 coming back in. Now, D, though, still alive.
Yeah.
And he's making his way in on that northeastern side, so they still have one in it.
Salute.
As the fights for the fields in the open starts going off, you can see how much util these players are expending. You want to see that live through to the end game, but there's just too much to fight for. We're only in phase 4, and these guys are burning everything. Yeah, it is.
There's just nothing to play here, and now you got mortars just falling everywhere. Who even knows where those are going to land? Heaven will at least be able to get one of his teammates back on his feet. Guman just left for dead out in the field, but 17 kind of in the same boat really, as Khan will just continue to rain terror. This is one of the benefits if you're one of the teams that has the only compound in the circle. You get to set up for some nice mortar play.
I love Buriram's play coming into this compound. We didn't get to see it because there was a lot of fighting happening on the southern side. They actually wrapped way further west initially, but able to come back in this compound alongside Seoul Gaming Academy. They're now sharing that intersection. And for FaZe, down the southern side, mission accomplished. They've been able to hold off for now, but still more teams on that south they can fight through.
All right, change the game now.
Elias.
They are trying to hold on to their southwestern side. They're taking 2 fights here, Liquid and Bagelpa. As the trade comes through, Purdy Carter will find Wembo and get the flush as well, but Sparking will go down. Alo will get flushed out. Kurt's down now as well. Luke 12, the last player left alive for Team Liquid, will find another one. Gets Aries, at least secure that point. Maybe he can get his boys back up, but Bagelpa, they smell blood in the water. They're going to make the push.
They better. I mean, they have a perfect opportunity to make something happen here. Luke right now fighting all on his own, trying to stay put in this one, and he's being allowed to. Question mark by Bagelpa. Maybe spoke too soon, though, because finally a nade is lopped on over, but Bagelpa surprisingly passive in that fight. They get 1 point off of it, but that could have been a lot more. But look at the space. They now have them and FaZe in between them, sit on 80% of the circle.
All right, yeah, FaZe. This is looking pretty nice for you, but the circle is right. You got the compound has to be vacated here, and they got to do it quickly. But well, do they have to do it quickly? It's almost like this is more of a wait for the last possible second. Maybe eat a little bit of blue damage. You got Falcons on the north that still have to make their way in. FaZe 4 strong. You can see Vard just off on his own. Spotted out Bagelpa. Hane will take out Magore.
FaZe's main task throughout the last 3 circles has been keep teams at a distance, because in doing so, not only do you get more space for yourself, but you also force them into one another. They've been so pleased with just keeping people at a distance, not necessarily getting a lot of kills, but look at the circle position that they have right now. Vard sat dead center, and once again they're trying to dislodge teams coming in. SGA rubbing in on the eastern side. Falcons now as well, coming in from the north straight towards 17.
They go 17.
Falcon.
Chabe will open things up. The shots come through. He's got to pull back though, because good seat swapping coming from Falcons. Keeping 17. Having to keep them. Oh, they're playing around cover, but good grenade from Kickstart. We'll find Chabe, and now another one to follow. Might be enough, but Lil Ghost has happy feet. He's going to stay alive somehow through this huge rock. And no, the blue zone grenade.
Jammer pack.
It's not great. Things are not going well.
Nah, not at all. Once again, the question becomes, where's Bagelpa in this? They have a good open angle. I know there's a little bit of rolling hills down towards the northern side there, but where are they in all of this? They're shooting towards. I mean, their eyes are on 17. Oh, yeah, that's Park Pro. He should be able to get eyes on Falcons any moment now.
Loving this from FaZe, and they will take out SGA and Cheon. And Buriram, though, they're starting to creep out. It looks like they won the waiting game of who's going to
บุรีรัมย์กล้าเล่นกว่านะผมว่า
starting to make their way out. Demastery still left behind.
แต่ชอบทรงบุรีรัมย์นะบุรีรัมย์ไม่เดินดีอยู่อะทรงที่คามูคาวเลิกแข่งไว้แล้วเหรอครับที่คามูคาวเหมือนจะเลิกกันนะครับไม่เห็นเลยเพราะล่าสุดอยู่แก๊สแคนนะล่าสุดแก๊สแคน
They're back, so they just sit here and say, Buriram, if you want to come to the circle, you're coming to us. If not, then you're running into Falcons.
Bit of a replay here. So you see Falcons pick up a couple of points.
เอาไว้บุรีรัมย์มาดีเว้ย
They were able to get the res onto their fallen
เนี่ย
man.
3 เกมไป 20 แต้มละ EA นี่ดูดรอปไปเลยนะ EA
For the time being, Shrimsy kind of trying to reposition with that vehicle. Sanjang
ตายครับคิกตัด
Guyon will get kickstart. Shrimsy was able to get away, and Falcons still just dancing around. Look at them, man. They can't stay still.
Nope. For good reason. You look towards the east, you're being shot at by one team. You look towards the west, you're being shot at by another. And eventually, those bullets were going to find their target. Strimsy now, solo player left alive, stuck behind a burned-out car. And to make matters even worse, he's outside circle too. So Bagelpa rewarded for the patience here. ผมว่าเขาไปรอเน้นรอบจริงอะ
Wow. Okay, Buriram. It looked like FaZe had him dead to rights at the beginning, but Buriram kind of pulling back, resetting.
บุรีรัมย์มาดี
They retake the fight to FaZe, find 2 instantly, and it looks like Fex is going
พื้
to
น
go
ที่
ahead
ดู
and
ดี
join
ด้วย
hard
มีสิทธิ์ไก่นะ
towards the circle, and that is great work from Buriram. But where do they go
มีสิทธิ์
now?
ไก่ครับบุรีรัมย์เกมนี้
My read on this is that FaZe thought all of Buriram committed to looking towards the west, and when they peeked over the side, Rivs and Edie were there, just line prone, ready and waiting. So good job on Dimas and Khan for making enough commotion on that northern side of that split to make FaZe think that that's where all the attention was. Good job on them. And for FaZe, they get punished for their aggressive play.
And they're going to try to set up a little bit of a vehicle for it here, while Bagopa, they've sent Park Pro down here to kind of scout out what's going on. They've left Songjang
มีสิทธิ์ไก่นะบุรีรัมย์
that high ground.
เก
Keep
ม
an
นี้
eyes on Shrimzy. That's a
สู
great
ง
point that they would not want to give up easily. And Buriram
มีสิทธิ์ไก่สูงครับบุรีรัมย์
got one vehicle. It looks like they're going to
ทำไม่พลาดอะไรกันเองนะ
inside of it and leave Khan behind.
Oh, that's a good
and that's
nade.
a good nade. Nope, going to be a little bit short.
Bounces short. Here comes Buriram. Actually said 3 in a car pulling up on this one. They lose one. It's actually going to be Songyang from afar, able to get the knock and the flush.
โอ้รถไหลเก็บรถก่อนเผื่อลงใช้รถ
Now that's where Buriram is.
โอ้โหซองแจงกูคนเดียวไป6
Further up the hillside though.
ซองแจงกูคนเดียวไป
6
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Showing up here, Guyon has one for himself, but Bagopa, you know, it's been slow sailing. I mean, we already talked about the fact they're having to play without their their inspirational leader, the ageless Pio. But it has been slogging for them through the first day or so.
บุรีรัมย์เข้ารอบไปอย่างเงี้ย
A bit of joy here in this Tego here on day number 3, or day number 2 rather, match 3. Buriram, after losing 1, they're still kind of pinned up against the wall. They go for the kill onto Shrimzy. They get it. It gets stolen away, and now they're kind of stuck out here.
ถ้าเล่นฟอร์มนี้2วันอ่ะผมว่าได้เว้ยบุรีรัมย์
We say stuck. Where do they go if not here? I mean, you push downhill into the open. I think right now, I mean, they're taking full advantage of the high ground and hoping, of course, that this next circle has a hard western yoink waiting. So you can see the pace
เข้ารอบผมว่าสูงนะบุรี
outdated
รัมย์
now as they marked what was behind them in their pathing on the side of Buriram. That is, they know at this point. I mean, pin's not really needed. They know exactly where they have their remaining opponents. I love that Khan is this patient, expecting a potential push coming. We see on the other side too. Bagopa is like, guys, everything west of this is our line. This is where we're set. So that makes me a little nervous. Do they now not know that FaZe is down here? But you see the markers too from Park Pro. I think he's aware.
No, yeah, Park Pro, his job has been watching
exactly
FaZe as long as he can. Navard's going to try to go for the reposition. Fex gets left behind. But
บุรีรัมย์ดีกว่าเว้ย
he's
ตอน
got
นี้
Rock and a little
เข้า
bit
โซนได้ละ
of play behind. Bagopa, I think the idea here is to focus south and try to get rid of FaZe if possible. And then trying to make their way into the circle and just they're kind of giving Buriram everything they could want. And that's really lucky for Buriram because they were very much pinned up against the wall.
I mean, Bagopa is just saying we don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah.
We will happily have blue on our back, but we don't want to have to look two ways.
โดนนั่นแหละ
The manpower, we don't have the helmets and vests to try and do that.
โดน Fex
As Park
Sneaky
Pro,
boy.
sneaky man, rabbing forward, spots Fex, goes for the nade now initially as well. Vart gone down, found one, but trade in return. This is just working out perfectly for Buriram on the receiving end of it, and that's phase done for
บุรีรัมย์แชมป์แล้ว
this Tego match. Buriram and Bagopa, last 2
บุรีรัมย์แชมป์แล้ว
Knock onto Songjang, but it doesn't look like Buriram in a position really to capitalize on that, and they might be able to get that res.
Eddie ฉีกสวย
Guyon going to go for that high ground, but you see that P90 in the hands of Ruz.
ถ้าเอ็ดดี้ได้กายุยอนจบเลย
Devastation.
ถ้าเอ็ดดี้ได้กายุยอนจบเลย
Songjang back on his feet.
I mean, next
do Eddie, do Eddie.
Could very well end up being 80. You saw Gurion
Hey,
send
do
his car
Eddie.
as fast as he could up that hillside, trying to reclaim it.
เดิน
While
ตาม
that
วง
was taking place, Edie has been creeping up that hillside of his own, up on the northern side of it.
เดินตามวง
So
ไป
if they spring the trap right, having all the opponents
ฉีกไป
outside circle, Edie could have a perfect opportunity, similar to what we saw with Delvin in game 1.
Yeah, and don't disregard the impact of Khan right now. Khan with that long position, he's got the scope. He's letting them know where the smokes are, where they're moving around if he spots anybody. And unfortunately,
oh,
actually, never mind. Right on top of Park Bro, so Ruse will overthrow the first one, and then Edie will strike, find Songjang. It's down to Guyon. Beautiful work from Buriram. Clinical stuff.
Yet a case of everyone knows exactly what they have to do to bring that one home. You said it, Khan. Great job at keeping the vision throughout, but most importantly, not getting knocked. Had he fallen there, that's a completely open angle for Buriram to wrap the right side. He played his role to perfection. ED peaking at the time of perfection too. Great game overall.
And just just exercise and great timing on the part of Buriram that whole late game. Like they came in. I was worried a little bit when they went for the Falcons' old position and put themselves kind of right up against the wall. But
มันต้องแบบนี้เว้ย
for them, the timing worked out again, and they were able to get it 3.
เดี๋ยวเกมแรกแม่งวนกันไปอีก
They knew that they could have gotten a lot more from that match.
เดี๋ยวแม่งเกมแรกย้อนกันมาอีกเพราะว่าลักษณะเดียวกันเกมแรกเลยเว้ยคือได้พื้นที่ครับแต่ว่าเกมแรกปิดไก่ไม่ได้เกมนี้ถือว่าดีมากครับ perfect ไก่แรกของทีมไทยครับผมบุรีรัมย์บัฟกดเขียวยอดเยี่ยมครับเกมนี้
Buriram Esports proves they can win as they establish their dynasty moving forward on this game. That was a big win for them. Very important. I think they needed the whole end game here. The 4 teams in that final were all teams that needed points on the board desperately.
Yeah, exactly. And if you could put a double digit on this, look at this. When you're winning a hot drop, though.
Yes.
From Al-Qadisiyah. And again.
Are they allowed to do that?
No, I mean, the yelling. I love that. The energy he got in there. But we got to get props to do here. Begopa, Songjang, fantastic game from here.
Yeah.
A lot of output here, able to take Falcons down quite easily. And also, again, there are so many teams dying trying to get out of the swamp as well. Extremely difficult in so many situations.
ถือว่าแก้ตัวได้ดีครับแก้ตัวได้ดีครับ
What was it? That giant
บุรีรัมย์แก้ตัวได้ดีครับ
The JDG had the early fight, and then we just saw collapses in the late game over and over again. But so the hot drop,
หยอดน้ำตาเทียม
the eye drops go in. We're staring so hard. That hot drop, JDG committing to it was fascinating to me. That they were willing to take that risk. QAD ended up in giving us one of those amazing. That was a space. Who was that in the
Spaceman?
Spaceman versus D, right?
Yep.
Man, I love a good 1v1. That was
amazing. I love especially when you have the surplus of energy and mental capacity to grab out a gas can, throw it at him, shoot it a few times to hope that he get it. And then he dropped down. Actually, Spaceman took the high ground quick. He just won that, and yeah.
Well,
I can't see it winning that. It's massive. Again, you could recall, but it ended up being 3 free points for the teams in the middle because they had obviously dropping in with no gear.
I think the gas can was cool because it was also like Spaceman, who was doing these sort of like pre-fire peaks, would have 100% blown it up on himself, and the timing was a little bit different. So awesome, fun to watch. Another interesting game where I think a lot of teams struggled in the mid game, finding their way into that circle. Which set us up
คิดว่าบุรีรัมย์น่าจะเริ่มมั่นใจขึ้นผมว่าเกมแรกคงมีความบ่นกันชัวร์พอเกม2เกม3แล้วเข้าที่เข้าทาง
They managed to come out and put up some good numbers despite not getting the chicken dinner.
Sure.
Is it enough though? Do you think Martin to
ถ้ากล้ายิงในเวลาที่ต้องยิงแชมป์โลกอยู่ไม่ไกลจริง
While it was good, it didn't look like it was the brilliant.
อันนี้ก็จริงครับอันนี้ก็จริง
I will say this though. I think
เนี่ยเคลื่อนที่น้อยกว่าใครเลยเคลื่อนที่ 15,000 เอง
The amount of teams that's going to be close to the cutoff is going to be higher than ever. And here you see Songjang from Begopa, double the amount of kills than anyone else.
บูได้ยินโซเฟียบ่นดีขึ้นเลยใช่อ่ะไม่น่าเกี่ยวกับผมนะไม่น่าเกี่ยวกับผมนะ
But they lost players. And if FaZe were 3 or 4 in that southwest.
เมื่อกี้ใครแชมป์ผมไปอาบน้ำมาบุรีรัมย์แชมป์ครับบุรีรัมย์
And that's really the difference why you need to make sure, especially mid game, keep as many
บุรีรัมย์แชมป์ครับ
and Buriram United proved that 3 guys alive
Yeah.
at the upper hand, had the advantage. 18 points for them, but Baker Power also getting double digits. Face with 11 is going to be a huge impact for the overall leaderboards.
Absolutely, and nice to see Falcons. I think they just doubled their points off the back of that game for them to get a little extra on the board. Let's look at the overalls. Expendables still strongly sitting up at the top with 73. Navi behind 17, and Al Qadsiya all looking very comfortably qualified as they continue to put up points throughout the day. Freaks on that climb as well. As we move down, start looking at the matches played so far, because that is going to come into play. Not everyone has had the same amount of numbers. What I love to see, Buriram United with only 3 games played has managed to make it all the way up to 13th place.
Yeah, impressive. Obviously, off a win is gonna put you up there, but again, this mid pack, man, it's gonna be so close. Some teams obviously now only played 3 games. Falcons, Liquid down there. 3 more games to step up.
สวยแล้ว
Otherwise,
2 เกม 28 แต้ม
there's
ถู
gonna
ก
be
ต้อง
a bullseye on your back tomorrow once you come back, and if you're not like outside this like 40-45 points here, if you're not above that threshold, you're gonna get targeted easily, because they are strong teams, especially in finals, because meta changes, the pressure changes. Here we just need to get top 16. And for the finals, it's all about the prize pool.
Well, you talk about teams like Falcons who haven't even technically qualified for PGC yet. If they let themselves be in a position to possibly get knocked out, other teams will take that advantage. They need to clean it up, because we are getting ready to head into game number 4. Let's get the party going on Rondo with your casters, Porosaurus and Toby.
Straight back into game we go. Players are sprinting across the stage to get to their seats before the plane takes to the sky. And as far as I can see, looking back, no, we're still Expendables sprinting back to their seats as well. Get in there, guys! The plane is in the air, and you would want to make sure that you can go exactly where you want to, because well, we're already halfway through the map, and only 2 teams out yet.
My dream of Tego.
เกมนี้ไป EA ป่ะเกมนี้ eArena ครับผม
And I can't make Tego and Buriram work. But you know,
EA,
if anybody's got
EA.
any suggestions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Or who are we rooting on for Rondo in terms of good
names? That
good name
like
mashups.
Rotho?
Nah.
I don't know. I don't know. Reltho. Nonetheless, I hope Expendables didn't want to go Jadina City, because they literally missed the plane on that one. They are going to go south instead. We have yet to see a hot drop outside of the Palace one in the previous game. Are we going to be gifted with one here? Does not look like it. Rondo, of course, the biggest landmass map in PUBG, so there should be, in theory, plenty of space for teams to maneuver.
I feel like I'm like setting myself up for.
ใครเชียร์ทีมไหนก็พิมพ์มานะทุกคน
We haven't seen a 2-plane Rondo in a long time.
It has been a bit.
You know?
Yeah.
It felt like we were seeing them a lot there for a
minute.
Okay. Hard east.
I like it. I am not opposed to it.
ให้
I'm
ทุกหนึ่ง
still
เกม
waiting.
ป่ะ
I feel like Jadina City ending is going to be my
ยอ
Sardi
ดเยี่ยม
ending. That's never gonna happen.
Like, we're more likely to see the Miramar Island ending before we see a Jadina.
Which I also haven't gotten. Someday. We are getting closer. I feel like we're creeping further and further away from Stadium and over towards
เสื้อพี่เป็นกลางเหรอ
Jadina City, so maybe, who knows. I just want to
อะไรเสื้อเนี่ยเป็นกลางสุดแล้วนะเนี่ยเสื้อเป็นกลางสุดแล้วเนี่ยเนี่ยเสื้อเป็นกลางสุดแล้วนะ
Just jiggle peeking
ฟูเซนไม่ลงแข่งแล้ววันนี้เป็นกลางสุดแล้ว
Exactly. Moving walkway finish. Now that's what I'm asking
เป็นกลางสุด
for.
แล้ว
Will it happen? I highly doubt it, but maybe someday.
It is. So Navi and 17, they share that test track Neox factory, but right off the bat, Navi looking like they found an angle on the Xiaobei, so taking shots. So not as peaceful of a duo drop as we've seen in the past, but looks like 17 will survive for now.
They'll take the open shots.
เป็นกลางสุดแล้วนะเสื้อฟูเซนเนี่ย
Immediately into vehicles, send them further east. I mean, again, they followed the trail of this plane, saw where teams were dropping, and with this circle, they know full well that the entire east is up for grabs.
Yeah.
So smart on Navi. Sure, take a few shots towards 17. You know, gotta keep them humble, but outside of that, go east, because that's where the space is to fight for. Al Qadsiya doing the exact same thing. They've already set up the e-pickup. So with that, as they fly into the sky, let's get a listen in to Cowboy how he felt coming into day 2.
Honestly, I wasn't very composed the first game, but I will say I was very confident, and I think that confidence derives from my team, especially Roth and Rello. They're confident boosters, and they just make me feel like I have leaders I can follow and trust in. The best advice they gave me to feel confident and feel good going in the games was that it's the same game I've been playing, and that I don't have to be anything else besides myself, and just know that I have them if I need like a shoulder to lean on.
farming, man. He just looks like that is the face of confidence right there.
Yeah.
For a kid who's just his first land. I mean,
First
he's
land.
just having a
Cowboy.
time for himself, and D right there with him. So, Rello and Roth, they found themselves with some gold here with those two youngsters.
The ability to not look past your monitor in these LAN environments is something that many players, even with years of experience, have still yet to figure out. And,
It's tough, man.
Well, could see. I mean,
really
for the
tough.
most part, especially in their early games on the
Yeah,
days,
duh.
been looking like they have
Can't
mastered that very, very quickly.
That is, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm putting a lot of that onto Rello and Roth.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
for sure. You need your veterans.
I mean, at this point, I mean, I swear, I've known Rello since he was like 17.
เกมนี้แหละ
At this
EA
point, like, he's an old head now. Like, he is the experienced man that's been around forever, and Roth, obviously, right there with him. So, I mean, if you're Cowboy, if you're D, you could not ask for two more experienced, more.
Cut
if
off
you know those guys'
60
personalities, you know that they are going to be the most patient, the most understanding, the best coaches for two young guys that are coming in here to a LAN for their first time.
Definitely. Saw the stats there for eArena and their performances in the PGS thus far with the last 2 years, and it hasn't always been pretty. And well, to make matters worse, usually it's caster curse. This was a graphics observer curse. So haha, production, that's on you, not us this time around. A Sparking able to get not his first kill of the day, but one of. It's been Luke. That's been the success story for the results that Liquid has been able to put on the board so far.
Yeah.
But this time around, Sparking able to get something going.
Yeah, pretty average start. I mean, you're not upset about 15 points in 3 games, right? Like that's you'd hope for more, and but you know, given the fact that you had 2 back-to-back Millie games, especially when you loot up in North George, South George, that's rough, right? Like that's a hard way to start your day for anybody, let alone.
แป๊บนึงนะขอเคมก่อนรับของก่อน
Left to play, and we'll see where they decide to go as we see Roth all by himself. Nobody anywhere near him. He's got tired of dealing with the kids, man. He had to take a break. He had to take a vacation.
No, you're reading this completely wrong. The rest of the team are like, bro, you're too loud. Can you please just go somewhere else? We can't hear what we're thinking here. You're blowing out our eardrums, and he's just going, yeah, the whole time. And you know what? I love him for it. Keep doing you, Roth. Keep being loud. Keep getting that team hyped for the fights to come.
Absolutely. You got the arm coming down, and more importantly, the muzzle break. Love a good muzzle.
At least it's not a tech stock.
Yeah. or the open field DBS. Like you drive all the way out there, you're getting shot at. You have to drop smokes, and you get in there, get a DBS, and you just look great.
Happens.
Love that for me. Well,
SGA,
it's been a slow start.
DBS
despite the fact that they again back-to-back Millie games, and they are a Millie team. You would have hoped to maybe find some more success in those, but 6 points so far today.
I think Seoul Gaming Academy is feeling the hurt of being a day 2 team, in the sense that everyone else, I mean not everyone, but the 8 other teams here on the server had a chance to play yesterday, get confident. Had they started day 1 with everyone else, I think they would have potentially been off to a better start, because they're only now trying to get their confidence going, while all these Group A teams, Group B teams coming in have already been able to find that. So for them, being in Group C is tough running.
And a new team.
Well, that too.
With the international set, I mean, I guess the bigger shock, the bigger surprise, really, to me, and I imagine a lot of people, JDG, way down there in 23rd with only 7 points. That is obviously the Alcatia hot drop situation from Tego contributing to that a little bit, but that's one game.
Yeah, but then you also have double military and a South shooting team.
Yeah,
I don't think. I mean, you don't want to. You can't just keep saying, "Oh, we'll write that game off," you know, because eventually that's your entire group stage done, and you didn't make finals. But I think in their particular case for this one thus far, it has been tough for them. I will say though, they had a good chance to make something happen in that secondary angle game down on military, because they got that center hill for free, but got a bit eager for points and paid the price for it. So maybe that has humbled them coming into this game, where now they're once again playing it slow, but with plenty of space to maneuver on the west.
Yeah, this should be good for him to kind of get kind of back on level.
I mean, and who's to say what would have happened in the previous game had Spaceman won that fight against Daiwa?
I mean, I have to imagine that They would probably be in the same boat. I mean, they were C3 dropping
Who's to
into
say
the
what would have happened, Poro?
I'm to say what would happen. I mean, I could see. I mean, we saw what happened there. They just kind of donated a few points to whoever happened to be near the middle. I believe it was 17 at the time. But looking at actually, SGA is getting real close to 17 actually. So keeping an eye over there as DN Freaks coming in from the north. Nobody further north than them currently, although it looks like Falcons maybe making the long trek.
They are migrating towards the east for the Heat, the Falcons that is, trying to see if they can make their way in way late. I mean, and I like the idea of them going north on this one. We know that the plane was south, so no reason to try and become part of that cluster, because how many times have we seen Falcons run into trouble in the early game where, not that it could necessarily have been avoided in those particular cases, but now that you give them the chance to avoid it actively, go north, you know there's going to be space, play it slow, play it smart, that's what these boys are known for. So why not just play to the best of your abilities?
Yeah, that's an easy call for an IGL.
Yeah.
We see a few gliders in the air. Rello going to be feeding that information over to his team, letting them know that they've got Begopa kind of rotating right down in the middle of them. And Lurex doing a little air racing here. Oh, he's doing the seat swap. Go for it. Shots coming through. Danger zone.
I tried.
You got it. I mean,
but then they left. They heard my singing and like, no, we can't. This is not. You're killing the mojo, bro. Just not doing it. This circle is going to be an impactful one. Look at the river coming up from the southern side. Are we going east, west, or straight down the middle? We are going down towards the south, keeping as much water in as we can, while also having that very central bridge now up for grabs. Liquid, do they opt to cross on over, or do they not? Thank you, Observers. Great timing on that one. This bridge is going to be pivotal for this circle to come.
Well, that's if any of these teams on the east side of the river decide to even go that far. I mean, you still have the land bridge off to the north that Navi is kind of rooting around at the moment. JDG on the move. They're going to get a compound for themselves. And now this is where you're in IGL. You start kind of, where do I want to shove my chips? Are we going east right off the bat, or are we going, do we stay on the east side as long as we can and just assume that the west is already kind of full and just kind of take our time, play edge? Or do we try to go for that push on the west and see if we can get a compound? It's a tough call.
Short answer, if you are east and you have a chance to go west, you go west. If you're east but it feels dicey, you stay and cross your fingers and say, come on, Circles, you've done it before. Let's do it one more time for the boys, shall we? And to make matters even worse, everyone rotating in their Pico buzzers right now are going to go.
Oh, no.
Because we have a double EMP zone on the western side of the circle. 17 expendables. Face might be able to weave through just exactly, but for 17 and for expendables, they are going to be slowed down. And to make, I mean, for the worst part of this is 17 being slowed on the rotation. They have got both SGA and Falcons backfilling them, so that could cause commotion.
Yeah, that's you know, you don't usually talk too much about the impact of those EMPs, but this is a big one.
Yeah.
Right now, Bean's got bigger problems as he got Slam G right on top of him, but Tosi will spot out Arctics from playing the wall. He sees Boostic as well. Maybe, oh yeah, get the flush onto Arctics, get the point. Mogore will try to spot out Bean again, but Bean able to run away.
Yeah, they're trying to come in and fortify the position now, but they're a little late on it. Good thing for them is that Tosi and Bean have been doing a great job at it kind of baited the attention, making it look like they were more than just two players here. SlamG couldn't really hard commit to it early on. Orca now forced back into cover, but he has his entire team in.
Okay, Orca able to pull back into the hard cover, try to reset, get the heal up. Bean still just a problem as Boostic going to continue just sending all his utility over there, but that door just not not cooperating. Nope. Lurex with the high ground, trying to feed information over, and Begopa. We saw them be very, very cautious, very not wanting to get involved in fights last game, and it kind of bit them a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe they learned their lesson. They try to take third party here.
The awkward part of trying to engage in this fight from the north, where they currently are, is this compound doesn't really open up any windows from that angle. I say that, but Akana is able to find one in the air. Mogore now going down to Flame as well, and that's going to be Slam G done for. Slam to the ground, and Genji now fully aware that Begopa is set up on the northern side, will probably just hide in this compound and wait for that next circle to pop.
Man, Slam G, they started off so hot yesterday.
Yeah.
And they were looking real good, but reality has come back, and the reality now for them is they've only got 2 games remaining to try to add to their point total. Currently 33 points, 12th place, you got to imagine that's not going to be anywhere near enough to make that cut line for the finals.
Yeah, slow backfill here now on the southern side of the circle to one more. Slow rotations down as the circle swings towards the north.
Jeez.
We're going from, yeah, I guess we have something to play around to. Okay, good luck, have fun, guys. Everyone on the southern side is going to be playing into the open. Freaks, I mean, observers say they might stay on the eastern side. They probably will. Issue is, you know what I said? I was gonna say next circle is gonna shift west. I'm not sure it will because you have unplayables over there as well. Water, of course, main factor here, but this could really go anywhere.
I mean, hard shifts are one thing, but a hard shift in one direction followed by a hard shift in the complete opposite direction is another thing altogether. JDG, they've got good position right now. The 2-2 split on that western side, but there's a lot of teams on that south side that are having to make their way back up north.
Let's just cut up the river. We have 4 teams still set on the eastern side. The remaining 11 are all trying to find out which part of these open fields they want to be playing from. If you have a compound right now, you better lock it down. And I'm getting a little scared now because I'm seeing JDG split 2-2. If they know the amount of pressure power that's going to be coming in from the south in just a moment, this might be a bit too greedy for my liking.
It's greedy, but right now it seems to be working out. Suze and Cold have been kind of keeping eyes on things to the south, and look at that, they're actually going to force 17 and the Expendables to fight each other. Meanwhile, Gen G running into the Freaks. They're going to spot out Salute. He's down. Heaven now kind of in no man's land. Human, good spray will force them back as he's going to turn his attention over to Flame. Deal will be the one that gets him. Tosi down to 5 HP and just has a rock and nothing else. DNF. Great rally there by Freaks to stay alive.
It was Gen G initially to set up a trap, but they get completely shut down by Freaks. Now fights happening on the southwestern side here. Face the ones defending the compound, able to stay afloat, breathe for a little longer with that utility usage from both Vex and Gustav, but they need to get these reses now. Jeems down already. Shrimsy, Tick, the only 2 players on the side of Falcons to try and make something happen here.
Wow, Falcons had 2 knocks on the push, and then immediately with one good grenade from Gustav, the tides have turned. Shrimsy now taken down by Fex. It's all down to Tiggleton. This car comes through. Tiggleton will at least get Gustav. Gets another one as well before going down to the blue zone grenade.
How do they allow for Gustav to get flushed?
Oh, and Vard's going to go down too?
What?
Oh, no. That is rough stuff. FaZe down to just Fex, and he's got Alcatia right on his doorstep.
I don't know what to say. That was, I mean, I know Fex is in the opposite building, hard to make a play, but they know where they have him. A bit of a head scratcher on that one.
That's
but for Alcatia, I mean, again, the timing, the push on this couldn't be better. They know, I mean, at least should know they're going to be up for a 4v1. Of course, they want to play it smart and safe still. A good situation they find themselves in. In the meantime, Team Liquid trying to dislodge 17 here. They've pulled up next to them. If they can clean this one out and then get back to safety, they should be good. But Purdy split too thin from his teammates in the compound towards the east.
The 3rd and 4th party from Buriram and the Expendables causing problems for Team Liquid. But 17, they're losing just about everyone. Look at Delwyn
cleaning up,
flushing out with the mortars. So Team Liquid, they still have 3 up, but all of their kills, or all of their knocks that they just got on 17 rather, get stolen away.
Definitely did. Fex is still alive in the compound as we see. Everyone out towards the east having to come west now. We are shifting over on this side. So Navi, Bagopie, the remaining Freaks players trying to make this play happen. Salute actually went up high to try and... no, scratch that. He took himself a trip to the lobby, came back on in. And now he's going to be sat over across the water waiting for Deal Human and Heaven to join him.
Well, it's a good scout there from Freaks.
Yeah.
Send the guy that just came back in that has nothing else to lose, really. And now you know the bridge is clear. Xiaowu, though, well, this is no good.
This is no good.
This is not great.
This is bad play. This is bad position.
Yeah, you're not happy about that. I mean, hey, at least he's in circle, but he's getting shot at from Buriram. He's getting shot at by the Expendables. He's got Team Liquid just off to the east, Alcatia. Meanwhile, they would like to be able to clean out Fex without losing anybody here, if possible.
Double blue zone.
Wait, they lost Cowboy.
Down. Yep, taken out of distance, but yeah, that's...
Okay, they get him back up.
Safe rest?
Yeah,
you would have to imagine.
That's an easy rest.
You would have to imagine. Blue is coming in, but they have part of the compound inside circle, so carry him towards whatever part of this building is inside the next circle. You should be all right. Here you see the cutoffs from the previous tournaments. PTS 5 last year was the highest one that we've had ever at 63, but we are in those high 50s, low 60s looking. So once you clear that, you can play with a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a competitive lobby like this, where I mean, look how close everybody is on that leaderboard up at the top there. You don't have any particular team coming in and just soaking up a bunch of points and running away from everybody. I mean, the Expendables up there was 75, but that's not really much of anything of a lead at all. I mean, that's just going to make that cut line that much higher, and we've seen it just keep progressively going higher and higher as the parity in this lobby just gets greater.
Na'Vi have a pretty straightforward mission ahead of them. Either take out, change the game coming into that northern side, or force them to rep hard west. If you do so, you are in a great position up here in the northern side to spread out and play to your advantages. In the meantime, oh my great setup from Begopar. They knew them, they heard them coming in, they've been tracking them ever since they crossed the bridge down towards the south. Songyang opens up early, Park Pro baits the attention, they find themselves a double, and Freaks are sent running as Guillaume joins in as well. Cloris finds the last, and just like that, Freaks shut down.
Begopar had D and Freaks on ice skates, man. They had no idea where to look. That split just working to perfection for them. And now the circle going off to the north. They're still playing the coast. Navi's made their way over, and now they're making their presence felt as they spot out Tianchan. And that'll be good for their second kill.
And it was actually eArena that initiated this fight as a whole. They got the double knock on the teams approaching, coming in. Now it says thanks for the help, we'll take it from here. And while this is all happening, JDG finally opting to group up. They've been able to maintain that 2-2 split. So good on them for doing that for so long. And now, oh, look at this angle from the corner, the very corner of that hillside. Able to find one of the Na'Vi boys.
Yeah, Ferris to go down. That'll be Na'Vi with 3, but they still have a lot of real estate to play around here. And as long as they know that Heinge's there, they can finish him off. Sparking gets picked out of the car by Delwyn as Team Liquid trying to reposition from that south side.
Yep.
They've got a little bit of room to work with here. And maybe they can hope to get a little protection from JDG.
Yeah, this ain't a bad Rich if you're just going to hunker down circle center. I mean, they're not in mission to JDG. As long as they stay outside of nade range, they should be good, but I say nade range. Here's one team pulling up on another. It's Edie. Good nade early on to Lobon, and it's a triple to follow with the MP5 in hand. The nade did the majority of the damage, and it cleans him up with the SMG.
E.D. Khan now trying to finish off Cowboy, but he's going to go down to Clories. So the third party coming in, but what a hold from Edie.
Yep.
As Alcatsia down to just Cowboy. The blue zone gonna arrive. He's got to dance in front of it. He's dancing around trying to survive. It's not gonna happen. Alcatsia will get taken down by Buriram.
A quad kill with an MP5. Jeez. Now we've seen it all, Po. Let's see if he has more in him. Able to find one headshot in return, though. Forced back into hiding. Not going to go for any heals. He's feeling warm as can be, despite having only 11 health to work with.
Look at this kid. Just popping off right now. He's going to have to stop down and heal up, but he's got the teammates with him, but they can't peek that hill, unfortunately, because JDG, they are starting to flex out. Cold and Spaceman starting to make their way off to the west, looking for the angle. Heat, the last player left alive for Seoul Gaming Academy, and all he can really do is throw some flashbangs and hope that he maybe catches somebody slipping.
Yep, definitely. Edie now. Trying to go for the heal here. Has teammates on his side, so doesn't do anything on his own.
No, sir.
Is there to help him out, able to get the kill. It's going to allow for them to push further forward. Buriram with 6 kills in this game thus far, looking to make it more, but now the blue is really starting to hurt.
God, where has this Buriram been, man?
Yes.
This feels like old school Buriram that are just feeling confident and aggressive, pushing and just taking, feeling Matt go head to head with just about anybody in the lobby in the fight. And so far, it's working out. Damasty will go down to the blue zone. Edie will take, go ahead and make sure you keep that MP5. That thing has a lot of bodies on it as the circle will shift away once again. Just so many hardships, Toby.
Yep, it's been tough. It's been tough, and right now Begopar, similar fashion to the previous game, reaping the rewards of this one. Rivs run for the circle, not going to happen. Has a teammate still in the blue, that's Edie. Not sure how many first aids he's got to work with, but at least he's alive for now. And Rivs, while he gets inside the circle, I don't think Edie is near enough to be able to get anything done there. Now he has to heal himself.
Yeah, he's just got to try to out-heal the blue.
He has a lot of buddies. How many first aids? Service?
There we go.
6? Nah,
only 6, yeah, he's done so.
And I'm not seeing him outliving Cloris in this one either, so You know what? The fact that he got a quad kill with MP5, I think he's done what he had to do this game.
Yeah. No, we're not. We're happy. We're happy as the middle games have worked out pretty nicely for Buriram. Get them back on track as they get ready for the end of the day on Miramar. Meanwhile, you can see on your mini map there, JDG starting to make their way in. So Team Liquid, you got Alo and Luke 12 on that ridge line. Got to be expecting the push to come through eventually. They've got eArena behind them as well. But Bacopa, look at this. Oh, okay. Edie going to go ahead and get spotted out by Suze, so that'll be a point. Not able to be denied. That's 6 now for JDG as they're starting to find their groove.
Exactly. They need to make their way inside this circle, but they're playing it smart and saying we have a high ground position and we're going to take advantage of it for as long as we can. Look at the health bars after that nade. 2 of them down to 20 health. The one that he needed to do the most on was Roth there, and then the swing in the end of it. Finding the last between the smokes. No reloads either. Extended mag does it for him.
One flip.
The triple.
Look at that, man.
And the last one on the very back side of the wall. Did he see him through the smoke? Nice punch him on the edge there. Good job.
SMGs are back, boys. Everybody's happy. Well, it looks like Clories has been spotted out by eArena, but he'll be able to retreat and hide down just a little bit. Luke 12 and Alo still just waiting for the inevitable push.
Exactly.
I mean, JDG, they've got grenades, they've got frags. That should be an easy cleanup for them.
The Australian making the ostrich move, sticking his head into the ground, going, if I can't see you, you can't see me. Isn't that how it works?
Exactly. That is
Issue is they know exactly where they're prone. So it's going to be up to JDG to decide whether or not they want to commit to clearing out Liquid. Issue is, even if they do peek over, shoot at Liquid, they're exposing themselves to the remaining other 2 or 3 teams in this circle. Now we can say 2 because Lawrence is down and out. But as you can see here, I mean, it's so dangerous for JDG to aggressively peek over because eArena will shoot from one side, Baco pop from the other. I think they're going to wait this one out and see next circle.
That's the thing. I mean, they would love to be able to just throw these grenades over here towards Liquid, but as soon as they get to somewhere, they also just don't have a really good read on where they're at.
Yeah,
and
they're fishing.
I mean, you can see they're going far, just too long.
Because that hillside is facing towards the opposing teams, it's not worth the risk.
Yeah.
Play smart, go back up to Suze, see what's available towards the north, which unluckily for them, and they would know this is not a whole lot. But try and make plays happen up there rather than forcing a fight into the open. You know now that Liquid has to leave this position too, so play it smart on that side.
It also, you're in the late game, you only got 5 grenades, so you kind of want to hold on to as many. Unless you're Bagopa,
I mean, they've only been fighting at a 5.
Is holding on to every other grenade in the lobby. 14 grenades for Bagopa, and look how much space they have to work with on this northeastern side. It's looking good for the boys, the old men. And they've already got 7 kills. Can they get some more here as JDG will start to, I mean, how do you even push into this? I mean, you know you can't go to the south because eArena, and there's not really much to the north. I guess they have vehicles. That's the one good thing they've got going for them.
You use some of those 13 smokes you have and try and see what you can make happen. There is a bit of a ridge line and a rock to work with. Are they actually hard committing to the fight on the eastern side? I don't think they are now. They're going to sit up behind these vehicles, and that's where I'm a little afraid on the side of JDG is I'm lacking that spark, that aggression. Not saying they should just hard pull up on Bagopa, because that's also a death sentence, but the willingness to pull kind of an APAC move every now and again is something I think could help JDG push further up on the leaderboard.
I think if JDG had a better read on where Bagopa was exactly, but the problem is Bagopa's so spread out that it's really kind of difficult to get an idea of what's going on there. So really, I mean, this is probably the best play that they had available to them. Just keep 4 alive. You know you're running a little bit low on util. You still have 10 smokes. You still got cars. You still got everything you need. So just wait it out, and once they kind of leave their better positions, maybe you'll be in a better position to get that W.
And this is not so much, I mean, this situation right now, it's more just their playstyle in general. I'm waiting. I'm lacking that extra gear.
I mean, they're fraggers, right?
To go aggressive. And that's exactly the thing. They're all very capable mechanically, but not always putting themselves in the best positions to take advantage of that, as Alo able to find Jacob, the duo of Liquid. Still not done for just yet. Able to get the knock. The rest, I would imagine, could be possible, but for eArena, I mean, they're playing with an inch behind that hillside, and with every single sec that blue closes further in, leaves them open to Alo and Luke.
Yeah, that shift not helping them either, is it?
Not at all.
Well, Luke, you see the Liquid boys, they're going to be losing their tires here. But yeah, Bagopah still in fantastic position. But they've got eyes all over the place here. That's the one thing, is they've got a lot of things that they have to keep track of. And if JDG gets a wild hair to try to make a push over there, Bagopah's got to be ready for it. So they can't over focus on any one particular part of this map right now.
This is a perfect case of nothing to claim in the center.
Yeah.
Players would have sent one guy if there was anything. There is a rock, but that's also nade bait, so you're not going to go for that. Everyone is waiting. Nobody wants to be the first move. Everyone, again, trying to be the kind Canadian, saying, no, after you, sir. By all means, you want to go first? Please.
Well, look, I mean, if you're Bagopah, you're sitting on 14 grenades. You're not pushing anything.
Oh, hell no.
You're waiting for them to get in range of you.
Yep.
And I mean, right now, things are looking great for them. But we'll see what eArena decides to do. Hopping
Somebody's got to move
into
first.
the car, but Pon's going to go down to the blue zone. Oh, that is
deny.
And yeah, I think eArena.
They're leaving. They're saying, nah, hell no. There's nothing to come for.
They read the tea leaves and determined that this was the better play, which is crazy with 3 alive. But I mean that just goes to show the circle. There's just no play for them.
It was 3 alive, then it was 2 alive, then it was 1.5 alive, and that's the point at which they said, you know what, I've just been headshot. Our teammate is down. There's nothing for us to do.
I still think with 3 up, you could maybe try to make just a crash and hope.
It's point fodder.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, now Team Liquid have managed to make 3rd place, and they are on the south side, and it looks like JDG and Bagopah are starting to pay attention to each other, and Liquid, they're kind of surviving here.
They have no smokes left. That's
no
the last
smokes left. That is the problem.
They have a busted. No, they're done.
Oh,
there's nothing they can do. They're going to fall, and to make matters fair, 1 point apiece, and finally now, the 4v4 Bagopah has a chance once again to bring it home.
All right, well, we see they've already halved their grenades. They went from 14 to 7, and they didn't manage to really find anything with the 7 they've already used. So hold on to those. JDG still holding on to their 6, or 5 rather now, as it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of probing. But nice shots there from Park Pro. Will find December 12th, and he gets the flush. That's huge.
Perfect angle on that peak as well, using the smoke to his advantage. No one else had a chance to contest that peak, and in that sense, a bit of an error made on the side of December 12th to peek it from the angle which he did. Now double blue zone comes in, forces Spaceman off this angle down to half HP. He's going to have to commit to the heals here, but he's inside the blue still, so this is taking so much time off of him. What an insane timing for Bagopah. No casualties on their side. They should know exactly where they have Spaceman any moment now. 4v1 looks to be a 4v0. Unless the Spaceman can do something, but it's not going to happen. Bagopah, they won't be Bagopah, but they will be Rondopah all day.
Wow, man, that is the cleanest 4v4 that I think I've ever seen. I mean, Bagopah doesn't even take a knock. I don't even think they got shot at.
Pio, you can stay in Korea. We don't need you for PGC. We're actually doing pretty fine right now. So just do your thing, and we'll see you next year.
What a late game there. I mean, you want to talk about wildcard maps. We can't really call them wildcard maps at this point. They've been around for so long, but the middle maps have just been huge for Bagopah, and now they get the win. They've climbed up the leaderboard, and JDG, man, they got 4 up to the late game. They have to be kicking themselves.
Great game for some of the bottom teams to crawl up that leaderboard as we go on over to Rankle next.
Bagopah is hungry and can come out on top as they get a chicken dinner to satiate that hunger. Big win for them coming out here. And I think, again, we talked about in the last game that they needed to have some big points put on the board. They got 2nd in our last wild card map, and they come out here and they get 1st in this one.
Fantastic step up for them, and also staying full team alive, dominating everything, taking control. I would say this, though. I think this is one of the roughest days in terms of circles. We have tons of water here. that, like the 50-50 into the shifts here has been brutal on Rondo, and you really saw the impact. And then on top of that, the EMP zones to deny that. The rotations come in from the kind of going on the kind of lesser populated side and stuff. It's just been crazy.
Well, it's crazy to see one side blocked off by River, one side blocked off by double EMPs, and then the circle goes north, and you get a second layer of double EMPs in phase 3, keeping anyone from backfilling on that side. This was one of the most difficult days I've ever seen to play, and my heart actually, in a small way, goes out to Group C for having to have this be their start position.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? You come in and it's like, okay, we need to get a good start. We need to get the ball rolling here, and then it's just been two military games. The 50-50 water zones on Rondo. The Teo game was rough as well. It's like you have that bottleneck area to the western side, even though it's a decent zone. Swamp is difficult to play. We saw that too. So unless we have some, and that's the good thing for me, is like Miramar almost always we have it to be very playable. You always have terrain. You always have compounds, unless we see something crazy. And now that it's Toby casting, we might even see, you know, some islands come and play here. That'd be really wild.
He would be so
He'd be thrilled.
That said, though, it is moving to Miramar. The Dusty Dunes are next, and when we get there, there are a lot of teams, a shocking amount of teams that I think are going to have to really put up some big numbers. We were talking in the green room, Slam G, who started so strong yesterday. Is it a point where they aren't even going to make the finals if they don't have two crazy games right now?
Again, we're talking about the 65 to 70 point cutoff, right? And that's kind of what we're looking at after with the recall points coming into. But our mid pack is so tight that there's no teams yet in triple digits. There's no teams yet, like multiple teams in the high 90s or anything, right? So it's just going to be one big top pack that's kind of pushing each other up. And then, as I said, we talked about in the green room a little bit. Once we get into tomorrow, I wouldn't wonder if it's going to be like, you know, 7 or 8 teams fighting for the last 2 spots in the last 2 games, right? It's going to be super close.
I think, yeah, exactly. Because of where everybody is on the top, I do think it's going to be a point where it's going to be maybe a little bit of a fight for your 1st through 5th. But again, it doesn't matter. All that matters is getting to the grand final. And because of the craziness today, it sets a really tough standard. Also, the fact that at the top of that list are a lot of players who get to now mess with some things and cause a few problems. Here's the top 4 teams coming off the back of that map. Bagopot has a big game. Another team that needed to have something happen, JDG, coming into the map here and getting 7 kills is a big one for them. Buriram again showing up with 6 kills, and Team Liquid only 2, but making it up there. Again, this is a story of teams that had to make some moves, making it in this game.
And most importantly, it's about not getting those 0, 1, or 2 point games consistently, right? You need to get in there, get the placement points. Again here, Sungjiang pops off, 500 damage, 4 kills. Also good to see Akan getting in with the 4 here too, but Bagopot, man, it's amazing to see these guys, and we know they're capable. I mean, we've been following, especially Songjiang, since 2017-18. This guy is a veteran in the scene, especially in Korea. Park Pro, of course, he would call himself just a streamer at this point, but still very capable player. And if you only take 24 damage taken and output 300, that's pretty damn efficient damage done.
I know that you play in like an old man's league.
Like a recreational league, amateurs league.
These guys seem like they are much better at playing as like the old crew. They seem like they.
Yeah, but I'm just so much better at talking about the pros than I am playing with the pros. You know, I'm too old. These guys are still, you know, high 20s, early 30s, right? So I'm too old. Like progressively going down once you hit 30 in terms of reaction.
It's so depressing to think about.
I'll still outrun you in a race, though.
I still challenge me, and I'm gonna take him on. PGC counted. James, we're still doing a foot race for sure. Let's take a look at most kills, most damage dealers, and knockouts. The guys filling those out very, very nicely as they get that first place. 22 points. Very happy. That's it. Both back-to-back. Buriram and Bagopot. They basically swapped spots for the most part between those 2 games, having 2 massive games for each of them is going to propel them up that leaderboard when we get to the overall. Again, we're going to be looking at that shift. Not everyone has played the same amount of games. We are rapidly closing on that.
Yeah, and here we see, of course, eArena. They are on 45 points with 2 games to go. They need to hit this 65-point mark. Other teams, obviously, it's good to see them. Virtus Pro Twisted Minds only playing 6. They're playing tomorrow, but there's teams right now, say Bagopot with this, 2 more games to go. They're going to hit 65 plus potentially, right? And then the bottom here, look at Slam G. The lowest team right now in terms of having played 10 matches, 33 points. We need to see that double in 2 games, Toughies. Otherwise, they're not going to be playing in the final.
I think there's a very good chance that they are not. But you know what? They are a young fresh to land team. It's not unexpected. They started strong. Maybe they come back bigger. Also, a big shout out to Buriram again. You saw that on the previous screen. They've only got the 4 games played, and they've already managed to get themselves 20 points out of what we would call qualification comfort. So they could be qualified by the end of day today if they keep playing this way.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Like, especially not having your star player in PO.
In Begopa, yeah.
And Begopa. I mean, I would love to see them come in and do that. Again, in group stage like this, when you're having curveball games thrown at you like this, it's just so hard to determine. And as you said, we really feel for Group C, right? It's so hard to get the ball rolling on such difficult games as we've had so far today.
Especially if you're one of those a northern team that drops on a wrangle, it becomes almost impossible after 3 games at the military circle. We've got 2 games left to play. When we come back, it's time for the Dusty Dunes, where chaos is all but ensured. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust, some updates to the recall system, and a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibidi Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new survivor pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Lọc đó nè.
Can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you now outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve. Can't stand in line. No, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next. Right now they're in no third place. I don't budge. I don't bend. I don't fold. I don't break. I don't bend. I don't fold. I don't.
Two matches remain here for day 2 of the PGS9 group stages before we'll see which of the teams will set themselves up best for a final day of groups. Tomorrow I'm Toby, joined by Poro as always.
Hey there.
And we have got 2 Miramars coming your way. Poro, yesterday Miramar was really all about Virtus.pro, getting 41 points in those 2 games. Now,
strong.
Well, they ain't here. So who's going to be there to claim their seat? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and I mean, the Desk broke it down spectacularly. I mean, there's so many teams that really need to find something here in these last 2 games if they're going to make what. God, it's insane to me that we're looking at 60-point cutoff, and even more than that to even really feel comfortable.
And you know what? I mean, I want to go back to a chat I had in the beginning of the day. I talked with Alroy, the coach of Navi. I said, guys, how are you feeling? You're comfortable. You obviously had a good day 1. What's the strat here for day 2? And he said, we'll see how the day goes. If we're comfortable in groups, like if we're already pretty much guaranteed to be through, we might just go out hunting once we get to Miramar. You know what? They're comfortable, they're through, so who knows, maybe the boys in yellow, the Navi team, will go hunting now that we are on Miramar. So let's see how things are going to pan out. Once again, a southeastern to northwestern plane. I feel like that's been the case the entire day, so why make it different just because we changed the map up?
Yeah, I mean, you can't hate on it, can you? I mean,
it works.
มาแล้ว
middle of the map.
กดรับครับกดรับ
As far as planes goes, that's everybody should be happy
ต้อง
with
ต้อง
that.
กดรับครับ
We always talk about like vetoes and vetoing maps and what could we do. How about if we veto plane paths? We have the entire
กดรับในเว็บก่อนครับ
360 of plane paths.
ใน
to remove
หน้าต่างดรอปอะครับ
Getting in the weeds on that one, man.
If we are to have a ban phase, we ban plane paths coming into the game. But this one, as fair as can be for everyone. 3 teams jumping out the very end of it. SGA, Bago Pass, Yuyun, and Slam G. But here we go, fighting abound. And just like that, fights are happening. And it's Navi versus, well, Tanwu to begin with, but he's down.
Immediately, Hakatori with the double on the Clories of Tambu. Flush him out, make sure that they can't get that res. Now, they did lose Sosid. And Hakatori only 4 HP and not a first aid to be found. And now Delwyn's going to go down as well. It's all down to Duck Shoes with the shotty on the top of the stairs. But the rest of the boys are coming, and Extends will clean him up. And that is it for the Expendables.
I didn't need my captain alive anyway, so it's fine.
Who does?
Who does? Well,
there was another hot drop too, wasn't there? Alcatsia and JDG once again. We saw D come out with the win last time in the epic 1v1 versus Spaceman. Will it play out that same way this time?
Yeah, well, Navi, they made a plan for themselves. They executed it, and they did so to perfection. Salutis in the nearby area of where they were. But
that's about as clean of a hot drop as you'll ever see.
Literally, when you have 3 players land on shotguns in a 2-house compound, you're in for a pretty good hot drop.
And not micro easy to go along with it. Yeah, yep. I mean, if you can finish your hot drop in under 2 minutes, then you're pretty happy, and that is exactly what they did. JDG, meanwhile, 3 deep, pushing forward. They don't have cold with them, but they might not need them if they can catch Alcacea in a unfortunate position, although it looks like Alcacea there kind of turtled up here a little bit, so that's going to be a tough nut to crack.
I like this. A Takeo rematch. Let's go for it. Alcacea and JDG finding each other once again. I mean, when you're set with a cycle, you want peak windows? I don't think you do. You just sit here, hold your ankle, and wait for things to happen. On the flip side of that, when you're set with a VSS in hand, do you really want to push buildings? No, I don't think you will either, so this could be a stalemate that's going to last for a bit. The VSS, though, will be swapped for the M16 that you can see up in the top there. Damage only applied between these 2 teams, so this is a hot drop exclusive damage tracker.
Yeah, that AK.
ทำไมมันขึ้นขอบวะ
Real dangerous. I mean, AK S12.
นะ
Pushing into another squad. Oh, he spots out D. Shot. No. Okay. We'll give his position away, but what does Alcacea do with that? You see Roth on that kind of side angle. He's got the MP5. So if anybody from JDG tries to do anything slick on the north side anyway,
they're expecting it too. Yeah. Look at the angles they're holding. They're committing 3 to this.
Guys from JDG slowing things down. You see Cold 119 still to the south. Might have finally been able to loot up something of worth. Maybe going for the high ground flanking angle. A D with that M24 in hand. He's got a scope to go with it too. That is scary stuff.
Yeah, see a real bit of a replay as that other fight stalemates. All of them committing to the same 2 buildings. Tanmu, first one to get a gun lands on the sky. Hagatori swings the corner with the Uzi in hand, and then it extends to clean up with the Saiga in the end of it. Doink, headshot comes through. Clean as can be for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you'd love to see that for Na'Vi too. Again, beginning of the day I talked about, this is a team that's had so many expectations placed upon them. And now they are delivering in a big way at the groups here, as we see.
The timing.
Cold 119 has found that flanking angle, but it looks like Alcacea, as you said, the timing perfect. They are pulling away.
I mean, they don't know what they just escaped. That could have been insane. If you catches 3 with their backs, I think only one of them had a vest that's only has a barrel. That would have been a lava spray come through. Them just being melted away, but no, able to get off the hills. I don't think he has a scope on either, not just the red dot to work with. So,
I think he had the scope on the M16.
Oh, he does? Okay.
So he's got something to work with there, but
คู่นี้ไม่จบว่ะ คู่นี้ยิงกันต่อ
You see the rest of his team, they're kind of moving around and pulling away from this. So Rello with that 6x M4, not spotting anything out. Cowboy in kind of a dangerous spot here if Cold 119 does peek.
It's surprisingly similar.
Now.
Yeah, it's surprisingly similar to the way that the Palace fights unfold. It was like flanks on flanks on flanks, teams trying to outplay one another, and this is the same thing once more. It's all mental games. It's all trying to figure where are they, and he is way in the open. It's just a matter of when Cold decides to shoot. Now he does. 1 tag, 2 tag, make it 3. Able to get the nuggets up against the Bolt. Now he realizes that he's trying to get off to safety, but Roth is able to trade him in return.
Very nice trade. Very, very nice trade. But you see, as soon as that knock comes through, December 12th, already making the run. And more importantly than the knock, JDG actually getting the information fed over to them that Alcacea is pulling away. So they make that push. Cowboy still holding the fence line, though, as he's going to spot out Suze trying to go for the res.
Let's see here. Spaceman holds that angle. Na'Vi falls. That's between them and Face, actually up towards Minas. They thought they were going to backfill and get some easy loot going. Face was sat here ready and waiting, takes them out. So finally, something going well for Face. In this one,
a little bit of a yay boo for Na'Vi there, isn't it? I mean, they win. They win the cleanest hot drop in ever, and then they immediately go down to phase.
That was a yay boo.
It's a big yay boo.
I never heard that one before, but I like it.
Well, both teams get their knocks revived, and Alcacea going to go for the reposition and pull away from that wide open side. That you can see Suze kind of looking down there. There's just nothing to be found.
Yeah. and this is taking place a kilometer from the circle too. They both had a really good first entry to this circle had they wanted to make that play happen, because not too many teams opted to jump off late, but they committed to this. It's been dry as can be, and now Buriram, as you say, Buriram is peeking on over, and oh my, is he going to be
ทำไม
exposed?
เขาเล่นกันอย่างนั้นวะแต่ละทีมคือแบบเล่นอะไรกันไม่รู้เนี่ย
Headshot, body shot, make that Colts now. Trying to make the wrap around, but nice trace in there by Rivs to follow him. 10 damage done down to just 1. And that should be an easy one, and indeed it will be. Double kill for him.
Just everything that
too long.
Everything that could go wrong for JDG today has gone wrong, with the exception of last game where they make it to the end. They make it to the final 2 and just get immediately walloped by Bagopa. And now they stick around, as you said, too long. That timer just not ticking, and Buriram managing to go up and sneak 2 away, and that's Alcacia is real happy about that. You know what?
For sure.
We didn't get the points through the hot drop, but the result is still the same.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was talking about in the previous game too. JDG just lacking that 6th gear, lacking that, you know what, we got the first guy down, 4v3, we have the upper hand, let's make a play happen, make the push on down along the western side. They knew where they had 2 of them inside the warehouses too, but too much to lose in going out early on here, and well, in playing safe or trying to do so, they end up paying the price for it.
Hello. See if they can figure out where December 12th is. Looks like Spaceman's just kind of running away. And December 12th will be left to his own devices, holding an angle with that AK. As Buriram has pulled away from that high ground, they're going to continue making their way into the circle. As it looks like Alcacia, they may be thinking the same thing here, but we do have an interview, though, and it's going to be with Songjang.
We're now having some jump from Bagopa. So you've actually racked up 6 kills all by yourself in match 3 and got the chicken dinner in match 4. So you showed us that you're far from rusty even after being playing since 2018. So how do you feel about your mechanics right now?
세 번째 매치에서 혼자 6킬을 기록하시면서 거의 치킨을 따낼 뻔하셨고 네 번째 매치에서는 이제 치킨을 드셨는데요. 2018년부터 꾸준히 활동해 오시면서 아직도 감이 녹슬지 않았다 이런 걸 증명하신 것 같아요. 혹시 현재 본인의 컨디션이나 경기력 어떻게 보시나요?
사실 운이 좋았던 부분도 있어서 그런데 승부욕이 좀 있다 보니까 아쉬울 수밖에 없다고 생각을 하고 팀원들이랑 또 남은 매치 잘 이겨내보겠습니다.
I think a bit of luck was inside, and I'm very competitive, so I will overcome it with my teammates further.
Okay, the veterans still got it. All right, we're back to the game. Thank you.
Never has a person overtaken an interview as hard as Roth just did. I don't know if it's fed through our mics.
Just so we know, Roth was not talking to Songjang in that.
Oh no, he was not. He was definitely talking.
He wants him to get the in here.
I feel like he might have been talking to everyone. Baby. When he was, at least everyone could hear him. That's for sure. And again, love it. Love a verbal man like that that can go out and get hyped, get excited for good results, because they are playing. I don't think I'm wrong in saying better than most people expected. Maybe also better than they expected themselves. I know they have high expectations, but sitting in 3rd place overall right now is definitely impressive and pretty much guaranteed grand finals.
Yeah, no, I think Alcacia, I mean, I have high expectations for them all the time, but they typically, when they get to internationals, you do see them, they fall victim to slow starts, and that has not been the case whatsoever for them here, at least in PGS 9. And
โอ้บุรีรัมย์มาแรงเว้ย
continue that success into the grand final, but right off the bat, Toby, I gotta say, 11 minutes in, 51 alive, so it's been a very bloody early game, and I only expect it to get worse here, obviously, as we've got 1 game remaining after this. The early game, huge, but look at El Pozo right now.
Yep.
Just quick reminder of what the historical cutoff point has been.
We are looking at around that 60-point margin. Here you see it. I mean, the thing is, Navi played this one smart. They knew that freaks were. Oh, that doesn't help things either. That I got.
Yeah, why are you talking about Navi playing it smart right as they're just getting?
I mean, we know what happened. We know what happened. Right? They got wrecked. But it's just a timing thing. Couldn't be any worse. FaZe were backfilling as well. They too saw.
I mean,
leave.
That was really good by FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, they saw FaZe leave. They go, we're just here to pick up a gun, and then wait, there's a car coming in. Oh wait, it's 4-1. Oh wait, he ran himself over. Guys, there's points over here. And then you know what? if they come as free as that, and it's a team like Navi you get to eliminate coming in on your edge of the circle, you're pretty pleased with that.
Absolutely. Well, not pleased is 17, as they have lost Shawu. But I mean, at the end of the day, they've got 66 points already. They're fine. Like, they're vibing. They've got 2 more Miramar games here as we see Alcatia after winning the Battle of Chumasera, get everybody back on their feet, and they're going to take the high ground off of that E pickup. So we saw they had scopes. They could make some waves here.
Definitely. Watch out for any other helicopters coming your way, and maybe a mortar shell or 2. But overall, this looks very
เรียบร้อย DN fix.
Oh no, that's a spin out in the arguable worst position possible. Dance and weave, touch and weave, thrown down, act like you ain't here, but not gonna work. Slam G rewarded with at least the knock off for that one. Slam G, a team who had great success yesterday, haven't been able to get anything going at all. But just like in EMEA, when things go well for Slam G, it usually starts with this man right here, Boostic, an incredible mechanical player, one of the young guns coming into the EMEA scene. And here, able to get one as well.
Guess Heaven didn't get the memo.
เดี๋ยวดูไม่มี
The wheels
มาแล้วก็ไปหมดแล้วมั้งตั้งแต่เขาหลับประมาณเกม4หลับแล้ว
มาถึงเต็งหลับแล้วก็เงียบไปเลย
Freaks will lose too, and
ไม่มีการตอบรับไง
continuing for Freaks, man.
ไม่พากล่ะเต็งก็พากไปด้วยสิ
They just haven't looked right. Now, I mean, they're sitting on 53 points, which is, you know, okay.
จ้า
Again, that if we're looking at what might be a 60-plus point cutoff, they're going to be sweating tomorrow unless they can find something here in these final 2 games. And now they've got to play Game 5 with only 2.
It's clear to see what the Kryptonite has been. They had 0 points in their 2 Miramar games yesterday. They have none thus far. It's definitely something they're going to go back and look at coming into Grand Finals. Should they make it, because they still have 1 more game left to play, and I mean, you could only imagine short at 53.
ไม่แตกอยู่มั้ง
It's an interesting one. Okay.
ไม่รู้กบแตก
Hits that revive station and immediately Shawu.
แตกแล้วมั้งแม่ไปกิน
So the timing on that perfect, and Shawu going to send it into El Pozo. Now what he doesn't know is that there's about 5 or 6 teams already in El Pozo.
I'm here.
As Circle kind of favored that.
นภัสวัสดิ์เอ้ยจอยไอ้นี่ได้นะเมมเบอร์อะ
Okay, well.
เมมเบอร์25 บาทนะทุกคน
But you can see
จอยเมมเบอร์ได้นะจะเป็นพนักงานบริษัทเลย
17's view about what they
แต่
have
ถ้าจอย200จะเป็นบอร์ดบริหาร
know about right now. But they're now going to know that El Pozo is very populated.
โอ้ตำไทย
All that work to get Shawu back.
ใช่ไหมตำไทยใส่ปู
Guys, it's taken, guys. Don't go. And well, at least now they can go play the rocks, and I think that's actually what he was scouting for.
กินลอยมาเลย
Make sure this spot was clear, and in fact, it was.
That's good. That's actually a really nice position there for 17. But
the
problem for him, though, is remember Alcatia, with that high ground, they have beautiful angles on all this, and you can see as a result, 17 just going to have to lie prone here for a while.
Well, Alcatia might be able to see it, but everyone can see them too when they peek over from that southern side from the uphill. You can see they're peeking up, but in doing so, also leaving themselves exposed to the entirety of El Pozo, so it does not come without risk when you try and go aggressively.
Sure. Alcatia, we'll send Roth down, start thinking about what the move is going to be once this circle inevitably moves away. Replay of JDG's no good, very bad day.
JDG.
A bit of a slow start for sure. Fortunately, the one thing they got going for them is that they have 6 games left to play, so we've seen this team pop off and put up 60 points in a day. That is not outside of the realm of possibility.
I
like it. Let's get raw in this. And also, I mean, to add on top of that, their main threat through the day, their Kryptonite, and Alcatia ain't playing tomorrow.
Exactly.
So what they didn't get to work with today, maybe they will be able to maneuver out tomorrow, because whenever Roth had a chance to shut them down, he sure has.
Now, the pressure's definitely on, but as you said, don't have to worry about that thorn in their side from the late game here, as Alcatia doing exactly what they set out to do at the beginning of the day, get themselves set up in the first 2 games and then cause problems.
Everyone's waiting for the circle, and there we go.
El Pozo.
Intersection circle, El Pozo, GG. Well played. You're probably not alive by the end of this shift. As Gen G now decision to make. Yeah, they're going to fortify the west. That makes perfect sense. Even if the north is in and could be in for the circle to come, that compound is going to receive so much heat. Rather back off, say, no, we're not going to get all those kills. This could be a 20-game kill if we survive the north. We could also just get south and get top 5 guaranteed.
Yeah, also going to be interesting to see what FaZe decides to do here. I mean, you see they're the westernmost team. They've got control over pretty much everything, but they've got to go somewhere. So, meanwhile, Team Liquid, here's what happens. You have to leave El Pozo eventually, and unfortunately for them, Roth coming down. That is he came down early, and it pays off as he finds a couple there.
Ooh.
Deal with the seat-swapping Panzerfaust onto Alo. Sparking will try to get him. The shot's not landed. There we go. He'll get him in the end, and Team Liquid will be down to 2 as Alcancia. Blood in the water as they come to try to find Luke 12, and he goes down.
Perfect timing for them to jump off the cliff side as well, and the northern side swing around the west. But you can look at this, the ammo count they have railed down to 29. They expended all of it up on the hills up high, but luckily for them, they have some corpses for Liquid to pick up. Also, I mean, you talked about anomalies earlier today. I think I've seen Purdy get killed coming out of a shack 4 times today. So I don't know about that one. It's just rare that you get to see it on repeat. But Purdy, just don't be near shacks. They apparently don't work for you.
Yeah, I mean, like 24 points through 4 games or 5 games really for Liquid here, and now they're down to just 1.
Yep.
Definitely not the start they were anticipating for themselves, but still 1 left, and if they can get above 30-35, I think you take that. Considering how the day started with the 2 military island circles. So
definitely.
Buriram trying to make a push in. eArena, though, they're more than up to the challenge. Edie and Dimasti going to go down instantly and get flushed out as well as eArena holding strong. They'll find Khan as well.
Base pulling up on this one as well within nade range now, too. They can lock one over. That could easily be eArena completely done for. The backfill, the safety position from the other side is being pressured hard, and now it's just Lyrics down towards the south, trying to help the boys set up here. Rips finds himself on an island of his own, trying to fend off against the duo. Oh, it was a bait all along. I like the idea of going for the molly, but in doing so, left himself exposed, and that's Buriram down in 12.
There we go. The C4 Bronco coming towards SGA. Are they ready for it?
Oh no, he didn't go all the way there.
No, he missed the turn, the smoke. He will get himself and he'll get Ane, and that may open up a door here as you see Akan trying to push in with that DBS in hand. Not finding anything just yet through the smokes.
Not often you
C4
use a DBS for when it's now a crate gun, but hey, if you get a chance to push it with it, there ain't really a gun that's better than that one. So let's see if he can make it ring. Akan already able to find the first one. See if he can get the second Sephiroth. Able to jump up and hurt, but nice swing there. Able to get one Park Pro, able to trade him quickly though.
Good trade. That's a good trade, but unfortunately, that's just the way things work in this lobby. Songjang instantly gets flushed by Zephyros.
C4 again.
C4 again here for H-Win as Falcons
they're doing
down to just 2. He's going to hop out of the vehicle. The C4 is going to land. Run away, Akan, run away.
Are they going to survive this? What can you do?
Oh. He sure isn't.
What can you do? He even died before that too. They're stuck.
No counterplay. What are you going to do?
Unlucky. They were able to survive the push, but in the end, the no-man car was too much for them to deal with.
Look at this circle.
Gen G likes it.
There's 21 players left alive.
Yep, and we have, what, 9 players inside the circle?
Goodness gracious. I mean, we've been talking about how Erangel has turned into one of the bloodiest maps in all of PUBG, but it looks like Miramar kind of making their own, making its own claim at the crown as D once again the last player alive, but that doesn't mean anything. This kid is absolutely cracked as 770 is going to find out.
Yep, first one down. Might be a one-man army, but a big one at that. Taking on, doesn't matter what accolades you have in this tournament, but of course prone down there, not too much you can do. Little Ghost with an MP5 of his own goes for it, and he's not going to be able to get that first aid off in time. He's going to go down as well, so that's going to be 17 gaming out of 8.
There you go. See a replay here of...
It didn't even go inside the building.
it didn't need to, man. Sometimes splash damage is a wonderful thing. Well, CTG, we haven't gotten a chance to talk about them too much. Only 14 points on the day. It's been a slow start. They have to fight their way into the zone right now. But
ช่องหลักเป็นไงบ้างช่องหลักทุกคน
might be setting themselves up for a little bit of a rally here at the end.
Slow start, but look at how close it is down towards the bottom. A lot of these C teams have not been able to really perform today, so with a win here, potentially, CGG, they could skyrocket up that leaderboard. And it all starts here, taking out the remaining two from eArena and then pushing down towards FaZe. Janjan is going to be real careful because he's leaving himself completely exposed to FaZe. And because of it, he falls. He had to push with the P90, a bit too eager, a bit too greedy, and pays forward.
Oh, he does. SGA will get in, taken out. eArena Opon's just left to run away as Vex will spot him out, and that'll be him going down. Sparking going to find two from Change the Game as now Change the Game just like that, down to just one player. I believe it's Aries, the last one on his feet, and he's down to half HP.
Not too much you can do. Force the prone down. They had everything on lockdown. Little did they know the solo inside the shack towards the north was going to be their downfall. Just like that, Aries actually able to stand strong, not taking too much damage initially either, but once more will fall down. FaZe should be able to get the rest up on Fix. Gustav falls in doing so, but they have good control on this southern side still.
The IDM.
I mean, we saw them get the wipe on the Na'Vi early, but it feels like they've been hanging out on this western side and not a lot going on over there, but they've still managed to get themselves 9 kills. They've got 3 alive. They know to play around that Gen G compound. That the circle is favoring as Sparking is going to get spotted out by Slam. We haven't seen Slam G in the late game in a while, have we?
FaZe out here DMing Slam G, guys. If you have a C4,
it's phase 6 and we're a top 4.
Guys, if you have a C4, can one of you guys send it into Gen G? That would be super convenient. Can we go EMEA versus Korea, please? Because we would like to stay alive. Good thing for FaZe is they have Vart inside circle. It's on Slam G. I mean, everyone's waiting. I mean, I guess Sparking as well. I'm not sure how much impact he's going to have from there. But it's on Slam G to make the next move because FaZe, they can just backfill down towards Vart and lay low there.
Gen G, the struggles of getting the good compound that everybody knows to avoid. You know, you're looking great for the late game here, but only 1 kill collected so far as Jeems trying to make his way across the street. Yeah, they know that Sparking's there. Fex was I think that was a bait vehicle really to get Sparking to peek.
Yeah, for sure.
But Sparking too smart for that.
Headshot connected, literally 1 HP on the side of Sparking. Again, I mean, if FaZe just wants full control of this eastern side of the circle. There comes the cars. I'm not seeing any C4 trails, so not going to happen with that. A lot of pre-nades still being tossed out, though, as the pull-up comes through.
Snail trail's not going to be there as grenades falling from Gen G, but not falling where they need to be. And Slam G now has the wall to play around. Tosi has one prepped and primed. Arctic's very low, and now, Mogore will go down to Orca. Arctic's very low. Boostic's still alive, still playing around those vehicles. These utility from Gen G just way off. It's Tosi pushing with the MP5 blind. Doesn't even matter. Slam G will go down.
And that fight right there, I was going to say the pull-up from Slam G, timing couldn't be better because they knew FaZe was occupied looking towards Sparking. They were the main threats to prevent a third party to come through, but for FaZe, they had a 10-second gap there from where they could have engaged that fight, maybe taking the win, but again, the threat of Sparking, him staying alive for as long as he did towards the north, forced them to stay slow on it. So Gen G not only able to get 4 points off of that, but able to keep all 4 players alive themselves. As FaZe playing it in slow here, wanting the circle over the potential pull-up opportunity against Gen G.
This could be a massive, I mean, it already is a massive game for FaZe, who started off a little bit slow, as Sparking will donate himself over to the blue. But if FaZe can wrap up this victory, they will shoot up the leaderboard. Only 21 points in the first 4 games. But now 9 kills, 3 up. They've got Gen G pinned. If they can get a little bit of circle luck here, absolutely huge.
Anything but north. But it's northeast, and they have Fex and Jeems have the right side. They're likely. I mean, okay, sure, we could just go full Gen.
เป็นไปได้กินไก่เลยครับ
But it is no matter what gonna end outside the compound, and right now that's all FaZe needs.
I got to tell you, I feel like we're setting up for about the most boring 5 minutes that you're gonna see in an international here, because FaZe, I mean, they don't have to do anything here. They can wait. And Gen G, they don't want to have to do anything here. They're gonna hold on to their hard cover as long as they can. So I don't know. What do you want to talk about for the next?
I will say this. Right now, they're trading shots. If FaZe, as long as Vart doesn't get knocked, FaZe is fine.
That's it.
I mean, as long as Jeems can get knocked, Fex will be able to get the rest. The issue going the other way is if Gen.G gets a player knocked, look at this, they're all in each their respective building. If Gen.G gets a player knocked here, you can see Orca taking a lot of damage from Fex right now. If he gets knocked, that's when the transition between buildings gets dangerous. That's when Bart starts peeking, trying to get some of those off angles, right? So right now, I'd give the advantage to FaZe in terms of trying to take these peak battles. Having said that, Gen.G knows exactly where they have FaZe, where FaZe, they're playing a bit more whack-a-mole against Gen.G because they peek up from new windows every single time they look out.
Yeah, I mean that's the name of the game.
Look at
right
the angle,
here,
the cross
Vard,
here
right?
in the open.
You can't.
If there's a knock, he peeks.
Can't get knocked here if you're Vard.
Nope. He's waiting for a knock. He's waiting for a knock to force someone to cross through that open. As soon as they get a knock, if they do in one of those buildings, he peeks to get the crossing guy that goes for the rest down as well. All of a sudden, that's a 3v2. They're leaving. Or at least repositioning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they leave just yet. I mean, there's no point to. I mean, you've got that hard cover Satoshi. They're figuring out where the shooters are, right? And Orca.
Yeah, they've only seen two.
Trading back and forth with them. They know that Vard is around. I'm not sure if they spotted Vard. I don't see their little Doritos looking down in that direction, though.
I get the idea of having a guy cross the road and go south, but right now, I mean, they're just repositioning. You wait next circle. You wait next circle. If it shifts northwest, there's no reason to get greedy for it.
Yeah,
if it does go anywhere outside that compound, though, I like the idea of actually aggressively taking the fight to that southwest side. The danger is just then you leave the duo that you know is on the rock open, and this is perfect for FaZe. They couldn't ask for anything more, and now it's on Bard. Now he can fall. Now he needs to find them in transition. As soon as they get into those cars, as soon as those engines get up, he needs to peak.
Only bad part is Bean spotted him. Bean knows he's there, so now Gen.G knows he's there.
But
so they know not to expose himself. And the rooftop that Vard is on is outside his zone. So, you know, that was the insurance policy essentially. Yeah. If they can find something off of it, great. But now that he's been spotted out, and now that it's outside a circle, you know, we go to Plan B.
Well, look at that, 20 smokes, 12 flashes for Gen.G. They've been playing at everything from a distance. FaZe, in the meantime, have been playing everything up close. And the teams they've been fighting, there haven't really been a whole lot to take from those dead.
ยังไม่รู้คะแนนเท่าไหร่เลย
because, well,
แต่ว่าอาจจะต้องการคะแนนเพิ่มอีกครับคุณโมโตฮากิ
FaZe set with what they've got. Gen.G with plenty to work with. Those smokes going to be deployed soon. And you can see here, trying to make sure Vard doesn't catch anyone crossing.
Good thing, one good thing for FaZe at least is ammunition not a problem.
โอ้โหสุดแผ่นรองเมาส์อ่ะ Gen.G
well looted up, so they've more than able to just sit here and spray down everybody and just making them uncomfortable.
Yep.
As trying to get shots into the vehicle through the window, and it looks like he's actually going to get the wheel, but it should be okay for Vard. He'll drop the smokes and try to reposition, but yeah, a little bit of a tough rotation, but he'll get there.
You get the rock. If you get to the rock, you could be all right. Headshot connected, but James with the double blue zone comes in, finds Orca, forces them all into healing. Bean is down low as well. Great long throw hitting all of them at the same time. Now the mollies come through to block off the last entry possible. I love this isolation play. Great strategy set up by FaZe.
But that's about the extent of the offensive utility that they had, and the res is going to come back on to Orca, and they'll be able to get him up in time. And you can see one grenade
comes out.
Yeah, one grenade left for FaZe here. Couple of Molotovs, and that's a huge knock for being onto James.
The only timing you go for it too, Fex. The second he isn't holding that angle, Bean peeks out, gets a double headshot, and now it's all about up close. 2v4. Vard and Fex trying to fend off here. There should be no world in which they're allowed to get the rest. And now is the utility barrage from Gen.G that comes through, but Vard is still here, still holding strong. Make it a 4v or make it a 2v3.
Last grenade has been used by FaZe, so they've got nothing left in the bag. James not even able to get rezzed here. Vard has to hold on. Wait, where did he get that grenade? Okay, they got one. I'm not sure where that came from, but it could be good. Tosi and Flame still just playing around that smoke.
Vard is playing blind. He is doing a good job baiting the attention right now, but Vex cannot commit to the rest. It's simply too difficult. A lot of damage being done though. Vex able to find the first one, but how does Vard become useful in this? How does he wrap around the southern side, create a crossfire? Not gonna happen. Tosi with an MP5 finds the first one. It's just Vex now left alive, and it's not to be. Gen G out victorious.
What a play from Gen G.
Yes.
That knock, I mean, as soon as they got that knock, just instantly in the vehicles, instantly on the move. Now, I mean, FaZe was in a really rough position there at the end. The lack of utility just made it so that there was not really anything they could do other than hope that they could find somebody peeking through the smokes.
It's a matter of perspective. For Gen G, the timing on that BNP couldn't be better. For Vex and FaZe, it could not have been worse. He held that angle for so long. The moment he peeks off is when he comes out. Instant double headshot on to James, and that's pretty much Rod's road. We have one more match left to play, but before that, we go to a break. Back to the desk.
ดูiPad แพงด้วยเจนจีว่ะทุกคน
A big win as they dip their toesies in the chicken dinner and come away with a burner for flaming the boys. Now they did get a combat. They were able to hold it when no one else had anything. But ultimately coming out with the win is what matters most.
เจนจีไปผสมผสานใครมาบ้างไม่รู้
They left basically the center compound that Vado took over.
Yep.
Left the back door somewhat open for FaZe, but they had to reinforce. They had to make sure there were 4 guys strong towards that late game. And those 4 guys versus a 3-man of FaZe.
Yeah.
Paid off huge, right? And again, that 1-man advantage just have such an impact. But then again, there was many clutch plays during this. Yep. I also say for Sparking to get 3rd here and the amount of kills that he got, the amount of pressure he was able to put on multiple teams, especially CTG, especially some of the other teams that kind of tried to take some space away from him. Unfortunately, he lost his car, but that was good for FaZe. They could kind of leave him and then try to focus on this fight. Multiple great things to say about FaZe, but being 3 versus 4 just is so much harder.
Yeah, but I mean, it's what I will say. They had these really great moments, right? That Vard getting stuck across the road, we thought he was done for. They used that blue zone grenade to make sure that no one could come out and stop him from crossing. The fact that Vard made it to the 3-stack in and of itself was impressive, and FaZe going to be putting up some big numbers. So again, for a team that has been, to be honest, feel like they've been scrambling to get things put together. Lost Purexy kind of out of nowhere. This is really cool to see that they are finally sort of enacting their strategy.
I will say this though, if Gen G had to leave the compound a little bit earlier, or if they didn't get the 2 northern or somewhat northern shifts where they were still in the compound, or if Watt could have stayed on that off angle and they had to leave, so he didn't have to kind of give it away too much, that could have been an impact too. But here, I mean, Gen G, been impressed with them so far. We talked about them at the start of the day here. Now they're able to take this one home here, so that's going to be a huge amount of points to come their way. 7 kills along with the win, but 9 kills for FaZe is also massive for them on their first day of play here in group stage.
I mean, again, we went into EWC with the story of Gen G sitting on their laurels. Do they deserve to be GPT or Gen PT, if you will? And we said no. EWC, they end up in 2nd place by somehow putting together just a really good chain of games. And here again, we're starting to see them find points all over the place. So Gen G on a glow up. It's great to see. Most kills, most damage dealers, and knockouts. Sparking with the most kills and the Survivor reward.
The Survivor?
Yeah, he lasted longest, so, by himself in the blue. We'll call it the Beanie Award, maybe?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Healing in the blue?
Sparking did do ton of damage, but then again, the amount of guys that he killed on that shack. Probably left him like 15, 20 first stage, right? So it's gonna give him that, but also he healed, then shot, healed, then shot. Here, Gen G 17, as we talked about, FaZe with the 15 here. It's gonna be massive for them too, but also Liquid, a Group C team to come in and get double digits like this. We talked about Slam G, they had to step up here. They're gonna be in the 40s points. They're gonna need a 20-plus point game to put themselves in the mid-60s.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult here in the last.
But at least they walked away with 9 on that one, so it's something that can happen. All right, take a look at the total leaderboard. Yeah, Expendables doing great. Remember to also look at the match count over there on the side for all of our teams, the 11 teams stacked up. Full Sense still holding strong with 6 games played in Virtus Pro. Yeah. Pretty impressive. But as you slide down those numbers, Buriram United in 11th with 5 games, also very, very nice.
Freaks only on 54. That's a little bit nerve-wracking,
that is.
To be honest. If they don't get 60-plus, that could be scary here. But yeah, look at this. Gen G with 5 games, 41 points here, putting themselves kind of above the rest of the mid-pack here. Yep. Still now in the top 16. Liquid now also in the top 16 with 31 points here. Our bottom teams, man. There's a lot of teams with very few amount of points here. Now, SGA, 11, only 1 game to go. Yeah. Foreign Women only had 10, right? Which means, like, the amount of points that's going to be kind of left for everyone else means that the cutoff could get ever tighter.
Yeah, I think it's going to get very tight as we go into tomorrow. It is going to be, I think we said in the agreement, you were joking, maybe we'll see 8 teams competing for that cutoff.
I think so.
And that is starting to really set itself up to happen that way, which is stressful. Something else that is stressful we want to touch on quickly. There were hot drops in that game, a shocking amount, to be honest. Navi versus the Expendables over Kantara, which is a fine hot drop. Both of them are qualified. Sure. That sort of makes sense to me. QAD versus JDG, they drop for Chuma. QAD wins this. Can JDG afford to come back?
No, they should absolutely not be hot dropping at any time here. You do not have the points to do so. You should be going off and taking an alt drop and figure something else out, because you're not going to be able to get 60 points tomorrow off easily.
Absolutely. So we'll see if they have the hubris to continue doing it. Will they go back? Because I can tell you right now, QAD has no interest in leaving. It's time for us to get into our final match of the day. Let's get to the Dusty Dunes with Toby and Parasaurus.
Thank you guys for chalking up this battleground for one final time here today. One final time for this Group B.
ใช่เจนจีก็ประมาณนั้นครับหมดความขลังอยู่นะใช่พอไม่มีแบบพวกโลกิไม่มีพีโออ่ะหมดความขลังนะไม่รู้เจนจี
It looks like that might just be the case, Poro.
I don't know about that from JDG.
I agree.
I know you still got 6 games to play, but you have had an absolute disaster of a day here so far, and you know that they're coming.
Like they stretching. Theoretically, please be stretching.
Theoretically, sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess the excuse that you can make in your head from last time is that it wasn't Alcancia that caused you the problem. Buriram.
True.
But still, I mean, 20 points. Through the day.
เชียร์กันอีกแล้วทุกคน
You're putting so much pressure
JDG หรือว่าอาคาเซีย
I like to think of Chumacero kind of as a layer cake, and you leave one on the very top layer that's cold on his own MP5 in hand, waiting for his teammates now to come up and join him. They're taking the fight to Alcacia this time around. No more waiting around, no more playing it slow. If we want a hot drop, we got to take the fight to them immediately. Issue is, Cold, while I like the MP5, he's looking at a long distance engagement right now on his own up here. They have the circle, so they can wait around for a bit and have this one stall out. But this positioning, I mean, I'm not sure about it.
Buriram ฟาร์มไกลมาก
Looked like FaZe was getting real close to slam there as well, but it looks like they'll pull away and go south. So the only real early game battle here is going to be Alcancia versus JDG once again. Now, no Buriram on the south side, but they do still have eArena very close. 17 also has a 7700 down here. So it's starting to attract a little bit too much attention here. If I'm JDG.
And I mean, you're fighting over Chuma. Now it went from a hot drop to a cold drop. Of course, for good reason, Alcacia is going to expect the white flanks, because that's been the case every single time these two guys have fought each other. But also, you're a dead center in the circle.
Yeah.
There's simply too much to fight for. You've been able to stay alive. You've gotten, quote-unquote, the good side of Chuma for this circle. Take advantage of it. Lay low. If anything, let Alcacia come to you, because you have a good game to play from this area of the map.
And it looks like that's what they're doing. They're giving away that high ground. They're starting to make their way towards the low side of Chuma, loot up a little bit more, and I think a big part of that is exactly what you said. They're dead center circle. So
แป๊บนึงนะขออนุญาตรับดรอปก่อน
let's hear what he has to say.
Em nghĩ đây là cơ hội để tụi em thể hiện bản thân của tụi mình là không
สันคิดว่า
cái giải BG lần trước
เป็นโอกาสที่ดีการเราจะได้เพอร์ฟอร์มแบบเงียบๆเหมือนว่าเราได้ซ้อมไปในตัว
đạt được thành tích cao hơn
เพื่อตามหาความสำเร็จที่มันสูงกว่า
We can be better. They are better.
We can be better.
Well, it's been looking good so far. I mean, 81 points through 2 days. That is very, very good stuff from the Expendables. But again,
แต่เล่นดีมากนะครับ
right?
The Expendables.
Nobody remembers group stages. Everybody remembers what you did in the grand final.
Exactly. JDG. I don't think this is a reposition play per se. This is them trying to just, leave.
Yeah.
Chumacero altogether. It is a hot spot, but not a spot from where you usually get a whole lot of points going your way. Issue is there's that 4 guys in a car, and both change the game, and they're actually providing into each other. Wenmo is on his own, able to find one, will be traded immediately after, but this fight is far from done. The remaining change the game players are here, and Luke from Liquid is here as well, feeding that info across to his teammates. So what was a mature decision in leaving might have just become the downfall of JDG altogether.
Oh, and look at that. Yeah, as you said, Luke has that angle, and now Ares is coming over. Yep. Spaceman will get spotted out by Luke, and Cold out in the middle of nowhere. Luke will pick that up. You got to go secure that point if you're Liquid. You need them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, get them. Go ahead. Get that. 31 on the day so far. We'll turn that into 32. Hopefully. Nope. Hank going to steal it.
Had one more shot to shoot.
Didn't
go for it.
It's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah, they prioritized this. I get it. He was waiting for the pickup from Purdy. Now they're putting up on this. They know that they had a 2v1 opportunity, but they're pushing in one by one. Purdy taking down initially Alo there to trade it though, and in the end Alo out victorious as well. So Purdy, effectively working as the bait in that one, opens up the angles for Alo to get too much needed kills.
The short to mid-range god back once again as we see Tanvu actually going down in a vehicle explosion. So the Expendables running into some difficulties on their rotation in the north side.
Yeah.
As I think they just ran in between a Falcons and Dian Freaks, kind of sizing each other up there on the north side. They end up taking out Tanvu.
Happens to the best of them. Of course, this is far up on the northern side of things, so you'd have to imagine that a rest should be possible at some point. See the aftermath of another vehicle explosion there as Dian Freaks. They were set up for a camp initially, but opted to think better of it. Still a lot more to play for. They'll wrap down towards the south as well.
All right. Looks like we still got a few teams on the outskirts making their way in. Not that it matters. We had 100% playable. Well, it was about a 75% playable circle last time. We saw a lot of early game fighting, and it doesn't seem like that's slowing down here in match number 6 as we check back in with Gen G. Man of the match right there, Mr. Tosi.
It wasn't much they had to do in that last game, but going up against FaZe in the position that they had could have easily been at a loss had it not been because they played it as smart as they did. So good on them. And while Tosi got the MVP
cut off ผมว่าน่าจะอยู่ประมาณสัก50กว่ามั้ง
If not the MVP, at least that honorable mention for that double headshot of teams, because that's what allowed for that last rotation to take place.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can really say about Gen G is that everybody is a contributor. There's nobody left.
For sure.
Nobody carrying the weight for the other boys. So all 4 guys firing on all cylinders. Check back in with Bagel Pod getting a little close to change the game over here on the western side. It's a long-range scrap, but Sung Jang is kind of feeling himself. You got to figure after it's been a fantastic day here for Bagel Pop.
Yep, definitely. Looking very, very poised at their 67 for grand finals. Would be hard to imagine the cutoff being any higher than that. So they can do whatever they want, but of course still want to come out and play well here in their final day of groups.
บวกกันยับเลยว่ะทุกคน
On the other side of that coin, changed the game. Not a great day. And they've already lost one. They've only had 18 points so far.
Yep.
Not what they were hoping for from their start. But they can avoid Bago Paz push here in the early side. You see, Aries on that long side. I'm not even sure if they know that Songjang is here. He's been repositioning. Park Pro has just been forcing them to. Park Pro from range has been kind of keeping their heads down, so they have no real idea of what's kind of pushing onto them right now, or where they're coming from.
I will say what I like to see about this Bago Pa roster without Pio is that I like, and I don't know. I feel like oftentimes
มีความ
when you
การ
have
ระ
Pio
บุ
on
มาก
your
กว่า
roster, this is not to take anything away from him because his accolades speak for themselves, but his personal play style forces your team to play in a very specific way. Without him, they're more free. They're more able to go out and do what they want. And I like this somewhat more aggressive play style that we're seeing from Bagopa minus Pio. Than when he's the one dictating the pacing of their games. They spread out more. The way that they approach some of these fights, it looks very structured.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is like it looks like they're playing like they have a plan, which is not. I mean, honestly,
they do.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say that, but you look at them in some of the past times, it just looks like they're just kind of being very reactionary. Right now, Bagopa, especially through these last 3 games, have been playing like they are the ones in charge of their own destiny. As Songjang will get there just a little bit too late. Aries will take some damage, and Akan will have to run away as Hangi doing a good job protecting his teammate.
Definitely. Let's see here. Sergal closing in just a minute to go until it's going to be all the way there.
Tanvu's back.
Tanvu is in fact back.
Do I get my -3 back?
I don't know. Wait, we were talking about this. Could he, if he lands now and dies, is that -6?
Oh boy.
Could be. We'll see.
I really hope not. If Tanvu gets me -6, man, I don't know if I'll
It's more because he's your captain too.
I know.
Nonetheless, he's going to fly up towards. Honestly, he can probably fly all the way towards where he fell and get his exact straight back. There he is.
Right. Okay.
There he is, making his way up towards the north to get his loadout back, get back in the game, and act like nothing happened. It's only us fantasy people that feel impacted by what. I mean, he did give 1 point over to.
ให้เล่นเกมต่อไปทุกคน
There is that, but outside of that, no foul, no harm. Expendable spell. Back to 4. At least they alive for 9 seconds.
No.
Deal.
Nope. Deal.
Don't you even.
Bomb slug head.
Bad deal.
Don't you even. As we.
Oh, he hit him.
No, yeah, the tire. Oh, that's rough.
And it was the gold Mirado, the cursed one.
That's why it's cursed. That's why it's cursed.
Happens.
Yep. Well, he's back, and he. It's like nothing ever happened.
Exactly. The only thing that did happen now was the circle pop. We're going down towards the central sound. Genji, from a win of the previous one, is looking very good up in that church compound to come out with a lot of points in this one too. Having said that, it is an area of the map that we know a lot of teams like to pull up on, so will be interesting to see how long they
อยู่ที่ว่า post match talk ไหมอ๋อมาถึงผมเหรอ
Good spots.
เอาอย่าโพสต์แมทอีกเหรอโพสต์แมททอล์กเหรอคุยหลังเกมมานะ
Got 17 and a split right above him. Xiaobe, it's like going to be shot at from range, and I'll spot out Sparking. The seat swap from Alo will find him. Now 7700 left all by himself.
เปิดกล้องก่อน
Birdie trying to make the wrap around here. I like the idea of trying to get the off angle on the side. You could imagine 77 is going to try and fall back and. I say join his teammates. His teammates is actually in the opposite direction, but this is where they had their vehicles parked. But he's now just making a run for it.
คนหายหมดแล้วอะ
This is one of many, I think, splits trying to be punished, and this is exactly what they wanted to do.
โหเอโลเก็บไป3
Off the exit route. They've done so
พอค่อน
successfully.
แปลกๆไหมพี่ชน5 เกม 21 แต้มผมว่าเขามีทาร์เก็ตของเขาเองนะพูดถึงอาจจะพรุ่งนี้เล่นแบบเต็มระบบไงพรุ่งนี้เล่นเต็มที่หน่อยวันนี้แค่แบบประคองไปก่อนครับผมว่าเขาไม่ได้กังวลเรื่องของจะเข้ารอบอะผมว่าเขาเข้าได้อยู่แล้วไงเอาตัวรอดได้
To get something going to kick things off Alo with the triple ult.
We're not saying anything about that.
We talked triple discipline, then we also
ยิงกันเองเฉย
a casual tap of the shoulder. just seeing if his guns works. Are they blanks? Oh wait, nope, they work. Okay, fine, thank you. Just making sure.
ผมว่าเขาน่าจะแบบว่าแบบได้ประมาณหนึ่งอะแล้วเขาก็น่าจะโอเคครับไม่ได้แย่เนี่ยเริ่มเล่นละก็วันนี้สัก30เนี่ยวันนี้ถ้า30พรุ่งนี้ก็เก็บอีก30ก็จบละ60 แต้มเนี่ยผ่าน
And it's just a peak battle as they go through, and Tiggleton will be the one that gets the knock and the flush as Falcons also in a place where they need to find some points here in the final game of the day.
I mean, honestly, this fight could be grand finals or not for DN Freaks. 55 is where they're set. They need more to guarantee their spot. They're going to be sat back watching tomorrow, hoping that whatever they get off of this fight can get them through. And right now, it all lies on the shoulders of Salute. And who better to try and make something happen? Human knocked on one side. He has a chance to go for the rest on DN, but he
ขนาดนักพากย์ยังบอกเลย55แต้มพวกนี้ยังแบบแทบจะไม่ปลอดภัยเลยนักพากย์บอกนะครับเมื่อกี้55แต้มอาจจะไม่ปลอดภัยนะเพราะว่า DN Freak แข่งครบแล้วด้วย
Been a little bit of a slow start for them so far. 55 points, that's it enough, and that's going to be it for them. So DN Freaks are going to be left sweating tomorrow, hoping that 55 points will be enough.
Yep, they very well.
55แต้มไม่ได้เยอะนะครับนักพากย์บอก55แต้มไม่ได้เยอะเลยนะ
Circle pops. Now we're going hard south. East. Every single team outside circle are going to be coming in from the northwest. They're all already hunkered into compounds, trying now to get out, get a wrap around. How do you push into the circle? Wrap hard northeast around. Go all the way south underneath the mountain in towards where face are in the fields down low. This is going to be
เป็นบนเขาอะeArena บ้านบนเขาเลยขอบวง
Yeah, it is. I can see you're going to pop that E pickup, but they got Liquid right on their doorstep. Meanwhile, Bagopa chasing SGA. As they have already sent 2 down to the south there.
ผมว่าแต่คนน่าจะมาตอนจบเกมอะเกมจบก็น่าจะเริ่มกลับมาดูกัน
Will Bagopa sees that Bronco? That is.
เอาเป็นว่าเดี๋ยวโพสต์แมตช์ด้วยครับวันนี้ก็พูน่าจะโพสต์แมตช์ด้วยนั่งคุยหลังเกมต่อ
Unfortunate stuff for SGA as they will lose one, and you see Heat just off in the distance. Meanwhile, Akatsuya will take the fight towards Team Liquid. D will get the knock onto Alo, and they are trying to finish this before the helicopter arrives, but unfortunately it's here.
From Korea fighting amongst one another to America's doing the exact same thing. Sparking finds one. Purdy finally warmed up, able to get the double here. Cowboy Rello down, able to, trying to go for the last one, but Roth ain't done just yet. Not just yet. Purdy able to get the heel on off. They know they have a one player left alive on the other side. Sparking with the wide angle. Peak Slim initially now go for the second swing around. That's going to be it.
Sparking ว่ะ
Alcacia done for Liquid.
Sparking สมชื่อว่ะ
Boy, they sure are. 8 kills already, 39 points. They continue to climb. They've still got 6 games left to play, so a lot of time left on the clock, but they're going to feel a lot better about their performance after
for sure
this game is done, and they still have so much more left that they can do. Bagopa, after taking out SGA's Heat as well, they've got
คิดว่าจะกลับมาไม่ทันเดี๋ยวน่าจะมีแบบโพสต์แมตช์อีกนั่งคุยนั่งเล่นอีกแป๊บนึงค่อยลง
Bagopa suffered from it. They just left him up on that hillside to bait Bagopa into it, and it worked out. I don't want to say it was perfection because they definitely took some casualties with it too.
ตัวดีคาตี้ว่ะ
Purdy continues his onslaught. On the opposite side of the circle, Luke gets the flush and a little ghost, and Bagopa here too, able to fend off. Last game was all about Xiangyang, now it's Guyan. Trying to keep his team alive.
Down to Taxter, and this has just been a very bad day for SGA, no matter how you look at it. They've got 6 games to go tomorrow, as Songjang will try to go in there with the ego crash, and will lose himself, and now
Bagopa เข้ารอบแล้ว70แต้ม
will spot him out on the rock, but Bean will be the one that takes it away. So SGA
วันแรกถือว่าบุรีรัมย์มาดีมากใช่ครับ
ahead of them here at the end of
ถ้าไม่ติดเกมแรกอ่ะคือความประทับใจแรกแบบ first impression คือแบบว่าติดลบไปแล้วอ่ะ
Oh, I hope somebody called that a bolt action from that distance. That is 1 kilometer.
คือเกมที่เหลือถือว่าโอเคครับแต่เกมแรกเปิดหัวมานี่คือแบบไม่ประทับใจคนเป็นแฟนเลยแต่ถือว่าโอเคฮะ
We're going effectively into the western edge of Las Leonas here. Tickleton tried to get some space for himself in and around there, but Tenwu was there to shut him down.
Yeah, Falcons' problems continuing here as they lose Tickleton. They still got 3 left up, and they have to fight their way into the circle, but unfortunately for them, change the game off to the east. The Expendables eyes on them to the west, to the south, and Slam G and now Navi starting to make their way up to the north. So this eastern side of the circle for Falcons getting a little bit crowded.
เกมแรกมันแบบมันไม่น่าประทับใจจริงๆนะเว้ยแต่ที่เหลือมันก็ถือว่าโอเคอ่ะนะครับที่เหลือถือว่าโอเคครับ
In PGS's past, only PGS 5 has got us into the 60s proper.
แต่เกมแรกหนักไปหน่อย
in and around those high 50s and then one at the 60s.
แต่เกมที่เหลือถือว่าโอเคครับถือว่ามาดีเลยประคองตัวเองดี
for DN Freaks now
มีความยาหม่องอ่ะ
exclusively on the performance of other teams tomorrow.
And the one good thing you can hang your hat on if you're a fan of any of these teams that have had a little bit of a slow start here today is every single team in this lobby has shown themselves numerous times capable of having one of those.
โอ้แล้ววันนี้เฟยาริสอย่างยิงเลยยิงอย่างเอาเลยฮากาโทรี่ไม่มาเลยวันนี้
lobby will suit them a little bit better, but that's going to be for tomorrow to find out. Right now, they need to focus on getting as many points as possible with 41 left alive.
Yep, Slam G. Such a good start to the day yesterday, but they cannot finish 42. Then that's them out for this tournament. As Lorix with a Panzer in hand finds the double, gets another one to go as well. While Navi are sure to be through to the grand finals, he's going to steal the BRDM.
Oh my God, Ferris.
Wait, go over, pick him up, put him in there, drive him off to safety, and then get the rest. If he can make this happen, that would be a godsend rescue. But yeah, block him off.
Yeah.
You know what? Give him that flush. That's fine. No, he's even going to take it to him. Bean continues with the bolt.
Good God, Bean. Bolting everybody right now. Ferris, yeah, unfortunately, the mission to try to save somebody going to fall short. Shrimsy, though, will spot out Arctics. And now Kickstart will finish that one off. So Falcons.
เห็นป่ะฟอลคอนเขารู้ต้องเล่นยังไงเว้ยฟอลคอนอ่ะเห็นป่ะยิงเรื่อยๆได้
That was a huge knock as it looked like they were about to get absolutely destroyed by Slam G.
ทีมผมจะรอดป่ะ
Kidnap a BDRM
ทีม
and stay
ที่โดน
alive for
ที
just
ม
a little
ได้
bit
ง่าย
longer
เล
for
ย
Navi.
ทีมอะไรฮะ
BRDM
วิชาพร
escapes this one and in good time
วิชาพร
Falcons
วิชา
coming
พล
running over the hillside. They're hearing Thomas the Tang engine run around the city on the other side. It's like, yeah, you are. Let's see if we can get a piece of that. Well, what they get a piece of is Slam G. They're down, they're out, and they will most definitely not be making it through to the grand finals.
43 points, probably not going to do it, but
โดนขโมยรถว่ะ
consider for Slam G, first time on land. A lot of good things.
Definitely.
A lot of good things to be happy about, and a lot of things left to improve upon. We'll see
อ๋อเฟสแคน
with their remaining time.
เฟสแคนได้อยู่เฟสแคนโอ้แทนวูอยู่วะ
Meanwhile, still working around on that north side, seeing if they can find anybody else, but it is barren up there, so they have a lot of room left to play around with, but just avoid the line of sight of Gen G, which apparently is the entire map right now. I don't know.
ขวาล่างแล้วก็ขวาอีกที
But now they have a rotation to make of their own, and Vanda said, welcome to the circle. I got a BRDM rating for you, and I'm going to try and see if I can run you over. And what better person to get down than the guy
BRDM สีชมพูใส่ได้วะสกินประเทศ
James, get the hell out of there. Boomstick looking your way, and he does so in time.
Indeed, and he'll try to send that
โอ้โห
grenade. James will find flame. And that'll be another kill picked up. But look at Team Liquid continuing their reign of terror. 11 kills, but Sparking will go down as Alo now trying to take the fight to James.
Multiple teams engaging in this one. Buriram from one side, Liquid joining in as well as one team thought they had the upper hand. They too get backfilled. And now Buriram, the ones on the aggressor here. It's just Alo left on the other side. And even if Liquid falls here, which they do, 11 kills before phase 5 has closed in. A great game for them. Could have been more, but you gotta count yourself somewhat
11 คิวถือว่าเยอะแล้วครับ
Absolutely. Absolutely. You hang your hat
ลาย
on
ร
this
ถน่ารัก
game.
จัด
11 kills. You're
ได้ไม่ได้ทำไปแล้ว
It will keep 4 alive.
สีรถน่ารักจัดเลยเฟสแคนเมื่อกี้ชมพูพิงค์มาเลย
But they survived, and they didn't get Panzerfaust, which is always a good thing. Everybody
don't jinx it, but yeah.
Everybody has that goal in mind. Gen G, they were starting to try to make their way in, but they're
แทน
down
วัว
to
เรื่อยๆเลย
just 2, and they are stuck.
แทนวูนี่แม่งทีแมสสองอ่ะตอนนี้
Falcons up to look that way. I mean, unless if they get pinned down from the east, which I don't think they will. Once they decide to look this direction, you'd have to imagine Gen G is done for. If not, then maybe Buriram from the southwest can get that done. You can see here there's
ประมาณคูณ3แต่ดูความนิ่ง
covering them as rifts. Great shots connected with the Famas at a distance too, but Orca keeping him humble. Oh, that's a C4.
That's a C4.
Where are we going with this one?
Who can say?
ไปหาบุรีรัมย์แน่เลย
Only Vard knows.
Only Vard knows. He's driving south. Nope, turning around, getting some speed on that Bronco. Going up on the hill. Are we wrapping left? No, we're just sending it forward.
ไม่ได้
Forward, see what we can find. Do a little C4 fishing. Unfortunately, the fish aren't biting over there. Edie is down, but look at that. Yeah, as you mentioned, Falcons have that high ground. They have the angle. We're down to 23 alive in Phase 5, Toby, just as we all predicted.
What a game. I mean, you know what? In this particular case, this circle is ruthless. There's nothing to play in the open. We have Ferris sat in his PRDM in the middle of it as well. And it's just, there's nothing you can do, especially when a team like Falcons have this position.
I mean, like we said, it's been a slow start for Falcons. It hadn't been a great day for them, but they are salvaging stuff here in the final game of the day. 9 kills now. You got to imagine more to come, as there is just nobody really pressuring them over there on that northern side. Shrimsy going to try to get in grenade range, see if he can land it. The long range throw is right on time, but something blocked it, I have to imagine.
Yeah, the old cop. Now it's completely gone for. The old vehicle, I think, is still on the side of that.
EA ไปเกมท้ายทุกคน
on down, staying put.
What a grenade, though.
ค่าบอมต้องมาเข้าคอร์สกับฟอร์ก่อนใช่ต้องมาเข้าคอร์สกับฟอร์เรสนี่ไงเห็นไหมเกมเดียวฟอร์คอนมาแล้วเนี่ยอันดับ16แล้วพรุ่งนี้ก็เล่นง่ายขึ้นแล้ว
Fair enough. Face stays in their pothole. Falcons, I think for the rest of the server.
แต่วันเดียวเราเนี่ยบุรีรัมย์เข้ารอบมั้ยเนี่ย
Now we can actually maneuver around these fields. I don't know if Dimas was on a wide flank then got tagged. He did. Okay, got tanked by one of the attacked by
ไดมาตี้แทบไม่ได้เล่นเลยแต่ละเกม
He was trying to wrap around face, get off.
ไดมาตี้ไม่ได้เล่นเลย
Him down in approach.
Goes down to blue, but Shrimsy had eyes and was able to pick off that kill. So another point in the bag for Falcons.
ประสบการณ์เลยโอปอน
So far, we're down to 6 teams alive and only 2 4-man squads left, and that's going to be eArena and FaZe.
Important one for eArena here too. I completely forgot about that. Of course, this being their second day too, they're set at 54 with a chance to get a lot going here. They need, I want to say, for guarantee, 10 points. 10 points, you are in. I say that now, and then they probably fall out at
ระเบิดไม่โดนว่ะ
but
เร็ว
still, they should be looking good at 64. 62 and everything below there, that's where the danger zone starts to really take place. So for eArena, you got to get some more points over this one. Even though you're in the circle, this is a good chance for you to make that happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you,
อ้าวไหลไปรวมมันตายแล้วน่ะ
You can't even get caught up thinking about how much or what the cutoff's going to be. Just get as many as you can. Shrimsy will finish off Ruse, and that'll be their 11th kill as Falcons remain 3 strong. But now they've got FaZe creeping up from that south side. The Expendables have that high ground. Just Glories and Tanvu, but that's all you need. Tanvu now with 500 damage and 4 kills as he continues to wreak havoc in his second life in match number 6.
พอกับฮีแมสอะตอนเนี้ยแทนวูอะฮีแมส2
Looked like he just flicked the hell out of kickstart there. What a beast of a player.
C4 ไหม
Fortunately for Sonics, still in a position where they can get Kiki back on his
EA
feet.
ยิงหลังฟรีว่ะเฟสแคนเดินขึ้นไม่ได้
Keep looking at FaZe, trying to figure out what the plan is. Now, I mean, that's our 2 4 strong teams right next to each other, and now they have to move into the zone.
You know what I like? Our BRDM thief has somehow made it into the top 5. Everyone's playing at a distance. No one can expend the ammo right now to try and shoot a BRDM, and Fair is like, boys, I'm chilling. As I say that, though, Cloris finally realizing, wait, that ain't a rock down there. There might be a player in it. And here we go. BRDM finally on the run once more.
Yeah, you gotta get that big old butt behind that rock. Unfortunately, that rock's not gonna be enough to cover you, Ferris. As you continue to push in, Clory's not gonna stick around and waste the time on it, but Ferris staying alive.
Yep.
That is all you can really do here.
Got to push Snorlax out of the river. As he's just sat here, chilling, waiting. What better place to 5 at a global, not really having to do a whole lot, but swap seats every now and again. Links in hand effects. Let's see if he can get something going. Penetrate those walls. Take him down. He is creeping forward on his own right now, but you saw Tanvu and Expendables up on the hill up towards the northwest. That's, I mean, as soon as he shoots, he knows the arena is going to be within utility range as well. He wants to get further forward, and these smokes being deployed obviously is going to give the intel that someone's dying. I think that's also
ถ้าให้ว่าตามตรงใช่
Yeah, I think I don't know if it was Gustav or Var.
แต้มอาจจะน้อยนะมันต้อง60ขึ้นไว้ถึงจะรอดผมว่าขนาดแบบว่า DN ฟีกเขาบอกว่าแต้มยังไม่พอเลยนักพากย์บอกนะ DN ฟีกอะแต้มจะไม่พอเอา
got the right gun for it. Why not make the push? And fortunately, Ferris, he's
เดี๋ยวเล่นเกมต่อครับเล่นเกมต่อเบโกปาโหดจริงๆทำทีมแล้วเล่นได้ไปโกลบอลอย่างบ่อยใช่ครับเบโกปานักแข่งยังโอเคอยู่นักแข่งก็ยังโอเคอยู่
It's not going to find a knock, but it is going to do a bunch of damage.
If there's a hole-in-one in this game, that is when you love it right in the middle. No. And the util keeps raining on in. Face falling victim to just that eArena.
แทนวูรอสติลคิวหวานๆเลย
Entire game finally now within Nate range, and they made him sing. 55 points still, though they need more. They need to get off this hillside and get some points with it too, because they are not safe here, tied with DN Freaks.
And it looks like they might be out of that offensive utility. So Gustav, they're going to go for the res on effects. As eArena going to hop into the Broncos, make their way down. Good spray from Ferris. Will pick up one. H-Win's going to steal it away and collect another point for Falcons as eArena is falling apart here.
Oh, they need just a couple more points, but can they get there? Ferris is doing an insane job of keeping them at bay. Jumps out and gets another one. Does not have to reload with the M249 in hand. Able to get the double on the approach. He is the single reason they're not making it right now.
Hardly any HP left in Ferris as well as he hops back in. Feck's going to use the last rounds of that Lynx, but not going to find the knock on the Glories. Tanvu will trade it back though.
MVP ไปกุ๊ปเตดเล่นอย่างนี้
once again as Falcons are just sitting here watching all of this play out in front of them. They're like, this is great, man. We'll steal some of these kills away. We'll collect more points.
มีใครถามผมนะว่าฟอลคอนโอเคไหมเนี่ยฟอลคอนโอเคแล้วกินไก่ก็ขึ้นอันดับ15แล้วเนี่ยจะแซงแล้วคะแนนร้อยนัดบ้าเกินใช่
will have to sit back and watch tomorrow, hoping that only the top team sponge up points.
เขาบอกเลยบอกว่าพรุ่งนี้นั่งลุ้นเลยว่าจะผ่านเขารอบไหมนะ eArena นะครับ
That hill that they've been playing around to such great effect is now
ปืน
out.
เคาะมันนิ่งจังวะคู่นี้
Some way,
สวนหาย
still in this thing.
He got pulled up on by 3 people. A BRDM and an M249 was all he needed to make.
เมื่อวานผมใส่เฟยริสวันนี้ผมไม่ได้ใส่เว้ยแม่งเสือเล่นดีเฟยริส
do those exact same things and he continues to do just that. Shrimp seat down. He's a solo man with a big gun in his hand.
เฟยริสอะยังเอาเลย
is just wrecking the lobby here in the late game.
โอ้โห
Flashbang. He's going to try to make the push. Is Tanvu going for the res in the smoke? But Ferris, oh my gosh, the second that smoke goes away,
they are done for.
They are absolutely roasted. Ferris in perfect position to see this.
He is the hand in this sandwich. Never had any been more perfectly perfect.
He's a one-man army.
เฟยริสว่ะ
Absolutely devastating right now as Ferris collecting
เอาเรื่อง
points
ว่ะ
for Navi as they now have 87 overall, but Falcons, they smell blood in the water. This is the win that they need to salvage their day. 3 against 1.
ทำการ์ตูนล้อเลียนได้เลยแลมโบ้ยูเครน
but they know exactly where he is. All utility left in the bag being sent over, and Ferris is just going to have to wait for the eventual push. He's already down to less than half HP. He's got about 20. Shrimsy will spot him, and a huge win for Falcons to end the day.
Navi looked done in that game. They pull up on their compound.
They were done.
Ferris skips the whole fight, jumps into a BRDM to get out of there alive, able to get top 2. What an effort. What a game to finish off day 2.
Just got away with absolute murder there for Navi, but Ferris, beautiful solo play. 5 kills, a second place. But what do you say at this point? Falcons and Liquid, I mean both. I mean Falcons get the win, so we got to give Falcons all the credit in the world, but the 13 kills to go along with it, that makes what was looking to be an awful day turn out into something actually useful.
55 for Freaks, 57 for eArena. Will it be enough? We'll find out tomorrow, but to end of the day, let's go back to the desk.
EA น่าเซ็งเลยเมื่อกี้มันจะไม่รอดอ่ะดิ EA อ่ะคะแนนอ่ะลุ้นเลยพวกนี้ว่าจะผ่านไหมหรือไม่ผ่านใช่ครับคิดหนักเลยคิดหนักใช่เพราะวันแรกใช้คำว่าบูดเลยดีกว่าครับเล่นไม่ได้ครับ EA วันแรก พรุ่งนี้ลุ้นฟอเรสพื้นที่ดีอยู่ครับหมายถึงว่าคะแนนอันดับดีอยู่ครับ
The final game is done and the Falcons rise to the occasion as they a little late but now kickstart
เนี่ยเทพรูปนี่ไงโอ้โห PGC 2023นะนี้อันนี้ที่เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวนะครับPGC รอบไฟนอลพอจะรู้ว่าฮอลที่เยอะไหมพี่ต้องรอครับต้องรอไม่แน่ใจครับอันนี้รูปพวกนี้ผมมีอยู่นะถ้าผมจะไม่ผิดรูปพวกนี้ผมมีอยู่ใครจะเอาเปล่าผมประมูลนะช่วงนี้กำลังช็อตช่วงนี้กำลังช็อตไอ้รูปแบ็คกราวด์ผมเนี่ยผมมีอยู่นะไอ้รูปที่เป็นแบบว่าชูด้วยแชมป์อะแชมป์ปีอะผมมีอยู่นะใครเป็นสายสะสมเอาอะผมประมูล ผมประมูลนะเอาพี่ภาควันไหนเดี๋ยวผมแอบเมียไปครับขอถ่ายรูปหน่อยได้เดี๋ยวบอกอีกทีนึงต้องแอบเมียเลยเหรอเอาพาเมียมาด้วยสิจบไปเลยพาเมียมาด้วยจะแอบไปทำไมผมขายนะผมประมูลนะรูปอะเผื่อใครจะเอานะรูปผมประมูลจริงๆผมต้องทำปกเลยนะปกไอ้เนี่ยแบบว่าคุยหลังเกมอะไรเงี้ยแต่ขี้เกียจทำอะขี้เกียจเปลี่ยนด้วยใช้รูปนี้แหละไม่เลยไหมพี่อะไรคือไม่เลยไหมพี่อันนี้ขายจริงเนี่ยอ๋อหมายถึงว่าช่วงนี้ร้อนเงินใช่ไหมไม่เลยนะเริ่มไม่ละใครเอาบ้างอ่ะเนี่ยไอ้รูปข้างหลังเนี่ยผมมีอยู่ใครเอาบ้างแบ็คกราวด์เนี่ยใครชอบนิวแฮปปี้ชุดนั้นก็น่ะไปเอาได้มาเอาได้หรือใครชอบนาวีก่อนหน้านี้ก็มาเอาได้นะครับหรือจะเป็นรูปของเจนจีสมัยพีโออยู่ก็มาเอาได้นะเอาว่าพีโอสมัยที่ยังอยู่เจนจีอยู่รูปนี้มีนะฮะมาเอาไปได้เปิดประมูลอ๋อช็อตเหรอช็อตไม่ช็อตนิดหน่อยไม่ถึงไม่พรุ่งนี้พี่ภาคใช่ไหมพรุ่งนี้ไม่ได้ภาคครับพรุ่งนี้3 จานครับพรุ่งนี้3 จานภาคครับผม3 จานชามกะละมังฮะพรุ่งนี้แต่วันนี้คุณอะไรนะซีปองเหรอพี่ขออภัยนะคุณพลน่าจะเป็นนี่นักสะสมตัวน่าเป็นนักสะสมตัวยงเจนจีอย่างแลปีอย่างลึกเขาเรียกว่ามันเป็นแบบพวกของสะสมไงเจนจีอย่างแลปีลึกไงปีอย่างลึกอันนี้ของแท้ปีลึกเขาใช้คำว่าปีลึกก็คือนานแล้วอะไรอย่างงี้ปีลึกแสดงว่าเป็นนักสะสมไงเพราะนักสะสมเวลาเขาแบบจะดูของกันแบบใช้คำว่าปีลึกปีลึกนักสะสมของตัวยงไงเหมือนไม่เจอจานบอมภาคเลยเนี่ยรอบนี้มาแล้วรอบที่แล้วพี่บอมเขาติด PUBG Mobile ครับรอบที่แล้วพี่บอมติด MC PUBG Mobile ไงเป็น MC หล่อเลยพี่บอมอ่ะผมเพิ่งเคยเห็นพี่บอมใส่แบบว่าลุคผูกไทยเว้ยใส่สูตรผูกไทยอ่ะรู้มือเลยนะแบบปีลึกอ่ะนักสะสมเนี่ยเขาจะพูดกันแบบไอ้ปีลึกอย่างเงี้ย พ มาแล้วสวัสดีครับนุ๊กสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับคุยหลังเกมมาวันนี้มีอะไรจะมาพูดคุยกันหลังเกมนะครับผมสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับพูดคุยกันหลังเกมดาดฟ้าตัวหนึ่งโกดังตัวหนึ่งโอเคเสียดายแทน EA อ่ะ EA ยังติดเคิร์ดอยู่ครับ EA ยังติดเคิร์ดอยู่เอ้ย
เพิ่งเรียนเสร็จแข่งเป็นไงบ้างครับวันนี้ยังไม่ได้ดูเลย
บุรีรัมย์มาดีครับขอบคุณนุกด้วยครับผมตัวเน็ตให้นะ thank you ครับนุกเรียบร้อยตายผมว่าวันนี้บุรีรัมย์มาดีครับแต่ติดแค่เกมแรกนะบุรีรัมย์บุรีรัมย์ติดแค่เกมแรกเกมเดียวเลยที่เหลือโอเคหมดบุรีรัมย์ทีมไทยทีมไหนการันตีบ้างแล้วผมว่าบุรีรัมย์บุรีรัมย์แน่ๆแล้ว1ทีมครับถ้าฟอร์มแบบนี้ต่อเนื่องนะคือบุรีรัมย์เป็นทีมหนึ่งที่กลายเป็นตอนแรกนึกว่าจะเขาเรียกว่าอะไรจะมีช่วงวีคแต่แบบเปล่าเลยครับบุรีรัมย์กล้าเล่นมากกว่าทีมอื่นนะผมใช้คำนี้แล้วกันอันนี้แบบเท่าที่เห็นนะครับอันนี้ที่เห็นมาในเกมนะที่แบบพูดได้นะครับบุรีรัมย์มีความกล้าเล่นมากครับรอบนี้เหมาะสมครับที่จะเหมาะสมที่ได้ไปต่อนะผมว่ากล้าเล่นครับกล้าเล่นฟอเรสต์ก็น่าจะการันตีนะฟอเรสต์ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดก็น่าจะได้เข้านะครับตอนนี้ทีมไทยทีมเดียวที่น่าเป็นห่วงก็คือ EA ครับ eArena น่าเป็นห่วงครับเพราะว่าคะแนนไม่ได้ตามเกณฑ์คัตออฟด้วยครับคะแนนน้อยกว่าเกณฑ์คัตออฟอยู่3 แต้มมั้งอะไรเก่งมากหมดเลยอ่ะ
ใช่หนูเป็นแบบนั้นหนูแบกลงแบบนั้น
ผมว่าเขากลับมาเร็วด้วยครับบุรีรัมย์ใช่ถูกต้องเลยครับI0คือถ้าเล่นเหมือนเกมแรกอ่ะผมว่าบุรีรัมย์ไม่ได้ไปด้วยนะเผลอตกรอบตามทีมอื่นๆไปอ่ะแต่ดีเขาแก้ไวครับผ่านอีรันเกลมารู้เลยว่าแก้ละแก้ทันทีเลยถูกต้องแล้วครับมันต้องประมาณนั้นอ่ะคือคุณจะไปเล่นแยกกันตลอดมันเป็นไปไม่ได้แล้วแบบแต่ละโซนแม่งปีศาจทั้งนั้นน่ะแล้วแบบชุดเดียวมันหายไง มันไม่ค่อยแบบว่าสังเกตไหมครับขนาดทีมใหญ่อะฟอลคอนอะเล่น2-2กรุ๊ปอัพตลอดอะ2-2แบบสปิด2 2 สปิดอะแยกกัน2-2ไม่ค่อยมีหรอ3-1หรือทิ้งไกลอะนอกจากช่วงเฟสฟาร์มเห็นปะ 4am ไม่ใช่ 4am ขนาด17เกมมิ่งยังแบบว่าไม่ทิ้งกันเลยเห็นปะเล่นแบบตามเทรดกันตลอดขอบคุณนุกด้วยครับ20 บาทนะนุก thank you ครับหยอดกระปุกให้ทุกวันเลย thank you นะครับนุกผมหวังถึงแชมป์ด้วยแหละบุรีรัมย์โอ้แต่ว่าก็ต้องดูแบบภาพรวมๆครับต้องดูภาพรวมๆไปเรื่อยๆอ่ะแต่ถามว่าวันนี้เล่นเข้าตาไหมเอาจริงๆเล่นเข้าตานะบุรีรัมย์วันนี้ความคิดผมนะ FN วันนี้ไม่ได้แข่งครับ FN วันนี้ไม่ได้แข่ง FN แข่งพรุ่งนี้ครับวันนี้เป็นกรุ๊ป B กรุ๊ป C ครับพรุ่งนี้เป็นกรุ๊ป A กรุ๊ป C พรุ่งนี้มีทีมไทยทั้งหมด3ทีมครับมี Forest Full Sense แล้วก็Forest Full Sense แล้วก็บุรีรัมย์ครับพรุ่งนี้3ทีมไทยเกือบไปแล้วไงล่ะ ใช่ครับฟูลเซนนี่ไม่ใช่ฟูลเซนบุรีรัมย์นี่ดูดีเลยแก้มาแล้วดูดีเลยครับบุรีรัมย์ระหว่างเกมจริงผมว่าวงเฟส2ขึ้นไปควรกัก2-2ไม่ควรแยก3-1ไม่คือไอเกมแรกที่แบบผมโมโหอ่ะลองสังเกตนะลองย้อนกลับไปดูก็ได้ช่วงเกมแรกผมโมโหบุรีรัมย์มากเลยเว้ยเอาถ้าแบบพูดตามตรงนะผมโมโหจริงนะเว้ยโมโหแบบมันไม่ควรเล่นแบบนั้นแล้วอะเก็ตปะเอาจริงคือไม่รู้จะคิดยังไงผมพูดแบบรวมๆแล้วกันนะคือจริงๆแล้วอะการแยกเล่นของบุรีรัมย์อะโดนด่ามาจะปีแล้วนะเว้ยเก็ตปะแต่เข้าใจว่าเป็นเทคนิคเว้ยเข้าใจว่าเป็นเทคนิคของตัวแต่ละทีมเขาเว้ยมันคือความยูนิคของเขาเพียงแต่ว่าเราเห็นในรูปแบบเนี้ยการเล่นของบุรีรัมย์มาประมาณสักเกือบปีแล้วมั้งกับการที่สปีดเพย์แบบเนี้ยหรือว่าแยกเล่นแบบ3-1กักพื้นที่อะไรเงี้ยแล้วมันมาช่วยไม่ทันอ่ะคือภาพแบบเนี้ยมันเราเห็นบ่อยไงพอเราเห็นบ่อยมากๆแล้วแบบบางทีเขาไม่แก้กันหรือว่าเปลี่ยนวิธีการเล่นอ่ะผมว่ามันก็น่าจะเวิร์กกว่าอะไรเงี้ยแต่ก็ควรแบบว่ารักษามาตรฐานให้ดีครับแบบไปแล้วแบบต้องฟอร์มไม่ดรอปอ่ะเข้าใจแหละว่ามันพูดคือการพูดอ่ะมันง่ายครับแต่การทำมันยากไอ้นี้เข้าใจเว้ยใช่นั่นแหละเกมแรกของบุรีรัมย์เอาจริงผมยอมรับเลยว่าผมโมโหเว้ยลองย้อนกลับไปดูดิลองย้อนกลับไปดูนะแบบผมโมโหจริงคือแบบจริงๆมันไม่ควรเล่นแบบนั้นน่ะแต่ถามว่าไอ้รูปเกมที่เหลือผมชมเขาไหมผมชมนะรูปเกมที่เหลือผมชมนะคือชมตั้งแต่อีรันเกลโดด2อ่ะคุณลองสังเกตดิคุณลองสังเกตนะบุรีรัมย์ในเกม2กับเกมแรกที่ลงสนามอะเกม2ดูดีกว่าเยอะเลยคืออย่างน้อยไม่มีพื้นที่เล่นแล้วใช่ป่ะไล่ฆ่าเลยอันนี้คือซิกเนเจอร์ของทีมเว้ยใช้คำว่าเป็นซิกเนเจอร์ของทีมไทยแล้วกันเพราะส่วนใหญ่พวกกัปตันทีมหรือ IGL ส่วนใหญ่มักจะชอบสั่งแบบประมาณนั้นนะครับคือถ้าวงไม่อยู่กับเราแล้วแบบพื้นที่เล่นไม่มีอะสั่งบวกเลยไม่ได้ผิดนะผมมองว่าไม่ได้ผิดนะครับนาวีการันตีแล้วครับตอนนี้นาวีการันตีทวิตเต็ดไมล์การันตีเดสเพนเดเบิลการันตีนะครับพวกนี้การันตีหมดละวอร์ตัสโปการันตีแล้วก็อะไรกัน ลิควิดการันตีเฟสแคร์การันตีนะครับการันตีเยอะหลายทีมแล้วการันตีหลายทีมแล้วครับใช่แต่ถ้าจบวันน่ะจบวันแล้วลองย้อนกลับไปดูอ่ะผมว่าต้องถามอ่ะว่าทำไมมองไม่ได้ทำไมเราไฟแพ้ทำไมเราไม่มีอินโฟมันจะเป็นชุดคำถามเลยเว้ยจอดหินคือมันควรจะดีกว่านี้เว้ยเกมแรกอะเอาจริงไหมเผลอๆถึงไก่เลยนะผมบอกให้เกมแรกของบุรีรัมย์อะถ้าปิด TE ได้คือถึงไก่นะเว้ยผมบอกให้เกมแรกอะถามว่าจังหวะมูฟจังหวะเดินจังหวะมาโฮบ้านแถวโนโวดีไหมดีครับเพียงแต่ว่ามันขาดแค่จังหวะนั่นแหละมันเลยกลายเป็นแบบเป็นภาพที่มันเตะตาพอดีเว้ยดูกี่ทีความรู้สึกก็ทำตามไม่ได้มาเดี๋ยวเล่นปืนธรรมดาดีกว่าหมายถึงว่าเล่นปืนดีๆละเมื่อกี้ผมเล่น MP5 เพราะว่าผมเก็บเลเวลปืนอยู่ไงเนี่ยเลเวลปืน MP5 พรุ่งนี้มาวอชเหมือนเดิมไหมพรุ่งนี้วอชเหมือนเดิมครับพรุ่งนี้วอชเหมือนเดิมพรุ่งนี้วอชเหมือนเดิมครับวอชเหมือนเดิมเรียบร้อยติดลิขสิทธิ์วอชเหมือนเดิมครับวอชเหมือนเดิมแต่อยากให้แบบคนดูมาคุยกันเยอะๆนะพิมพ์คุยกันแบบวันนี้ก็โอเคครับแบบวันนี้ก็โอเคแต่แบบผมมีแอบงีบเกมหนึ่งผมมีแอบงีบไปเกมหนึ่ง รุ่งนี้ผมน่าจะมาดูได้อ๋อได้ไม่ใช่ปัญหาพี่สตรีมเรื่อยๆอยู่แล้วนุกใช่หลับนั่งหลับเลยผมอะไงเท่ปะวัดปาร์ตี้นั่งหลับดีไม่เปิดกล้องก็เห็นหมดอะว่านั่งหลับใช่ EA สวดมนต์เดียวเกมกลางผมก็ไม่ได้ดูทำงานไปดูไปไม่ได้โฟกัสเลยครับใช่นั่งหลับไปทีผมอะนั่งหลับไปทีนึงตอนนี้ตื่นละเล่นอาร์แค่เกมเดียวพอนะเล่นอาร์แค่เกมเดียวเล่นอาร์โชว์เกมเดียวพอเกมน่าจะไปจับปืนแปลกๆเหมือนเดิมให้ลูกแชทพิมพ์คุยกันเลยช่วงนั้นพี่หน้าเปิดกล้องตอนหลับเหรอโดเนทปลุกอย่างเงี้ยนะใช่ไหมโดเนทปลุกพี่ใช่ปะเปิดกล้องหลับจะได้แคปไปอะไรนะแคปไปบูลลี่อะเนาะหน้าเปิดกล้องนะเปิดกล้องนั่งหลับแม่มเลยทำเหมือนเจนนี่อ่ะทำเหมือนเจนนี่อ่ะได้หมดสดชื่นอ่ะไลฟ์ขายของใบหลับไปอ่ะให้แบบช่องแชทช่วยขายแคปมาประจานเหรอเขาไม่ได้ช่วยทำมาหากินนะเขาไม่ได้ช่วยทำมาหากินเนี่ยแคปไปประจานเฉยหลับแล้วก็แบบชวนคนดูมานั่งดูกันสักพักเสียงโดเนทไม่ดังพอไม่ตื่นเสียงโดเนทไม่ดังพอไม่ตื่นเล่นก่อนเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้เกมพรุ่งนี้มันไอ้นี่เว้ยทุกคนพรุ่งนี้มันปิดเซิร์ฟไงผมก็เลยแบบว่านั่งเล่นต่ออีกหน่อยวัดแบบชิลเกินวัดเดอะเฮกเลยวัดแบบชิลเกินนั่งเล่นก่อนเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดนะครับพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดนะตอนเช้าเซิร์ฟปิดนะครับพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดก็เลยนั่งเล่นก่อน พรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดนะเลยแบบนั่งเล่นก่อนในไทยน่าจะมีช่องพี่ช่องเดียวไหมที่วัดหลายช่องก็มีแบบพวกของนักแข่งหลายๆคนก็มีนะครับไงร่ำรวยปะร่ำรวยรถเยอะร่ำรวยไงร่ำรวยจัดเอาแลมโบมายิงล้อเล่นเล่นก่อนเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้มันเซิร์ฟมันปิดไงพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดก็ไม่ได้เล่นแล้วครับพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดก็ไม่ได้เล่นละก็เลยมาเล่นวันนี้ก่อนพิมพ์คุยกันทวิช YouTube พิมพ์ได้เลยนะครับพี่เล่นเกมอื่นไหมนอกจากแนว FPS ไม่ค่อยครับเต็มที่ก็มีพวกเกมฟาร์มอะไรเงี้ยคุณจะดูเหรอพวกฟาร์มทูเกเตอร์พวกอะไรพวกเนี้ยดินคำอย่างเงี้ยดูไหมได้นะผมไม่ติดนะไม่รู้พิมพ์อะไรครับแข่งผมยังไม่ดูเลยแถมงงด้วยนอนก่อนไหมนุกนอนได้นะพักผ่อน กอ๋อดูหมดครับดูด้วยเหรอเกมทำฟาร์มอย่างเงี้ยดูด้วยเหรอบ้าบอคอละครังว่าถ้าผมได้จอดีๆนะจอสัก360 เฮิร์ตซ์นะเพราะว่าผมสบายกว่านี้เยอะเลยหมายถึงจังหวะยิงอ่ะคนนี่ว่ะเจอละมีหย่องเลยเหรอโอ้เขาไม่หย่องแล้วเขาเป็นนักแข่งเขาเป็นนักแข่งไม่หย่องหรอกหลังเข้าไอ้นั่นตายละฟอร์คอนเกือบหลับกลับมาได้ใช่เกมท้ายอะแล้วแต่ฟอร์คอนเขารู้เหลี่ยมอยู่แล้วครับว่าต้องเล่นยังไงเว้ยเก็บของนานไปไอ้หนู ใช่นี่ว่าจะวัดสุดไม่วัดสุดกับผมมาดิหรอวะไม่เห็นโอ้ยรู้อยู่แล้วฟอร์คอนเล่นประมาณนี้อยู่แล้วครับเขาไม่รีบไม่ร้อนไง 6 เกมดีสักเกมหนึ่งก็โอเคแล้วที่เหลือก็เล่นต่อพรุ่งนี้ครับเหลือเกมโดดเยอะความกดดันน้อยครับฟอร์คอนเขาผ่านความกดดันมาเยอะแล้วไงฟอร์คอนอ่ะผมรู้วิธีเขารู้วิธีแบบเมเนจแล้วไงว่าเล่นประมาณไหนได้เขารู้แล้วครับว่าเขาเล่นประมาณไหนได้หมายถึงว่าวันแรกได้สัก20-30วันที่2ก็ใส่สุดอะไรอย่างเงี้ยการวอร์มไปในตัวครับได้อยู่แล้วชิวๆจอดไหม ดูใน iPad เหรอหมายถึงว่าสตรีมผมมันแตกเหรออ๋อโอ้ยไปนานจัดอ๋อบางช็อตที่เป็นใช่ไหมiPad มันสเกลมันกว้างกว่ามือถือสเกลมันเล็กมันเลยแบบว่าดูแล้วภาพไม่แตกก่อสร้างกินไก่ไหมกินไก่ไหมต้องกินไก่แล้วคุณภาพภาพอ่ะสำคัญได้แต่มันเป็นที่การเซตติ้งสตรีมด้วยมันเป็นการที่เซตติ้งสตรีมหรือไม่ก็เน็ตด้วยครับบอกไม่ถูกมันหลายอย่างอ่ะแบนด์วิดต์อ่ะมันหลายอย่าง าติเองคุมไม่อยู่ โอ้ my god iOS ข้อจำกัดเยอะใช่ iOS ข้อจำกัดเยอะ เยอะไปหน่อยคือแบบเขาไม่ให้ adapt ไปอย่างอื่นเลยไงปืนจะไปแล้ว G Dragon นี่มันก็น่ารักดีนะตัวนี้ธนัทพงศ์สวัสดีครับ EA ยังพอรู้ไหมครับอันดับ16แต้มประมาณ30แต้ม30บวกมีลุ้นไหมเหรอต้องดูฟอร์มพรุ่งนี้เลยครับธนัทพงศ์ต้องดูฟอร์มพรุ่งนี้เลยว่าไหวไหมต้องดูฟอร์มว่าไหวไหมนะครับหมายถึงว่าไอ้ทีม30กว่าไหวไหมถ้าไหวก็ EA เราก็ไม่ได้ไปครับถ้าไหว EA เราก็ไม่ได้ไปแต่ถ้าไม่ไหวก็ EA เราก็ได้ไปครับคะแนนเราเท่ากับ DN Freak อ่ะคะแนนเราเท่ากับ DN Freak อะครับต้องรอดูว่าได้ไปไหมเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บขอเวลาแป๊บประเดี๋ยว อ๋อที่ใช้เพราะได้ของขวัญมาคัดออฟประมาณ60 แต้มเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วก็ต้องดูครับว่าจะผ่านไหมหมายถึง eArena จะผ่านไหมต้องรอดูครับเหนื่อยอยู่นะเหนื่อยอยู่ eArena เหนื่อยอยู่ไปตาท้ายละไปนอนพักดีกว่าทุกคนจะเก็บตังค์ให้ได้ไอตั๋วใบจีดากอนใบสุดท้ายก่อนเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟมันปิดแล้วไงพรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟปิดละพรุ่งนี้ก็รอดูนั่นแหละฟอเรสรอดูฟูเซนนะครับรอดูบุรีรัมย์ต่อพรุ่งนี้นะครับฟูเซนฟอเรสบุรีรัมย์นะครับผมเชียร์ฟอเรสเหรอใช่กรุ๊ป ABC ได้วนเจอหมดใช่ไหมครับใช่ครับ ABC วนเจอหมดเนี่ย B กรุ๊ป B เล่นไปแล้ว2 วันครับกรุ๊ป B เล่นไปแล้ว2 วันเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วก็เหลือกรุ๊ป A กรุ๊ป C พรุ่งนี้วันท้ายชอบคิดยิงโหดมากเล่นไม่ค่อยออกอ่ะรอบวันแรกกันนะ6 โดดแรกเล่นไม่ค่อยออกคิสอะ6 โดดแรกคิสเล่นไม่ค่อยออกยิงไม่ค่อยได้ต้องดูวันที่เหลือเป็นไงผมเล่นตาท้ายนะแต่ผมไปนอนพักละพรุ่งนี้ค่อยสตรีมใหม่ดีกว่าวันนี้สตรีมเยอะมากนะครับสตรีมแบบหลายชั่วโมงมากแต่ก็หนุกนะเพราะว่าทุกคนเขามานั่งดูผมด้วยไงทุกคนเขามานั่งคุยกับผมสนุก แต่ถ้าผมนั่งดูแบบแต่ก่อนนะที่แบบไม่มีคนดูอ่ะโอ้โหดูไปจะหลับไปผมไม่รู้จะคุยกับใครเลยต้องลองปรับแผนใหม่ๆบ้างครับฟอร์แต่ถามว่าโอเคครับก็ดีไม่ได้แย่นะฟอร์เรสผมว่าเจอการเล่นของทีมจากต่างชาติต้องปรับตัวแหละทุกทีมใช่เพราะแต่ละทีมเคมีไม่เหมือนกันบางทีมเล่นแบบแพสซีฟเลยบางทีมก็เล่นแบบบูเลยบูล้างผ่านเลยอะไรเงี้ยแล้วแต่ทีมเลยซึ่งแต่ละทีมไม่เหมือนกันเลยครับโดยสิ้นเชิงการเล่นนะวิธีการเล่นบางทีมเล่น3-1อ้อมบางทีมเล่น4ทีมตรงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันหลายอย่างจบเกมนี้น่าจะไปนอนละง่วงนอนหาอะไรดูด้วยพรุ่งนี้ค่อยว่ากันใหม่พรุ่งนี้เซิร์ฟเปิดพรุ่งนี้โอ้โหก็ต้องมี2คลิปดีวะพรุ่งนี้ทำคลิปสรุป PGS ก่อนดีป่าววะน่าทำคลิปสรุป PGS ก่อนนะพรุ่งนี้ทำคลิปพรุ่งนี้หลังจบนั่งอัดข้อมูลไว้ก่อนดีกว่าเตรียมข้อมูลไว้พูดทำคลิป PGS ก่อนแล้วก็วันต่อมาก็ไปทำคลิปนี่วันต่อมาก็ไปทำคลิปเปิดกล่องคอนเทนเดอร์ทำคลิปเปิดคอนเทนเดอร์เนี่ยงานละตัวรอสรุปวันท้ายหมายถึงว่าก็รอสรุปวันพรุ่งนี้ครับพรุ่งนี้รอบท้ายกรุ๊ปเตจแล้วพรุ่งนี้วันท้ายรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับพรุ่งนี้วันท้ายกรุ๊ปเตจแล้วทุกคนทำไว้ลงพรุ่งนี้ดีกว่าแบบมานั่งดูข้อมูลอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็ทำไว้เผื่อใครมานั่งคุยกันแบบสรุปทันด่วนอ่ะแบบแข่งจบปุ๊บอัดคลิปรอลงอะไรเงี้ยบทสรุปกรุ๊ปสเตจอะไรเงี้ยได้ครับพุทธได้ครับเจอกันพุทธแต่จบเกมนี้พี่ก็ไปนอนละพักผ่อนเหมือนกันนะพุทธพักผ่อนเยอะนะครับพี่ได้ครับยูสวัสดีครับยู
ผมก็ไปนอนแล้วครับวันนี้เรียนเช้ายันมืดเลยครับ
ขอบคุณครับโดนให้20 บาทนะฮะ thank you ครับฝันดีนะฝันดีนะพักผ่อนนะครับใครไปนอนพักผ่อนนะฝันดีนะจบเกมนี้ผมก็ไปแล้วเหมือนกันไม่ได้จบก่อนเก็บเวลปืนด้วยแหละขยันเนาะขยันโคตรเลยเล่นเกมเนี่ยขอบคุณนะครับ donation นะ thank you ครับ donate ไม่ใช่ donation donation คือการเปิดบริจาคเฮ้ยไม่โดนได้ไงวะยิงไม่โดนเฉยพวกนี้อัด2 คลิปเลยนี่ว่าฮะไปเอาดิเฮ้ยไม่โดน3 นัดโอ้ค่อยไปเอานั่นอ่ะฟักเฮ้ยไม่ใช่แล้วว่ะหมายถึงผมเนี่ยไม่ใช่ละตัวเดียวยิงไม่ตายเนี่ยยิงมัน10ยิงให้ตายสเปรย์ไอ้บ้าเอ้ยแปลกไม่หลับอ่ะตกใจหนูอ่ะแอบเปิดอ่ะช็อกก็ดิ
ก็กำลังย่องเลย
ยิงไม่โดนเฉยเลยทุกคนหลายนัดเลย what YouTube ไปนอนพักผ่อนกันดีกว่าทุกคนพักแล้วนะครับลงทีมแล้วพรุ่งนี้มีคลิปรออยู่นะครับคลิปสรุป PUBG นะ PGS นะครับคลิป PGS นะไปละเจอกันครับบ๊ายบาย Better luck